cooperation in defense from the Kriegsmarine is discussed with Admiral Kranke. Then von Rundstedt and Rommel briefly listen to Luftwaffe plans for the invasion, presented by Field Marshal Sperler. He tells them that when the invasion begins, the alarm will be sent to all Western air units. Pre-made plans to attack the embarkation points and bomber bases will be immediately put into effect. Rommel insists that they instead hit the beaches, and Sperler reassures him that there will be enough fighters and tactical bombers to do that as well. Rommel, sitting between von Rundstedt and Admiral Kranke, puts on a good show of cooperative spirit. He is, on the one hand, happy that the new command structure clarifies the chain of command, and that, hopefully, duplication of orders will be minimized. On the other hand, though, there is still the question of the Panzer reserves. Rommel retains tactical command of the 2nd Panzer and 21st Panzer Division, as well as getting the newly created 116th Panzer, which von Rundstedt suggests should be deployed near the Seine. An official directive from OKW dated the day before makes it official. However, Rommel still has no real power to use them. That means he cannot, without specific permission of von Rundstedt and OKW, relocate them closer to the coast or to another sector, combine them into a stronger mobile force, take immediate command of them when the enemy lands, or direct their training for immediate response and anti-invasion maneuvers. Not that it is any consolation, but General Blaskowitz down south will have a similar limited tactical control, and thus no operational control, over the reconstructed 9th and 11th Panzer Divisions, as well as the 2nd SS Panzer Division, Das Reich, returning from Russia, OB West having issued the order the day before. But Dietrich's 1st SS Panzer Corps, the elite Panzer Lehr, and the 17th SS Panzer Grenadier will remain under the strict control of OKW. OB West will retain full responsibility for the training and administration of these units through von Gehr's Panzergruppe West. After the conference ends and the generals chat for a while, Rommel returns to his chateau. Rommel later has Lang note in his diary, "Throughout the conference, Rundstedt was most kind and amiable." On the other hand, Rommel has basically the same command control that he had that morning, and his main mobility problem has not been resolved. He must be able to move those panzers close to the coast, and to be able to take swift command of them when needed. Today's conference shows that he is still far from achieving that objective. Since von Rundstedt, Gehr, and Guderian are set against him on this, as he suspects are Keitel, Jodl, and Vorlemont in OKW as well, he must go along with this arrangement, at least for now. Jodl has written to him their reasoning. The enemy's intentions are at present so obscure that some capability for strategic command must be maintained by means of keeping a separate, if modest, reserve. These high command reserves will be released for operations, without further application by yourself, the moment we can be certain about the enemy's intentions and focus of attack. That evening, Rommel relaxes and takes time to write to Lucy. Today he writes to her about the dog the civilians gave him a few days ago to replace Ajax. He writes amusingly, "Dearest Lou, the OT have now sent me a big, brown, smooth-haired hunting dog. It's young, good at following, and affectionate, and has soon settled down to its new life. Elbow looked aggrieved at first, but he now has lots of fun with his playfellow. It was at feeding time that Elbow suffered badly at first. Anyway, the two of them got me up the hill 4 times yesterday. I shall either send Elbow to you shortly or get you to look out for a dog for yourself. It's strange what a distraction these creatures can be, and how they can take your mind off your troubles." Rommel finishes his letter, then begins to help his aide pack his belongings for another inspection tour. This one will start with the 84th Corps, as per his conversation with Jodl. He reflects back on all the media at today's conference. He does not mind the coverage, and is satisfied that newsreels record his optimism. He goes over in his mind again the command problem regarding the panzers. It really bothers him to be nearly powerless on this issue, a feeling he is not used to. Of course, he might just go directly to the top. The Führer basically agreed with his concepts of defending the coast, so why not jump the chain of command and go right to him? Rommel has done it before. Besides, as a field marshal, he carries the privilege of having access to Hitler any time he desires. Anyway, Rommel learned long ago that the last man to get to talk to the Führer will probably be the one to get his way. Rommel feels that a trip to Berchtesgaden might be coming up. By early May 1944, the Allies have realized that the crucial matter of setting a day for the landing must be decided. The target date, originally called Y-Day, has been set for June 1st. Now the date has to be pinpointed. Maximum favorable conditions for the airdrop require light as well, but not so much early on in the evening, so that aircraft could still approach in darkness. Thus, a full moon rising around 1 or 2 a.m. would be best. And low winds are vital to minimize scattering, no greater than force 3, 8 to 12 miles per hour onshore, and force 4, 13 to 18 miles per hour offshore. Today, as the German Western leaders confer in Paris, Admiral Sir Bertram Ramsay, commanding the Allied Naval Expeditionary Force, sits down with General Eisenhower to determine an exact date. The Admiral tells him that, according to moon and tide predictions, and judging from the estimated level of readiness by then, the earliest favorable time after Y-Day would be June 5th, Y+4, and 6th, Y+5, weather permitting, of course. The moon would rise late the evening before, and low tide would occur just after dawn. Ramsay tells Eisenhower that the weather will be their biggest worry. Based upon historical weather records of the Normandy coast, the planners have calculated that the odds that all the required weather conditions are met in the month of June are only 1 in 13. Still, even with the weather odds against him, Eisenhower tentatively decides on June 5th, but he keeps open the 6th or 7th as well, just in case the weather on the 5th is unfavorable to launch the landings. Tuesday, May 9th. Another sunny day at La Roche-Guyon. Having discussed with his staff the results of the senior officers' conference the night before, Rommel leaves with a few senior staff members on another inspection tour. Prodded by Jodel's report that the British had found ways of defeating his beach obstacles, and since the Normandy area seems to be the focal point of recent reinforcement activity and personal concern by the Führer himself, Rommel decides that another tour west is in order. Having notified Marx 3 days ago to expect him, his motorcade now leaves at 7 a.m. Rommel's big, rumbling Horch circles in the courtyard once, and then rolls through the main gate. Trailing behind, as usual, is Ruger's old Mercury, with General Major Lattmann, their artillery advisor, sitting beside the Admiral. The motorcade passes the beautiful linden trees on the left side of the drive, and turning left onto the main road, it enters the southwest half of the village. They travel northwest with the Seine on their left, downstream to the town of Vernon, where they turn to cross over as usual. However, they find that the bridge there has been recently destroyed, so they are again forced to take a ferry across the big river. Now finally on the western bank, they continue northwest to the small coastal town of Uhlgate, just east of Cabourg. There they closely inspect some of the offshore obstacles recently erected. Rommel approves of the work being done. Out inspecting the obstacles, walking along the wet flats, the field marshal forgets how fast the tide comes in here, some 3 meters an hour, and suddenly they all find themselves scurrying off the beach to avoid the incoming waves. They continue to the open battery near Uhlgate and inspect it. They find that it has been the target of a number of bombings, and some of the damage is plain to see. They continue on along the bay southeast to Dives-sur-Mer, where 84th Corps Commander General Marx meets them. There they find that the recent dry spell has somewhat diminished the local attempts at deliberate flooding of the area. Hopefully some spring rain will take care of that. Onward they turn and travel inland again, southwest towards the city of Cannes. As they approach the outskirts, they discover an air raid in progress. They pull over until the bombing ends. While waiting, Rommel consults privately for a bit, with Marx in his hauch, while the staff members in the motorcade stand outside in the warm sunlight. After the two talk a while, they all proceed on into Cannes. Starting off the briefing, Marx reviews the disposition of his units. The 716th and 352nd Divisions hold the Calvados coast, while the 709th and 243rd defend the northern part of the Cotentin Peninsula. The 77th Infantry is moving from the Cannes area southeast to the Saloon estuary, just south of Avranches. The 21st Panzer Division will be just south of Cannes. Good. Rommel nods in approval. Major von der Heydter's newly arrived 6th Parachute Regiment of 3,450 men will move near Perrières, and the 91st Luftlander Division, initially slated for Brittany, will instead move to a position south of Valognes, high in the center of the Cotentin Peninsula. The 206th Panzer Battalion, with its almost pathetic combination of French, Czech, and Old German PZKW 1 and 2 tanks, is up in the northwest. The 7th Army Shock Battalion and its 1,100 assault troops are on maneuvers out of Le Haye-du-Puy. One problem is the 352nd Infantry, which is defending the western part of the Calvados beaches. The division, still recovering from its losses in Russia, only has 4 good battalions and 4 coastal batteries spread out along the coast around 8 major bunkers. Rommel makes a note to have them reinforced by June with a few dozen pillboxes, some mortar pits, rocket-launching sites, and dozens of machine-gun nests. There has been an increase in sabotage and small raids in the Brittany area in the spring, and a good deal of their supplies are coming from Allied airdrops. Enemy activity has increased remarkably, with very heavy aerial reconnaissance of the coastal areas, especially over the Cotentin Peninsula and the Orne estuary. Coastal batteries are getting bombed heavily. Fortunately, this includes the dummy positions they have set up to fool the Allied bombers. Also targeted are supply bottlenecks, such as bridges, major intersections, and depots. Rommel seems a bit skeptical at Marx's concern. The enemy air activity in this area is still less than it has recently been further north, in the 15th Army area. Marx then covers his future plans. For one thing, he intends to further strengthen the Cotentin Peninsula. He is heartened by the fact that since the peninsula is so narrow, any unit stationed in the interior could move to just about any trouble spot along the coast of the peninsula, or to the beaches east of the Vire River. Still, he points out, the Channel Islands are vulnerable, although a landing on Guernsey is not likely, due to the heavy fortifications there. Jersey, though, could be taken in a surprise airdrop. Rommel asks him where he would position another panzer division if they could get one released. Marx points to the map, near the base of the Cotentin Peninsula. Near Carentan, he tells Rommel. The field marshal nods in agreement. Marx goes over other problems. Obstacle construction will continue, despite material shortages. Cement is in critically low supply, and he has not received any for a week now. Scrap metal is hard to get too. So many of the obstacles are being made out of wood. Marx's men have done some 80 kilometers of coastline and some 170,000 stakes of Rommel's asparagus. Next up is Oberst Hans von Rohr, the Cherbourg fortress commander. His report on the readiness of the port details extensive progress, and Rommel is pleased. Next up is Generalmajor Edgar Feuchtinger, commanding the reconstituted 21st Panzer Division. Positioning his stout frame before a map, he rattles off a precise updated order of battle. His Schlachtordnung. He reports on the increased deliveries of the new PZKW-4 Panzers, and his division is making its own efforts to create some ad hoc tank destroyers by continuing to install and secure German anti-tank guns on some old captured French armored chassis. Becker is hard at work. Rommel tells Feuchtinger that he wants him to obtain an accurate layout of the road networks in the area to scope out the best routes for rapid mechanized movement. He also orders him to identify all possible open staging areas in the Cotentin Peninsula that could be used to organize a mobile combat group for mounting a counterattack. The Field Marshal, knowing Feuchtinger's lack of armored fighting experience, as well as that of a number of his division officers, goes into details. Every river crossing is to be utilized, he warns. They must move at night whenever possible, or else in bad weather. Long, strung-out columns, easy prey for enemy yebos, are to be avoided at all costs. Feuchtinger estimates that his trucks and armored cars can reach Cherbourg in 4 uninterrupted hours, and the mechanized units in a day or so. Rommel stresses upon him the critical importance of having contingency plans. They may have to move through areas blocked by paratroopers, debris, and ruins, or fight in totally unsuitable terrain. Cover all possibilities, he tells him. They break for lunch and go over to a nearby restaurant in Cannes. Afterwards, Rommel is off again with his staff, accompanied by Marx and his own corps staff. They travel to the 1716th Artillery Regiment, starting with the Riva Bella battery next to the Orne estuary and less than a kilometre north of Ouistreham. They inspect its gun positions. Then it's westward along the coast to look over the 150mm guns at the Longue-sur-Mer naval battery. At this time, Admiral Hennecke, the Cherbourg Peninsula naval commander, joins them. Looking out over the bay, he tells the gathered officers, if they come, they'll come here. It is not so important that he believes it, he just wants them to believe it. From there they continue westward along the coast, inspecting the beaches near Vierville. After making some more comments and his staff taking notes, they move on to Grand Camp, next to the Vire estuary. It is supposedly on this portion of the tour that Rommel stands overlooking a deserted beach facing the channel. There he once again tells those officers present one of his cardinal points, that the first 24 hours of the invasion will be decisive, and that für die Alliierten und auch für die Deutschen der langste Tag wird. For the Allies, as well as for the Germans, it will be the longest day. They continue on across the Vire and pass the battery at Pointe du Hoc. Rommel is told that fierce bombing in mid-April destroyed one of the battery's 6 155mm French guns. Because of this, the other 5 were covertly moved inland. They will be brought back to the bunkers when the invasion begins. Rommel notes the lower air activity here than that over Dunkirk, further evidence to him that the blow will fall elsewhere. Still, his beach defences in Normandy are progressing steadily, although they are much less advanced than those at Calais. They move inland to Isigny-sur-Mer and inspect some flooded areas. They finally reach Marx's headquarters at Saint-Lô around 8 p.m. that night, once again tired from the day's activities. Marx puts on a decent meal for them. Afterwards, he and the Field Marshal have a long, interesting talk, while several officers take walks around the area before retiring to the guest quarters. More reports come in of coastal batteries and bridges being bombed. Calais, Sangatte, Fréthun, Marcouf, Morsaline. That night, Rommel's official diary reflects his activity. Have left on an inspection tour of the Cotentin Peninsula, since this seems to be the area where the Schwerpunkt of an enemy landing might take place. On the way I was impressed by the remarkable work and achievements of the 711th Division. It was certainly worth my spending so much time and energy on the construction of our defences. Without these, I would have looked with great anxiety upon the possibilities of enemy landings over here. Today, Hitler's doctor, 57-year-old Theo Morel, examines his only patient, who he identifies as mysterious patient A, and notes his high level of stress. He also observes advanced neurological problems. The nearly uncontrollable tremor in the Führer's hand is now present in one of his legs as well, a byproduct, no doubt, of the stress and a certain degree of psychological hysteria. A physical reason for this is, in the physician's mind, unlikely. The doctor notes in his diary, leg tremor caused by agitation, invasion imminent. Where? Today, British Admiral Ramsay orders the Allied naval forces in Great Britain to freeze all invasion plans by May 12th, so that the deluge of changes, alterations, and augmentations do not overwhelm his planners. Critical in their timetable will be a well-planned air offensive. Huge air fleets of fighters and bombers will have to hit preliminary targets all over Europe. Between April 1st and D-Day, the Allies will have flown over 200,000 bombing sorties over northern France, averaging 1 ton of bombs dropped for every sortie. They will lose nearly 2,000 aircraft in doing so. Wednesday, May 10th. After breakfast, Rommel's small convoy leaves Saint-Lô at 7 a.m. in a light fog to inspect the Cotentin Peninsula. Admirals Ruger and Henneker go with him. Featured in today's inspection tour will be several strong points along the coast. Driving through Carentan, they stop at a coastal fortification identified as Strong Point WN5. Rommel is not too happy with the design of this position, including the exposed open pits for the 4 50mm guns and the uncovered 37mm Panzerstellung R-67 Renault tank turret. Plus, it is not fortified enough. Ramming blocks are too few, the anti-airborne asparagus behind is too scant. There are not enough Czech hedgehogs along the beach in front, and he sees no Belgian gates at all. Rommel vents his displeasure upon the 709th Divisional Commander, von Schlieben, Regimental Commander, Keil, and the company commander, Hauptmann Matz. In response, one junior officer dares report to him about the difficulties getting his men to construct effective barbed wire obstacles. Rommel is still upset at this point, and at the sudden interruption. He impulsively looks at the junior officer. Glaring at the young man, he snaps, "Let me see your hands for a minute, Lieutenant." He obviously wants to show him that it is hard to assess the capabilities of your men if you are not there alongside them. Lieutenant Janka seems shaken by this command, but he dutifully complies. He removes his smooth grey suede gloves and holds his hand out. The field marshal looks down and notes that they are scratched with small tears and have some calluses. This boy has obviously learned somewhere, probably in Russia, that good officers pitch in right next to their men to prepare defensive obstacles. Rommel's anger subsides. He nods his head. "Well done, Lieutenant. The blood on an officer's hands from fortification work is worth every bit as much as that shed in battle." Janka, only 23, is a seasoned veteran of the Eastern Front and a Knight's Cross recipient. He wants to reply that he has had to work hard because his men are not trained in building modern fortifications, and are actually drawing on their experiences from the World War I. Instead, though, the second lieutenant holds his frustration and merely replies, "Jawohl, Herr Feldmarschall." Rommel departs and continues up the coast, stopping to inspect the Saint-Marcouf battery. The position was hit hard in late April, and evidence of the damage is clear. Further up the peninsula, the motorcade stops at the main battery near Morsalines. It sits on a hill overlooking a stretch of beach that runs northeast of the Vire estuary. The battery, located not far south of Saint-Vat-la-Hougue and installed back in 1941, now has vegetation growing along the sides of the bunkers. The position consists of 6 155mm captured French K416 guns, mounted in semi-open concrete positions. Realistic camouflage nets hang in selected areas. Admiral Henniker points out that the battery, having been there for a few years, has no doubt been located and pinpointed by the Allies, thanks mostly to the resistance. Rommel takes a tour of the area and sees bomb craters everywhere. Several of the 6 exposed main guns, as well as the secondary 75mm and 20mm flak positions, have suffered quite a bit from aerial attacks. A number of them have been partially buried by bomb debris, and several of the guns have been tipped over, the wheels on one side now sticking up into the air. The netting is therefore not fooling the bombers. No, concrete barbettes are needed to protect the guns from above. The battery commander arrives and confirms what Rommel has seen. He reports that a low-level enemy air raid the night before destroyed 2 of the guns. The other 4 are damaged, having been hit hard by the RAF. The battery at Pointe du Hoc, as Rommel has already been told, had been hit too. Rommel marvels that the enemy bombing patterns are so accurate. He is told they used special flares that turned the night sky into day, Feldmarschall. Rommel nods knowingly. He has seen nighttime flares used effectively in North Africa. He orders that the 4 damaged guns be moved back to an open but sheltered area some 3 kilometers inland, closer to Vitkozville, and remain there even after they are fixed. They can still be moved up in time. When the battery commander expresses some indecision, Rommel shakes his head. "Don't worry," he replies consolingly. "The enemy cannot get a huge invasion fleet across the Channel without us having some sort of warning time from our recon sources. It won't take you long to move the guns back up into their bunker positions. In the meantime, I have a feeling that this is not the last you've heard from the enemy bombers." It makes sense, and the relieved battery commander replies that it will be done. It should not take long to move the guns back up into their bunker positions. Rommel's procession continues up the road towards Cherbourg. At 1 p.m. they stop at La Pernelle, a small town a few kilometers north of Saint-Vaast. Rommel gives a short speech there. A journalist records his words on tape. They continue on to Saint-Pierre-Église, at the top of the peninsula some 10 kilometers west of Barfleur. It is the strategic crossroads for the area, and through it runs a main rail line from Paris westward to the port of Cherbourg. There they are briefed. Then lunch. As they often do during the meal, the officers pull out a radio and tune in to the BBC. Today, broadcasting from a station just opposite Calais. Enemy broadcasts are usually a good source of some information, even if it is skewed to the enemy's viewpoint. And it is usually entertaining. They all relax, sit back, enjoy their meal, and listen to the news broadcast. There are the usual items about rationing, the British Parliament, and the royal family. Then a news item comes on that surprises Rommel. The announcer reports that bombings of the Morsaline battery on the coast, the one that he has just been at. Is it a coincidence that the very battery he inspected that morning is in the news broadcast? Should security on his travels be re-evaluated? But the announcer's next comments absolutely shock him. His eyes narrow as the radio voice quips sarcastically, "Well, Herr Rommel, you finally managed to discover your battery at Morsaline, the one you didn't see on your last inspection trip because it was so well camouflaged." After a short, stunned silence, his staff members react by blurting out a few dismayed exclamations as he sits back in surprise and tries to organize his confused train of thought. How in the hell does the British news announcer know where he has just been? Perhaps the enemy knows their route. That could very well mean treason. This makes twice now in 2 days. They had originally planned to go on up to Cherbourg today, but he had decided to change their schedule last night when the evening's BBC announcement had mentioned that he would be touring the port facilities there on Wednesday. He had figured that by changing their schedule and not going where the British news had reported, he would throw off any possible attacks against his motorcade, either from the air or from partisans. as well as smugly show everyone that British radio was not always right. So he had altered their route. But it turns out, after all, that the laugh was on him. Now, only a couple hours after he has stopped at Morsalines, his visit is being broadcast by the BBC. Perturbed and wary now, they cautiously continue the tour, ending up on the other side of the peninsula before they start back for Saint-Lô. Luckily, they make it without incident. That evening, he dines again with General Marx. Reports coming in from his chateau include an OKW summary. It states that the invasion will probably occur in mid-May, with the 18th the best pick. The most likely location will be Normandy, not Calais. The second is Brittany. So much for the popular Straits of Dover presumption. Heavy air attacks on very small areas are expected to accompany intense, severe naval gunfire support of the landing. The introduction of new weapons is quite possible. Possibly dense airborne landings could occur just before the landing. Rommel spends the rest of the evening discussing with his staff and with Marx today's events, the summary, and further ideas on new types of minefields and tactics they could employ. That night he notes in his daily diary, "Am proceeding with my visit to the peninsula. An Allied landing in this Morsalines area seems quite possible, inasmuch as the enemy would not fear any menace to its flanks. We cannot count upon the Luftwaffe. In spite of that, the gentlemen of the Luftwaffe sit on their high horses, supercilious as ever. It is, indeed, an impossible situation that I, as Commander-in-Chief of an army group, do not know what means the Luftwaffe will put into battle when the decisive moment strikes. After all, as Commander-in-Chief, I should know." Today, the Allied air commands begin a concentrated campaign against German coastal radar installation and support sites, attacking between Ostende in the northeast and the Channel Islands off the Cotentin Peninsula. Also targeted are radio and other communication centers. Fighter groups begin singling out these special detection networks all over northern Europe. Top priority goes to the large, long-range radar stations, because the Allies figure that they would be the hardest to repair and would take the longest time to put back into operation. Thursday, May 11th. Today, in a continuing pre-invasion campaign, the 8th Air Force begins coordinated operations against Luftwaffe airfields, especially those less than 150 miles from the planned invasion beaches. This includes some 40 fighter airfields. Special emphasis will be placed on aircraft maintenance and repair installations. By D-Day, this effort will total some 90 such raids. The Luftwaffe, though, will suffer little, since most of their aircraft have already been moved inland. When this becomes evident to the Allies later in the month, they will discontinue their attacks. In the meantime, the air effort continues against rail centers and marshalling yards. The ones at Chaumont, some 136 miles southeast of Paris, are hit. It is a beautiful morning. Rommel is off again, his last day for this inspection tour before he leaves Marx and heads back towards his chateau. Today, Rommel wants to wind it up inspecting the 21st Panzer Division. At present, it is the only panzer unit that would be able to immediately respond to any landing on the Normandy beaches. On instinct, Rommel stops at Falaise early in the morning and drops in on the headquarters of the 100th Panzer Regiment, commanded by Oberst Hermann von Oppelen-Bronichowski. Rommel arrives around 8:15 a.m. They park, and the Field Marshal climbs out of his hautch and walks briskly over to the regimental headquarters. Von Oppelen is a decorated, well-seasoned panzer veteran of the Russian front. Rommel expects no problems here. So it is unpleasantly surprising when he walks into the adjutant's office and is told that the regiment's gallant commanding officer is not around. Rommel, disappointed and impatient, asks that he be found immediately. While the field marshal cools his heels, two of the regimental staff aides fly out the door and over to von Oppelen's quarters to get him. They find their colonel passed out on his bed, sleeping off a rousing night of heavy drinking. He is lying there still in yesterday's uniform, smelling strongly of stale alcohol and in need of a shave. Excitedly they wake him, and the tired colonel opens one eye. "Herr Oberst," one of the aides says urgently. "Herr Oberst, come, please. Herr Oberst, Feldmarschall Rommel is here." Von Oppelen, groggy, partially sits up, his eyes still half closed. "Who?" he barks. He is not in a good mood. He overdid it again the night before, and his head feels like it is going to split apart. "Feldmarschall Rommel!" Von Oppelen sighs, trying to wake up. "Rommel?" he grumps. "Did you say Rommel?" He sits up and scratches his head. His tongue feels like sandpaper. "Jawohl, Herr Oberst. He is here for an inspection." "Ja, he grumbles in a tired voice as he staggers up out of bed and tries to straighten his uniform. What on earth is the Field Marshal doing here at this hour? And him in bed? Well, no time for hygiene. "Why the hell didn't anyone tell me that he was coming?" he yells. "No one knew, Herr Oberst," his aide replies excitedly. "He just came." Great. Just damned great. Some 10 minutes later, von Oppelen walks into the headquarters office. Rommel, who has been slowly losing his patience waiting all this time, notes with irritation that while the colonel has washed his stubbled face, for whatever that was worth, stale alcohol is still on his breath, and his uniform, smelling of tobacco, is wrinkled, smudged, and disheveled. The man's face suggests the pain that is no doubt hammering in his head. Obviously, he had been actively carousing into the late hours and is hungover. Rommel turns to him with a scowl. "Good morning, Herr Feldmarschall," the colonel croaks politely, giving what he hopes is a disarming smile. Actually, he probably cannot even feel his face. Rommel, his blue eyes blazing, explodes. "You're lazy stinkers," he roars at the startled colonel, who winces in pain at the sudden noise. "What happens if the enemy invasion begins before 8:30? Von Oppelen, his head splitting and clearly suffering, is at a loss for words. Caught off guard, he resignedly shrugs his shoulders, wearily slumps down into a chair, and mutters with a sigh, "Catastrophe. What the hell, they are going to shoot him anyway. Now would be a good time to do it." The room goes deathly quiet, as the other officers gape at the two of them with horrified expressions. How will the Field Marshal react? Amazingly, though, von Oppelen's delivery is perfect comic relief, and it hits the Field Marshal just right. In the ensuing silence, Rommel, thrown off guard, cannot stop a slow smile from breaking across his face. He chuckles softly. The retort has amused him, and he obviously cannot chastise the poor guy any further. He plainly is hurting enough. Besides, von Oppelen knows his stuff. He is a Knight's Cross holder. He has cheated death by enemy fire several times in France and in Russia. Still smiling, Rommel mercifully shakes his head in amusement, and leaves the building with his staff. Chuckling softly, he heads for his car. He can almost hear the sighs of relief coming from inside. He goes on to inspect the regiment. They have worked hard recently, preparing certain defensive positions. They have dug holes in the ground for their panzers to sit in, hull down, so that just the turrets are visible above ground. They have also buried munitions and supplies. Rommel is satisfied. He makes sure that they run patrols and conduct exercises, not that they can set off much ordnance. It is too scarce. 1 or maybe 2 shots in a firing exercise is the most that can be allowed. Of course, once the invasion comes, they will be able to fire. He instructs that each panzer be allocated 100 shells for the real thing. At the drill ground, he attends a presentation put on by some mortars and by Major Becker's rocket-launching company. He has again done some improvisings by taking stationary Nebelwerfers, fog or smoke launchers, and mounting them onto some of those French-tracked vehicles. Then comes a firing exercise to demonstrate laying down a smoke screen. Rommel watches, awestruck, as several volleys of rockets are launched with one of the most awful noises that he has ever heard, and whomp into the ground in succession, the explosion starting a small forest fire. To him, the demonstration is an overwhelming success. He gives Becker his heartiest congratulations. "Build me more," he says, beaming. He goes on to view the rest of the division. He inspects von Luch's 125th Panzer Grenadiers, noting that their 1st Battalion now has half-tracks for transport. The 2nd Battalion now has a number of supply trucks, although some are odd models. He converses with von Luch, who tells him more about Becker's strange self-propelled weapons. General Feuchtinger had a few weeks ago ordered him to drive to Sonderkommando Becker in Paris and familiarize himself with the new equipment. Von Luch had gone and had marveled at the ingenious mobile assault weapons Becker had managed to create out of old captured chassis, odd-caliber guns, and some scrap metal. Still chatting, Rommel and von Luch wander off to talk to some more divisional officers. Food in this area, Rommel is told, is scarce. Potatoes are often rotten, and meat is very hard to come by. As for the French themselves, well, they tolerate the occupiers, but predictably do not like them at all. Rather, they treat them in a snobbish, haughty fashion. That is understandable under the circumstances. Finally, it is time to leave. Rommel thanks the officers present for their efforts to remain civil with the local populace and exhorts them to stay so. Angry Frenchman is the last thing that he needs at this time, especially in light of the recent escalated activities of La Résistance. He stops to have lunch with Feuchtinger at his division staff quarters at Saint-Pierre-sur-Dive. There is one new detail for the division commander. Rommel has decided that, until he can get a sizable panzer unit moved to the base of the Cotentin Peninsula, the 21st Panzer Recon Battalion will have to deploy west some 100 kilometers to around Carentan. He instructs Feuchtinger to plan for moving them soon. He returns to his chateau that night. Tired, he goes straight to bed. Today, von Rundstedt is on the phone with Keitel at OKW, complaining about his crippled rail supply network. The enemy air attacks in the last couple months have been devastating. Hundreds of locomotives have been hit. Von Rundstedt asks if he can be allowed to use prisoners of war to help repair his rail units. As a precedent, he points out that Kesselring had been allowed to do so a couple weeks earlier. Keitel promises to ask the Führer. At 84th Corps headquarters, General Marx is thankful that Rommel has finally finished his inspection tour. He likes discussing defensive methods with the Field Marshal, but the man at times makes him feel decidedly uncomfortable. Now, sitting at his desk, he continues the letter he had started home. These last few days, Rommel was again with me. We get along well, although we are very different. Everything here, too, seems to push the final decision. Perhaps it has come closer. It will come to us in May. He goes on. Opinion, at present, is that the Tommies have decided to tackle me. I've been given a lot of fine new soldiers, and I've been busy unpacking them from their cardboard boxes and setting them up. This brings the number in my corps up to more than 100,000. It's highly gratifying to see the number and the quality of divisions that we can still turn out in this, the 5th war year. The latest to arrive here, the 91st Airborne Division, is a real elite one. We had nothing remotely like it left by 1918, so I'm looking into the future with a good heart, whatever they choose to throw at me. I've got this bad feeling that things won't start heating up until about my birthday. Marx pauses and stares down at the paper. It is strange, but the night before, when they dined, he and Rommel had actually enjoyed a pleasant evening, despite the fact that they occasionally disagreed on schedules. Marx had once complained about all the work his men were doing on the beach defences. He had grumbled that his men were getting neither training nor rest. Rommel had looked back at him and replied dryly, "My dear Marx, which would they rather be, tired or dead?" They had later stumbled on the amusing fact that Marx and the Field Marshal's wife had the same birthday, June 6th. Marx will be 53, while Lucy will turn 50. Marx now wonders what his birthday would bring him, besides another year to reflect back on. He looks down and continues writing. Friday, May 12th. Rommel this morning finds himself in a sort of funk. The isolation of his position and the desperate urgency in his mission are starting to affect him. To get his mind off issues, he plays with elbow and treff. Then he calls Jodl at Berchtesgaden and reports to him that the southern portion of the Cotentin Peninsula is still devoid of any real strength. He suggests that they move the 12th SS Panzer Division there. Jodl replies that he will consider the request. Air activities, he adds, are really starting to heat up. Enemy air raids, once just relatively minor occurrences, now disrupt a good part of northern France. Bridges get attacked repeatedly, usually in daylight. Trains are getting strafed, almost with impunity. Coastal batteries are getting bombed up and down the channel. Cities near the coast are being hit. Granted, a lot of the damage being reported is distorted, but there seems to be a fair lot going on right now. Some of the more poorly designed positions are suffering badly. Jodl acknowledges that Luftwaffe reports show that coastal air bases are being hit hard too. Rommel asks him if this means some of the squadrons might move inland, and Jodl admits a few already have. Great. If you look up and don't see it up there at all, it must be the Luftwaffe. They discuss airborne operations. Rommel says that he has revised his estimate of the countryside. Having talked to a number of airborne troops, he realizes that the patchwork bocage country is well suited for airborne landings. It is relatively easy to land in open areas and then quickly hide in the trees. Rommel also tells him that they need more cement. Supplies are very low, and 7th Army is behind in its casemate constructions. Jodl patiently tells him that he is getting all the Reich can spare at this time. Rommel closes by adding, "Just get me the 12th SS Panzer, that's all. The base of Cotentin is bare, and the paratroopers are right. Contrary to popular opinion, the terrain there is ideal for airborne landings. The hedgerows and ditches would allow the landing assault troops to find cover immediately, but would be difficult to reach if we had troops already there. And Marx's men have not had time to put up enough obstacles for the area." Jodl soothingly replies that he will look into the matter. Rommel finally hangs up, frustrated. He knows that the call has, for the most part, been in vain. He spends the rest of the morning catching up on paperwork and issuing new orders for the redeployment of units in the Cotentin Peninsula. Reports of air attacks, bombings, strafings, and aerial reconnaissance, not to mention damage reports from aerial activity the days before, pour into the chateau. Some of these attacks can be heard outside, distant rumblings, as of thunder. Around noontime, Luftwaffe General von Barsevich is ushered into Rommel's office. Rommel does not mince words with him, and lets him know how disappointed he is with them. After the general leaves, Rommel has Lang enter into his daily report. I told him quite clearly what I expected from the Luftwaffe. It is incomprehensible how within 2 years we have let our air supremacy drop to its present level. The Luftwaffe, it seems, has been resting on its laurels, and has not found ways to adapt itself to the present-day necessities of the war. I, too, could have rested on my laurels, but constantly renewed efforts were required of me, just as much as they were of the Luftwaffe. The rest of the day at La Roche-Guyon passes fairly well. Late that afternoon, Rommel is visited by the quartermaster of the army, General Eduard Wagner. They discuss shortages and the war in general. That evening, Rommel holds a lavish dinner for him, and the Heeresgruppe B staff is allowed to relax. The banquet is done in grand style. Wagner loves food, and Rommel is glad. He wants to score some brownie points with the OKH quartermaster. Perhaps he can secure some much-needed supplies, like Panzerfaust weapons. Later on, Speidel has an opportunity to speak privately with Wagner, who is actually a fellow co-conspirator. They update each other and discuss strategies on how to win the field marshal over. A little later, their business concluded, Speidel and Wagner return to the main study. No one is aware of what they have discussed. As they part for the evening, Speidel asks Wagner to tell his brother-in-law, Dr. Max Horst, on Stubnagel's staff, that he promises to get in touch with him as soon as he can. That night, Rommel writes to Lucy. Part of the letter is about Treff and Elbow. Thanks for all the things you sent me, especially the cheese sticks. I'm already busily eating them up. The two mutts have made friends. The little one is a scream. Treff got into a fight with a German shepherd yesterday. When I come, the two of them are so enthusiastic, and I can't get away, unless I take them for a walk in the park. The little one will probably soon be with you in Herrlingen. He also mentions the dogs in his diary. My two dogs are a great source of joy. Above all, they take away some of my preoccupation arising from the great responsibilities placed upon me. That is also the reason why I can hardly afford to deal with personal matters. Furthermore, I find it difficult to establish close contact with other people. A man in my position is doomed to loneliness. Administratively, there are at present more panzer divisions in France than there are operational headquarters to command them. The Waffen-SS has Sepp Dietrich staff, and the OKW reserve panzers have Gers. An administrative buffer command is needed between Rommel and his own 3 reserve panzer units, the 2nd, the newly formed 116th, and the 21st. To better help administer these reserve panzer divisions, O.B. West orders the 47th Panzer Corps headquarters to relocate from Russia to command these units. General von Funk, a veteran of the Eastern Front, had been appointed the Corps commander on March 5th. He is a long-time friend of Heinz Guderian's, although Rommel knows him too. Rommel had turned over his legendary Gespenster Division to him in February 1941, so that he could go to North Africa. At the Berghof, the news from Italy today is not good. The American Fifth Army and the British Eighth Army are continuing their expected spring offensive, started the night before against the Gustav Line in Italy. The Allies are trying to move northward, to join up with the troops at the Anzio beachhead. Clearly, the Hermann Göring Panzer Division will not be going to France now, no matter what the Western commanders have been told. Saturday, May 13th. It is early morning. At 7 a.m., Rommel and his entourage depart headquarters again on another tour, this time to the Somme estuary. It is here that Rommel really thinks the invasion will come, and in light of the OKW assessment that the invasion might very well start any day now. He wants to make one more inspection of this area. They travel northeast in a heavy fog and call on the 2nd Panzer Division. They find various divisional units bivouacked in fields around the headquarters near Amiens. There are many others in the nearby woods as well, trying, no doubt, to stay away from the eyes of the enemy Yebos. The fact that they lack any suitable anti-aircraft weapons is no doubt a big motivator for cover and camouflage. Still, they have obeyed his orders to stay out of the villages, and Rommel is satisfied to see that. He talks to the new divisional commander, General von Luttwitz, who tells him that his division has indeed scouted and noted the best routes available for rapid deployment, whether they be straight ahead to the coast, up towards Calais, or southwest towards Le Havre. Like von Oppelen-Bronikovsky, von Luttwitz was once an excellent decorated equestrian, although he is now overweight and haughtily sports a monocle. Working his way up the general ranks, distinguishing himself in Russia, he was finally given command of the recuperating 2nd Panzer in March. Rommel notes that 2 bridges in the area have been destroyed by bombs, and getting supplies and reinforcements across the Somme River could pose a serious logistical problem when the invasion comes. Rommel suggests that the bridges be rebuilt just below the river surface, and that the center span be left off until it is needed. He stops and talks to some of the panzer commanders. At one point he yells out, "When the enemy approaches, don't engage in operational maneuvers. Just keep shooting." They move on towards Abbeville and inspect the 85th Infantry Division, located behind the coastal main line of defense. Arriving at divisional headquarters in the famous town of Cressy, they get briefed by the commanding officer, Generalleutnant Kurt Chill. The men complain to Rommel that they lack machine guns. "That's no problem," Rommel tells them. "Then take the guns off the paratroopers when they drop in on you." He instructs the senior officers to make sure the division is deployed against airborne assault, so that it can immediately defend itself. To make this strategy even more effective, he tells them to issue their men additional ammunition. They move on to inspect the 348th Division and note the 230 stakes that have been installed along the beach. Continuing, they inspect a tetrahedron plant in Caillou, and Rommel expresses dissatisfaction over the design they are manufacturing. "I want to have the most modern and the best model," he tells them. They move on and stop to observe a demonstration of the new Nutcracker mine. A few are detonated effectively, and Rommel is satisfied. Then on to Le Touquet, noting several enemy bomber formations overhead as they drive. That evening the group stays at the soldiers' quarters in town, where they enjoy a fine dinner. Rommel is in a good mood, having a sense of accomplishment from what he has observed today. Later he writes in his diary about the fact that some had once dismissed him as being an inexperienced, unfit commander. However, as he did in France in 1940 and North Africa in 1941, he is again proving that he can do what others said was not possible. In this case, turning the Atlantic coast, once considered indefensible, into a deadly weapon. Now he is going to disprove both of those viewpoints. Unlike these naysayers, though, Hitler had still been confident enough in him to give him a critical post, one that would ultimately determine the future of the Reich. So the hell with what the rest of his flunkies thought, he adds with a firm hand. Der Führer vertraut mir, und das gehört mir auch. The Führer trusts me, and that's enough for me. He will want to get an early start in the morning. Today, Großadmiral Karl Dönitz is informed that his last surviving son, Oberleutnant zur See Klaus Dönitz, assigned to Schnellboot S-141, has just been reported missing in action, along with the rest of the boat's 18 crew members. It has apparently been sunk by a French warship. It had been his son's 24th birthday, and he had been invited by his comrades to ride along and take part in a 10-boat night patrol northeast of the Isle of Wight. Klaus, because of who his father was normally not authorized to go on any such dangerous mission. When the Admiral's younger son, Peter, had been lost nearly a year ago aboard U-954, Klaus had been removed from combat operations and had resorted to studying medicine. His ties to his old shipmates, though, were strong. They were going out in a formidable force on a routine patrol, and he really longed for some action, so he had convinced them to secretly take him along. Early on the night of the 12th, the S-boats of the 5th and 9th flotillas slipped across the channel in the early night and began stalking some shipping off Selsey Bill Point. Suddenly, they discovered that 2 enemy destroyers were unexpectedly closing in on them. The boats stayed silent, trying to remain undetected. Using searchlights, though, the enemy vessels spotted the Schnellbooter and immediately engaged the group. In the ensuing action, one boat had been heavily damaged, and S-141 had unfortunately been destroyed. Klaus was missing in action. The despondent Kriegsmarine leader nevertheless goes ahead with the soirée planned that night for the Japanese ambassador. After it is over, though, his wife collapses in grief over the loss. Dönitz vows to take revenge on the British. At Hitler's Daily War Conference, the subject of the upcoming invasion in the West is again covered thoroughly. Many seem anxious for the landing to begin, so that it can be thwarted and they can move on to concentrate on other battle areas. There is even a small concern growing that the landing may not come. Propaganda Minister Goebbels gets field reports from many civilian leaders who feel that way, although they are disheartened about the air terror. Today he records in his diary, "The letters I am getting talk almost solely about the invasion. People are not only expecting, but looking forward to it. They're only afraid that the enemy may not try." It is late afternoon at La Roche-Guyon. The Field Marshal, having departed that morning to tour the coast, will be staying at Le Touquet this evening. Knowing this, his Chief of Staff is using the opportunity to invite a close friend to the chateau for dinner, Ernst Junger. An established author, he is currently a Hauptmann assigned to the command of Military Governor General Stulpnagel in Paris. Like Speidel, both are in the secret Schwarzkapelle. In fact, Junger is one of Speidel's contacts with the group. He had managed to get himself appointed to Stulpnagel's staff to be close to Speidel and to Rommel. Now, with Rommel gone, the Chief of Staff has bid the author over for dinner so that they can talk freely. Speidel will also get a chance to see an advanced copy of the peace manifesto that the plotters have created. They will put it into effect once Hitler has been assassinated. The two seclude themselves as soon as Junger arrives, and Speidel eagerly goes over the draft. He makes some favorable comments and offers a few suggestions. They then put the papers away and go to dinner. Afterwards, Speidel suggests that they go for a stroll around the grounds. Although it had been foggy earlier, the skies have cleared up. The two conspirators walk out into the garden and begin climbing up around the back of the chateau, enjoying the scenery as sunset begins. Naturally, they do not discuss politics as they pass a sentry here and there. Junger himself is not the fidgety type, but he is amazed at the calm that Speidel radiates. The Chief of Staff seems to be in control of his world, as they trek talking about the war. Speidel takes in the idyllic countryside and suggests in general how the future might be. They hike up the hill above the chateau to the old Norman tower, noting the occasional anti-aircraft units interspersed around the countryside. They continue up the battlements. Here they decide to share a bottle of fine wine as they discourse. With nobody in earshot now, they discuss various covert matters. Junger asks if Speidel has made much headway converting the Field Marshal to the cause of peace. He adds that many of the other plotters are quite worried about it. Rommel is their best hope for a leader after Hitler is killed. He is the one man who everyone, the Allies, the German people, and the Wehrmacht, will probably accept as a leader to end the war. If anybody can negotiate a peace with England and the United States, assuming such a thing is still possible, he can. The two of them finally arise from sitting at the battlements and slowly meander back down around the Norman tower. Walking down the hillside, they leave the chateau area and begin strolling towards the little village of La Roche-Guyon. They eventually stop and sit down, overlooking the Seine. Speidel tells Junger about his attempts to win over Rommel. He has indirectly approached the Field Marshal on the issue a couple of times. Despite the fact that Rommel was uncomfortable about the subject, they had discussed certain issues along a general vein. Rommel knows, of course, that they cannot possibly win the war. He has known that since North Africa. He still believes, though, that negotiations with the West are possible, not to mention highly desirable. Speidel points out that Rommel also feels that it is time to end the war before Germany is totally destroyed. Negotiations might still be possible if the right conditions are placed before the United States and Britain. With a slight smile, Speidel also tells Junger that Rommel confided in him the belief that the Führer would have to step down for this to be possible. They eventually get up and start walking slowly through a meadow. Speidel occasionally pauses to gaze at some flora or to admire a bush. He stops at one point, bends over, and picks a lovely flower. Standing up, he slowly twirls it in his hand, and then looks around him. How beautiful this Seine Valley is! Flowers of all types are in bloom. Spring here is at its height. After a short while they start back, walking through one of the village's narrow streets. Junger glances at Speidel, who just smiles back at him confidently. "Don't worry," he says. "The war in Europe will be all over by this autumn." "What about the field marshal?" Junger asks. "I think he'll come around," is Speidel's assured reply. Junger is not so sure. Sunday, May 14th. After staying overnight at the soldiers' quarters in Les Touquets, Rommel this morning prepares to continue inspecting the Somme area, even though it is Sunday. They begin at 6:45 a.m. There is a light rain as they leave, but the field marshal enjoys the bad weather. It is now his ally. Every rainy day means another day without having to worry about the enemy invasion. They start out by viewing the nearby positions of the 326th Infantry Division near Montreuil. The 326th is another Bodenständige unit, part of the coastal secondary line of defense. Rommel is satisfied with the progress the officers have made. To help them better understand, though, he takes time out once again to explain how he wants certain barrier details constructed. But he does approve of the dummy coastal batteries that have been erected, and praises them for the nearly 100,000 wooden stakes that even the local folks have helped to put up. On behalf of their efforts, he suggests that they hold a sort of builders' folk party, like a Richtfest. He smiles when a senior officer tells him that they are ready to counterattack any enemy landing. He goes on to explain about more barrier ideas that are being used in other areas, while stressing to them the need to keep in mind the agricultural concerns of the local farmers. The inspection group moves on to Montreuil. There they inspect 82nd Corps' 191st Reserve Infantry Division. The commanding officer briefs Rommel and shows him on a map all the points where the Allied bombers have hit so far. They leave mid-morning and drive back towards Les Touquets, and then up the coast to Hardelot Plage, where they inspect some areas hit by air raids. At noontime they dine at a Vergeltungswaffen arsenal near Le Châtel, sharing some one-pot stew with the soldiers and local workers in a nearby underground warehouse bunker. There they confer with Army Commander von Salmuth himself. He warms up to Rommel, and the meeting starts off nicely. Von Salmuth congratulates the field marshal on his efforts, and, in turn, Rommel hands out to the men a few concertinas. Various recipients gratefully accept them, and then proceed to show their talent, or lack of it, as is more often the case, playing them. One bragging combat engineer boasts that there is nothing the combat engineers cannot do, but playing a concertina he has never tried, and he declines the generous offers to try one in front of the field marshal. After all, he isn't stupid. Then they are off again, now to inspect Furbach's 331st Infantry Division. A few hours later they move on to Generalleutnant Balzer's 182nd Training Infantry Division, a light unit made up of 7 badly equipped battalions lacking a great deal of ammunition and weapons. Rommel's staff notes that most of the battalions are to be transferred to other units. A little after 5 that afternoon, they have another conference at the General Sinhuber's 82nd Corps headquarters at Aire-sur-la-Lys. There, Rommel commends everyone for the work that they have done in their area, including putting in scores of thousands of anti-airborne stakes. He also thanks them for the sacrifices that they have made so far for the Reich. They finally head home, traveling south to Beauvais, and from there southwest back to La Roche-Guyon. When they arrive at the chateau at 8:30 p.m., they are met in the courtyard by their headquarters band, such as it is, which has been augmented by more concertinas that he has supplied for them. The turnout puts Rommel in a good mood. Today, at noon, after a few morning hours of reading reports and some discussion with Blumentritt, Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt decides to go for a stroll. Blumentritt continues to worry about his safety whenever he goes out in public. Von Rundstedt reassures him, telling him that, although the residence is not closed off from the rest of the city, he has never been bothered. To the Chief of Staff, though, the problem is more serious than that. It is bad enough that the villa has little security, but the Field Marshal often likes to take 1 to 2 hour walks around the area, thus physically exposing himself to possible violence. Sometimes he just walks around town, the city park, or up the hill to the girls' school, or he might stop in a restaurant for a drink. He seldom lets anyone go with him, except sometimes his adjutant, and of course he never carries any weapons. The only items he ever takes include an occasional walking stick and handfuls of chocolates and other sweets for children that he might encounter. Naturally, these chance meetings have increased in number over time, as word has spread from one child to another. His officers worry about him as well, that every time he leaves for a promenade, he might get mugged or assassinated. They once tried to remedy the situation by assigning 2 guards to trail him at a distance, whenever he went on one of his walks. That idea, though, did not work for long. His sharp eyes had soon noticed his followers, and after that he began cracking jokes about his 2 hangers-on. Still, they continued to show up whenever he went for a stroll, so he began to get devious. Sneaking out the back gate, he would begin his walk by going to a nearby park, or through the school grounds up on the hill. Then he would stroll along certain pathways, and then suddenly duck into the woods or a building to elude his pursuers, and he was so smug whenever he successfully shook off his trackers. Whenever he went on one of these excursions, he enjoyed meeting the general public. Always civil, this field marshal, easily the most powerful man in Western Europe, often greeted them with a smile or a nod, and as he did, he would politely step aside, often into the street, to let oncoming pedestrians pass. Over time there had been many such chance meetings with a number of important people, including Saint-Germain's mayor, and, once in a while, the abbé from the nearby monastery. Sometimes it was another German or French officer in mufti. These encounters amused his adjutant, because if von Rundstedt chanced upon some important official, they would often react to him in the same way as he did to them. The 2 would each courteously greet one another, and then each would step aside into the road to allow the other clear passage. Then each would acknowledge the courtesy offered by the other, and step out of the road, thus meeting once again in a sort of comical dance. Flustered, each would smile, and then perhaps they would inadvertently do the whole thing again. No matter where he was, the old man really enjoyed a good meal. At the villa he always ate alone, and one of his favorite entrees was a beef dish called tornado avec moelle de bœuf, with the bone on top, naturally. Of course he ate much better whenever he went out, especially to an elegant restaurant. He would frequently sneak out a half-hour before noon with 1 or 2 staff members and walk up the Rue Alexandre Dumas to the restaurant in the Hôtel Pavillon Henri IV, where he had initially set up his headquarters after the Blitzkrieg campaign of 1940. There, in that lovely 17th-century building, he would enjoy a couple of drinks and enjoy the ambiance, before dining or returning to his villa for lunch. Then, later in the afternoon, he might come back to the hotel for a few more drinks before dinner. Monday, May 15th. This morning, Generalfeldmarschall Rommel sends for Admiral Ruger. Sitting in his study, the Field Marshal queries him about the damage the Allied bombings is inflicting upon their coastal batteries. It would be nice to move the guns around to frustrate Allied bombers. However, the large naval batteries are unfortunately set in permanent casements and thus immobile. However, those batteries exposed near the shoreline will stand little chance of surviving a naval bombardment. Further inland, yet still well within range of the coast, they might survive long enough to inflict some heavy damage to any incoming amphibious landing. So Rommel discusses the idea of reducing the risk of damage from air attacks by moving some of the relatively more mobile Army batteries back, especially those sitting out in the open. Relocate them a bit away from the shoreline. Ruger agrees. They change subjects, and Ruger talks about the weather. The meteorological conditions have been uncannily stable over the last 6 weeks, even though it is lightly drizzling now, with no major storms to mention. So, despite a number of false alarms, where is the invasion? Every day of good weather now brings Rommel apprehension. If the main show is about to start, he should probably stay close to his headquarters. They discuss other invasion points, including preventing the planned sabotage and demolition of the many small ports in the 7th Army sector. Smashing the smaller harbors would not slow down the Allies much, and the mistrust, hate, and general annoyance that this would cause among the local population would not be worth it. On the other hand, it is vital that the larger seaports like Brest and Cherbourg be rendered useless. Their conversation ends, and Ruger goes down the hall to talk over these points with Speidel. In the meantime, General Meiser brings into Rommel's study a Dr. Brugg. The inventor of an effective chemical fuse, he has been experimenting with artificial fog. Rommel is heartened to hear that he will be able to supply fog generators to hide positions on the Cotentin Peninsula. Brugg also reports that he now has an additional 1.2 million grenades available for the army. Rommel suggests that some be used as makeshift mines. They are still talking around noontime when they are interrupted by Ruger. He tells Rommel that the Führer is on the phone wanting to speak to him. Speidel gets on the other line. Rommel usually gets Speidel to listen in on such calls. He does this for 2 reasons. First, to make sure that Rommel covers all points and does not miss anything. Second, Speidel will witness what is said and be able to corroborate anything that Rommel hears, just in case someone might want to dispute it. Rommel picks up the phone and begins talking to the Führer. He makes sure that he reflects his positive attitude in his tone and in the upbeat report he gives. He describes the new multiple rocket launcher unit being developed by Major Becker in the 21st Panzer Division. Rommel claims, "I can well imagine that these could be fired from bunkers in broadsides of 4 dozen at a time. They travel 4,000 meters." He added that the division commander, the ever-resourceful and affable General Feuchtinger, has promised to make a number of them, with ammunition as well. Hitler sanctions the project and enthusiastically tells him to proceed. Speidel, eavesdropping on the other line, after a while lets Ruger listen in too. For each of them, it is an eerie feeling to hear the Führer's hoarse voice in the receiver. Speidel maintains a deadpan look as he listens to the leader he has secretly sworn to overthrow, and, if possible, help assassinate. Ruger, though, is almost captivated, and his face carries a look of awe. He is fascinated just to hear the Führer's voice. Speidel continues to mask his scowl of disapproval at the optimistic tone. He is not happy at all, either to hear the voice of that asshole, or to see the field marshal so buoyant in talking to him. This will make it all the harder to win Rommel over, and betray the man he is at present glowing to over the phone. Speidel did not like this task when it was conceived, and it seems that it will be even harder now. Keeping his composure, he listens to the conversation. Ruger does not realize the chill behind his expressionless look. Rommel goes on telling the Führer about the positive mood in the area. "The morale here of commanders and troops alike is magnificent," he says confidently. "One corps has already planted 900,000 stakes against airborne landings, and it's gotten hold of 1 million grenades to arm them with explosives over the next weeks." Rommel's effect upon Hitler is noticeable in the Führer's encouraging vocal responses, and, heartened by this, the Field Marshal makes a mental note to write to Lucy about the call. One point the Führer makes is that the enemy might very well go for an invasion further west, because Cherbourg and Le Havre would serve as adequate ports for supply. Thus, an attempt to form a bridgehead on the Cotentin Peninsula in the first phase would seem quite natural. The phone call finally ends, and the day continues. A report comes in from Dolman at 7th Army that its defense preparations along the coast are, for the most part, completed. Beach obstacles and paratroop obstacles have been set up, and dispositions of the troops have been made. The Army group naturally looks upon the report with skepticism. Rommel will have to have a word with Dolman about it. That afternoon, work temporarily caught up. Ruger leaves for Paris to see Admiral Kranke to impress upon him the need to move any vulnerable mobile naval guns on the coast inland or into sheltered areas. Rommel and Speidel leave for the christening of a colonel's daughter just outside Paris. Rommel usually hates to attend these social affairs, but Speidel has coaxed him into making an exception this one time. They arrive, and the field marshal relents, softening up when he sees the baby. He lets himself be photographed with the child. It turns out to be not too bad an affair. Rommel's old friend, Fritz Bayerlein, is present, having recently been promoted to Generalleutnant on May 1st. Also attending is the military governor, General Karl von Stulpnagel. Speidel happily brings him over to meet the field marshal. These three godfathers converse for a while under a broad expanse of chestnut trees, again allowing themselves to be photographed. The two leave the christening, Speidel headed for another meeting elsewhere, one much more clandestine. It is a perfect time. The weather is for once rainy, and the field marshal is on his way back to the chateau. Besides, he is already in the Paris area. Speidel drives to the Hotel Raphael, where he meets his brother-in-law, Dr. Max Horst, the military governor, and another plotter. In private, they discuss further developments of the upcoming coup. Max briefs his brother-in-law on the importance of keeping Rommel in on the plot. Perhaps it will be best if Speidel goes about it gently. Speidel agrees to do that. Today, von Rundstedt, in his weekly estimate to OKW, continues to express his concern about the possible enemy landing area. He writes that the Allies need to win large and capacious harbors, and that the danger zone for the invasion includes an area that stretches almost 300 kilometers, from Cannes, northeast, to the Scheldt estuary in Belgium. However, he stressed that Le Havre and Cherbourg are primarily to be considered for this purpose, Boulogne and Brest secondarily. The attempt to form a bridgehead rapidly on the Cotentin Peninsula in the first phase would therefore seem very natural. Then he gets on the telephone and calls Keitel directly to formally lodge a protest. He has been told that, in light of the heavy enemy air attacks against their lines of communication, Rommel has renewed a request to have the OKW reserve panzers released to him, to put them in Rommel's control so that he could place them near the coast. Would be like throwing in their reserves before the battle has even begun. Keitel agrees and promises that Rommel's request will go nowhere. Today, at the Obersalzberg, Hitler, Göring, and General Corton discuss a moral problem. The British and American air forces have near total mastery of the skies now over Western Europe, and going along with their strategic bombing campaign, their Jebos, involved in destroying the Reich's supply lines, are significantly increasing their attacks on trains, and sometimes even machine-gunning farmers and civilians. The public has responded angrily against downed enemy airmen, sometimes hanging them or just shooting them. Unfortunately, hapless German pilots who are shot down in aerial combat are also meeting the same angry mobs, convinced the flyers are the enemy, and are often having to fight off crowds brandishing shovels and pitchforks. The leaders discuss what to do with these captured airmen and whether the Reich should allow this type of vigilante violence. Göring favors it, although he insists that those enemy airmen who actually fire on civilians be executed in the traditional way, by firing squad, and near the area where they came down. The problem, he tells the Führer, is that they have to actually identify the airmen who commit these intolerable acts as distinct from those flying over the Reich in other functions, such as escort duty or reconnaissance. After some discussion, Hitler decides that enemy pilots can be executed immediately if they have committed special heinous acts, such as firing on German airmen in parachutes or strafing civilians or public transport. Göring stresses, though, that downed enemy airmen not committing these acts should not be subject to execution, but treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention. He still has some chivalrous respect for the enemy in the air, left over from when he served as a pilot in World War I. Today, Schaeff holds a large day-long conference in the Victorian Model Room of St. Paul's School in London. The narrow, circular, hard wooden risers are crammed with all levels of officer ranks from all varieties of service. In attendance, on the lowest bench, is King George VI himself, along with Prime Minister Churchill, Eisenhower, and all the top Schaeff commanders. The purpose of the conference is to finalize all operational plans for the upcoming landing, scheduled to begin in 3 weeks. Many officers are for the first time meeting the other commanders that they will soon be coordinating their efforts with, in some cases sitting side by side with them. Everyone present knows what is at stake, and they all appreciate the critical importance of this epic operation. The tension in the room is understandably heavy. Eisenhower, their military leader, is the first to speak. His warm tones and encouraging words inspire them all. He is followed, one by his deputy commanders, and the morning goes on. In the afternoon, the king himself addresses them with a short, unrehearsed address, followed by a stirring speech from Winston Churchill. Because many there know of his past reluctance to endorse the landing, he now tries to put on a show of support, growling with a slight hint of a smile. "Gentlemen, I am hardening towards this enterprise." In the evening, an exhausted Rommel writes to Lucy about his phone call with the Führer. He, Hitler, was in the best of humors, and did not spare his praise of the work we've done in the West. I now hope to get on a little faster than we have been doing. Pausing, he finds himself thinking about the invasion date. He is puzzled, because it is now mid-May. He just cannot see what the Allies were waiting for, and such mysteries bother him greatly. He writes, "Mid-May already, and still nothing doing, although a pincer attack seems to have started in Italy, which may well be the prelude for the great events of the spring or summer. So why have the Allies not started in the West? The weather is perfect, tides are right. What are they waiting for? They must be waiting for something else. To be better prepared? Or maybe the start of the Russian offensive, which was probably going to begin in another 6 weeks or so." He continues, "I've been away for a couple of days, talking to the officers and men. It's quite amazing what has been achieved in the last few weeks. I'm convinced that the enemy will have a rough time of it when he attacks, and ultimately achieve no success." He thinks about his tours taking him away from his headquarters and adds, "I can't take many more big trips now, because one never knows when the invasion will start. I believe only a few more weeks remain until things start here in the West. A few more weeks would make it early June." Tuesday, May 16th. Today, Allied intelligence learns that the elite 6th Parachute Regiment under veteran Major Baron von der Heydte and the 91st Air Landing Division under General Falle are being moved to Normandy. The analysts begin to wonder if the landing site location has been compromised. On the other hand, though, an intercept of an enemy transmission to Tokyo from Japanese Ambassador Baron Oshima 2 days ago is a gold mine of information. He tells of an informal dinner that he attended, in which he had a chance to talk with Admiral Dönitz. Oshima reports that the Kriegsmarine commander, bringing up the subject of the invasion, let out a planned strategy, confiding in him. My own belief is that the domestic and international position of both Great Britain and the US is such that they cannot avoid attempting an invasion. However, if a second front is not attempted, Germany plans to transfer powerful forces to the Eastern Front, relying on the strength of the West Wall and striking back at the enemy by other means. In other words, Germany would carry out in reverse the maneuver they had pulled off in 1917, when Russia had collapsed, shifting large numbers of units from one front to the other. The West, Dönitz inferred to Oshima confidently, would be dealt with by other means, with the Vengeance weapons. The V1 production is in full swing, and the V2 not far behind. The report states that as they chat, the German admiral opens up even more. He adds, "Recently I received a report from Marshal Rommel regarding his inspection of various areas, including the fortifications along the Atlantic coast. Rommel is confident that Germany will be able to repulse the enemy no matter when or where they attempt to land. As a matter of fact, we Germans hope that the attempt will begin as soon as possible. Since England and the US possess very superior air forces, the German army naturally expects them to carry out carpet bombing attacks, but is confident that the German defense organization can easily weather such a bombardment." Dönitz adds that, understandably, Hitler is reluctant to send any more reinforcements to the east until the invasion is thwarted. Tomorrow, the information in this intercept will be given to the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff. Rommel stays at his chateau today to do more paperwork. He keeps a close eye on the latest situation reports, looking for any signs of an impending enemy operation. Bombing raids yesterday hit the V weapons sites again, as well as a railroad yard at Somain. Many aircraft were reported over the Loire River and over Liège in Belgium, possibly on reconnaissance missions. Around noon, a special visitor shows up, General Bayerlein, Rommel's old friend from North Africa, now commanding the Panzer-Lehr Division. Having completed its part in the occupation of Hungary, the division had started back on May 1st, with Bayerlein getting promoted from Generalmajor to Generalleutnant. The return trip was arduous. The railroads had taken a beating by Allied bombers, and their undersized, overworked locomotives strained to pull the heavy cars laden with the division's armor. There were many delays, once because a coupling broke and the rear section of the train was left rolling along. The division finally completed its return to France a fortnight later, setting up in several parks and forests some 45 kilometers from Chartres, hidden by day from Allied aircraft. Now Bayerlein is visiting his old boss. They celebrate Bayerlein's promotion over refreshments and talk over old times. Then they venture outside for a walk in the park. They discuss the reserve panzers and the Führer's continued vacillation between Rommel's theory of hit them on the beaches and Gehr's theory of wait until they're ashore and hit them inland. Rommel reflects on those panzer generals who once commanded on the Eastern Front. "Our friends from the East cannot imagine what they're in for here," Rommel says. The generals who had fought there had faced an enemy low on technology and aptitude, but having great numbers of uneducated men that could therefore use mass frontal tactics and overwhelming numbers. This was not the case in the West, though, and Rommel knew that, being one of the few field marshals who had experience fighting the Americans and British. It's not a matter of fanatical hordes to be driven forward in masses against our line, with no regard for casualties and little recourse to tactical craft, he says. Here we are facing an enemy who applies all his native intelligence to the use of his many technical resources, who spares no expenditure of material, and whose every operation goes its course as though it had been the subject of repeated rehearsal. Rommel goes on. Dash and doggedness alone no longer make a soldier, Bayerlein. He must have sufficient intelligence to enable him to get the most out of his fighting machines. And that's something these people can do. We found that out in Africa. Byerline, fresh from operations in the East, agrees. Rommel hesitates, frustrated. You have no idea how difficult it is to convince these people, he says, referring to the General Staff again. At one time they looked on mobile warfare as something to keep clear of at all costs, but now that our freedom of maneuver in the West is gone, they're all crazy after it. Whereas, in fact, it's obvious that if the enemy once gets his foot in, he'll put every anti-tank gun and tank he can into the bridgehead, and let us beat our heads against it, like he did at Medellin. Rommel continues, sensing that he is on to something. To break through such a front, you have to attack slowly and methodically, under cover of massed artillery. But we, of course, thanks to the Allied air forces, will have nothing there in time. The day of the dashing cut-and-thrust tank attack of the early war years is past and gone. And that goes for the East, too, a fact which may, perhaps by this time, have gradually sunk in. He is reflecting his negative feelings, the hopelessness that he feels about winning the war, especially in the light of the overwhelming enemy in the East and the awesome technology and material resources of the West. That evening, Ambassador Abetz comes for dinner. They have a nice discussion over a generous meal. Abetz was once a teacher, just like Rommel's father. They talk about life in the occupied Vichy zone, and about Marshal Pétain. Abetz confesses somewhat sheepishly that although Vichy is some 400 kilometers south-southeast of the capital, he spends most of his time in Paris. Rommel nods thoughtfully. A couple hours later, Abetz bids goodbye and leaves. Rommel retires, wondering about the upcoming invasion. Today, Adolf Hitler, mesmerized by what undoubtedly in his mind will be the devastating effects that his soon-to-be operational V-1 program will have on England, decrees that the beginning of the air assault will be coordinated with a number of air raids and an artillery assault of British coastal towns by the long-range Channel guns. The primary V-1 objective will be, of course, his top political target, London. This new unstoppable air offensive is set to start around June 2nd. The exact time this will all begin will be decided upon by von Rundstedt, who will send out the code word Rumpelkammer, junk room. This morning, General Blaskowitz arrives at his new Army Group headquarters. He has chosen a chateau in the tiny village of Roufiac-Tolleson on the Garonne River, about 6 kilometers from the lovely city of Toulouse and roughly halfway between the headquarters of his two armies, the 1st and the 19th. He has a private discussion with his Chief of Staff, Generalleutnant Heinz von Glidenfeld, about how they will implement OKW's expectations for an improved defense. He then listens as the Chief of Staff gives him a brief rundown of his new staff. That afternoon they are called together. Blaskowitz, about to address them for the first time at their new headquarters, faces them. He wants to tell them exactly how he feels and convey to them the importance of the situation. He begins by welcoming them to their new command, then gets right to the point. He tells them that he expects them to fully cooperate with each other, to mesh together as a good team. That will be critical when the time comes. He stresses that they do not have much time and their resources are quite limited. They will have to be effective and resolute, not worrying about the little stuff. Red tape is to be kept to a minimum. Remember, he says, that bureaucratic work is non-productive and not conducive to success. Your emphasis should be on priorities and efficiency, and not on amenities. Now warmed up, he proceeds confidently. Their first priority, of course, is their men. To do that, they have to work with them daily and communicate with them on their level. Commanders must have enough leeway to use initiative, the basics of good leadership. In keeping with his command policies, all of his staff officers are to check out infantry weapons and attend training sessions in close combat. This, he says with a smile, will keep them bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. They chuckle good-naturedly, and he takes that for a good sign. He finishes up by telling them that he hopes to see a noble behavior among his officers, and in working with the subordinate ranks. As they applaud him, he thinks to himself, God help us if we screw up now. Today, the last night air raid against England for Unternehmen Steinbock, Germany's baby Blitz, takes place. This 4-month air campaign against the British Isles has done little to affect them. 1,600 people have been killed, with another 2,000 seriously injured. Small numbers compared to the hundreds of thousands of casualties that Allied bombers are inflicting upon the Reich. In return, almost 500 German bombers and fighters have been lost. Wednesday, May 17th. In their continuing campaign against German radar and communications sites, the Allied air commands today switch their main focus of attacks to night fighter control centers and coastal battery fire control installations. By the end of May, some 42 major sites will have been hit. This morning, Rommel and his staff prepare again for another inspection tour, this one to the Brittany area. He is a bit concerned about this trip, because he does not want to travel too far away from the Channel, as he had written to Lucy on the 15th. After all, the now overdue invasion could come at any time. They leave at 7 a.m. under overcast skies. They first cross the Seine by ferry and then move westward, encountering an occasional light rain, welcomed by the farmers after the dry spell. After leaving Cannes, they turn west and travel along the Normandy coast. On this trip, Rommel wants to check that Marx is bringing all of his reserves up forward as he had been ordered. Inspecting the positions of the 352nd Infantry Division along the coast, Rommel notes that 2 regiments are preparing for a scheduled rotation. In 3 days, the 914th will come out of reserve and move onto the coastal positions, and the 915th will move off the coast and become the reserve regiment near Bayeux, along with the division's Fusilier battalion. The latter has been designated as a rapid deployment force to reinforce any threatened sector Rommel approves. Moving on to Carentan, they meet an officer of General Falley's newly arrived 91st Air Landing Division. This impromptu guide eventually leads them to Falley's new advanced headquarters in the Cotentin Peninsula, although not without first getting them lost a few times. They roll in around 11 a.m., and Falley greets them warmly. A conference immediately begins. Besides Rommel's entourage and Falley's staff, attendees included representatives of the OT. Its local leader and Falley's engineering officer give Rommel the now common complaint that they are desperately short of cement. Again, the same story. Transportation lines are being hit hard throughout northern France, not just by Allied bombers, but by the Marquis. Rommel's suggestions to remedy problems are numerous. Underwater bridges and supports through swamp areas, trails and clearings cut alongside roads through the bocage, smoke screens and anti-aircraft positions around critical supply points. Get the Kriegsmarine involved in better navigation of the rivers. Rommel stresses to them the need to overcome each of their concerns. They in turn protest, citing severe shortages, a lack of cooperation by the local residents, and little time, all of which are making their task difficult. Rommel, though, is in no mood to hear this. He repeats that they will just have to overcome every problem as it arises. When the OT leader replies simply, "Herr Feldmarschall, our men cannot do the impossible," Rommel glares at the man. He says sharply, "Nothing is impossible." And that, of course, ends that. At the end of the briefings, they enjoy lunch in Falley's spacious hall. The walls have been painted in a pattern that is supposed to simulate marble, but of course does not. After lunch, Rommel's caravan continues on, driving across the Cotentin Peninsula. They stop several times to inspect defensive positions and climb a number of hills that are covered with heather. The sun is peeking out from the heavy clouds by the time he stops south of Valognes, in the center of the peninsula, to pay a quick visit to the men of the 6th Parachute Regiment, commanded by Major von der Heydte. All 15 companies of this recently arrived 3,450-man regiment quickly assemble before the field marshal. He notes that many of the faces are not much older than his sons. Rommel is warmly greeted by von der Heydte, who served with him in Africa 2 years ago. Despite the fact that the paratroopers in the desert had never really been well liked by the army units because of their snobbish, elitist attitude, Rommel now takes the time to talk over some old times with him. He then gets up before the regiment and gives the paratroopers a short speech. 2 reporters cover his talk in a newsreel. After expressing confidence in their defensive preparations, he goes on to, unknown to him, prophetically stress the need to be vigilant at all times. "Don't think that they'll come on a clear day and let you know ahead of time," he says to them warningly. He shakes his head. "Oh no, they'll come when you don't expect them. They'll suddenly drop out of the sky in gusts of wind and rain." His audience appreciates his airborne analogy, and seems impressed with his emphasis on staying alert at all times, even though Rommel himself does not give much credence to the idea of starting a large-scale operation in bad weather. The enemy might be able to drop a few paratroopers in bad weather, although certainly not in storms, but they would not be able to land assault troops onto a beach. Silo had taught him that. After a quick inspection, they turn south and head for Brittany. Just after 8 p.m., they roll into Valognes. They have a candlelight dinner with officers of the 77th Infantry Division and a unit of SS military geologists. Rommel singles out the geologists to praise them for their fine work on obstacle construction over the past few weeks, and then shares with them some popular stories of his past glories. With a broad smile he tells them about an old grey-haired French general that he had once encountered back in that hectic June of 1940. The captured old Frenchman had patted him on the shoulder and had said to him in a critical but paternal voice, "You're far too fast, young man." Then there was the time when his Africa Corps had, after a tenacious battle, finally taken the port of Tobruk. In one of the buildings they had discovered an opulent booty of English delicacies, including pineapples, some good beer, and canned crayfish. And later on, there was this one spunky New Zealand fellow who had been captured in the North African desert. A remarkable fellow, this versatile General Clifton, as Rommel calls him. He and the field marshal had a number of interesting discussions. In fact, in the middle of one talk, Clifton asked to be handed over to the Germans instead of the Italians. Rommel told him that he could not, and that Clifton would have to go into an Italian POW camp. Clifton, a couple of minutes later, asked to use the restroom. Going in, he promptly crawled out the window and escaped. Rommel chuckles at the memory, and adds that Clifton was recaptured a couple days later, going down a desert path with a jerry can, tired and thirsty. Rommel had taken a liking to him, and now expresses his admiration for the man's audacity, despite the fact that the prisoner ended up escaping some 4 times whilst in North Africa, and subsequently in Italy, running his guards ragged as they looked all over for him. After dinner, Rommel takes on a sadder tone, telling his audience about how the Italians lost their will to fight as things became worse. He expresses regret over the many empty promises that General Cavallero had made to him. Later that evening, before retiring, he takes a stroll along the wet beach with Ruger. They talk about things in general. It is low tide, and the two stop once in a while to admire both the evening and all around them the newly constructed defense obstacles. The last time he had stood here, the beaches had been empty. Now they are filled with all sorts of his anti-invasion devices: Czech hedgehogs, barbed wire, Belgian gates, mined posts. They have turned a beautiful coastline into a maze of death. Rommel grunts with satisfaction, and then looks out over the dark waters, almost trying to pierce the night to see any approaching Allied ships. Thursday, May 18th. Rommel begins his day early. Starting out from Val-André, he resumes his inspections. He stops at the headquarters of the 77th Infantry Division. The commander, General Stegmann, gives his report. Rommel then stands and addresses the senior officers. He tells them that they are all to cooperate with the French, from the top on down. He tells Stegmann, "Let the enemy invade us now, but with trembling knees." Continuing the tour, the motorcade moves westward, inspecting some glass minefields. Actually, just the detonators are made of glass, and 3 manufacturing firms that are making his Nussnackerminen. On the road they pass a lively, colourful battalion of Russian Tartars. He makes several speeches that day, one at Saint-Malo, and another at General Eugen Mendel's 2nd Fallschirmjäger Corps headquarters in Quintin. Accompanying Mendel is 7th Army's General Dollmann and most of the senior commanders of the units in northwest Brittany. Before any briefings begin, Rommel has an open dialogue with these officers on a whole range of subjects. Among the subjects they discuss are the varied effects of offshore and anti-airborne obstacles, different types of smoke screens and their limitations, the larger appetites of the younger troops and food supply problems, the idea of German officers teaching in local French schools, Russian soldiers pressed into their service and their combat efficiency, fighting elements of the resistance and the rules of war, effective techniques to move combat units quickly to the front, local jury rigging, and makeshift devices to make up for shortages. Again, Rommel emphasizes the importance of not infuriating the locals. French cooperation at this time will be at its lowest, and it would be crazy for the occupiers to aggravate them now, especially when the invasion begins. Treat them well, he insists. Pay them or pay them off, quickly and reliably, especially the women, whose help is really gratis. The officers, for the most part, seem to enjoy his positive tones, getting into the spirit of the briefing. They review the shortages in raw materials, especially concrete. When one general makes some snide remarks about the Kriegsmarine and their mammoth constructions, the massive U-boat pens and the huge amounts of concrete and steel that have gone into their fabrication, Rommel smiles soothingly. He re-emphasizes the high degree of cooperation that he has experienced with their naval brothers. "We receive many advantages from the Navy," he tells them, "such as the artillery fire control positions. The Navy is the branch you are sitting on. Don't saw it off." They review installation of the new coastal Type A mines, and, of course, obstacle construction. Rommel hears that around Farnbacher's 25th Corps they have installed some 129,000 stakes and 35,000 tetrahedrons. At another stop, he addresses an assembled group of unit commanders of the 5th Fallschirmjäger Division. Trying to ease their frustrations, he tells them, "We officers must be able to cope with all difficulties. There'll always be ways and means. We will have to be optimistic at all times." He pauses for effect. "Even when things don't go right the first time, remember, there will always be a way out. The important thing is to perfect your training, and to use every possible means to strengthen your defenses." He leaves with the paratroopers' good wishes. They head back, eventually returning through the Wehr area. On the way, he stops at General Feuchtinger's 21st Panzer Division headquarters. This time, von Oppelen-Bronichowski is ready for him, and Rommel smiles as he remembers their last encounter. He sits down with von Oppelen, Feuchtinger, and the division's senior staff, and they discuss possible invasion scenarios. The Field Marshal makes sure that they understand his order that the 21st is not to move against any isolated airdrops, without first getting permission from him. In the meantime, he wants the unit commanders to get a good feel for the layout of the area. It will come in handy when the fighting begins. After an inspection, Rommel decides to dine with the officers, and he speaks admiringly about the history of the division. After all, Feuchtinger, while not too popular a leader, commands a new incarnation of what had been one of Rommel's favorite units in North Africa. A major topic of discussion is the division's strange rocket launchers. Major Becker's group is manufacturing them in a sort of jury-rigged assembly line process, and Rommel now tells them that he expects them to fill a production order of 1,000 units. Becker, of course, balks at the amount. He admits, feeling that this is beyond what his enterprising group can do in a short amount of time. But Rommel is insistent, and Feuchtinger reluctantly promises that they will do their best. During the dinner, von Oppelen's previous encounter with the field marshal inevitably arises, and the story is good for a few laughs. Von Oppelen, embarrassed, takes on the good-natured ribbing of his fellow officers. Rommel glances at him with a look of smug revenge. Driving home in the dark, they have some trouble around Falaise. The cars have to make a few detours, and 1 or 2 stops to avoid low-flying yebos. Rommel and his staff finally arrives back at the chateau around 11:30 p.m. Weary from the trip, but content at what they have seen, they sit down in the officers' mess and have a quick debriefing as they munch on a late snack. It has been a long trip. Friday, May 19th. The weather is turning bad, so Rommel spends the day at his headquarters. He and his staff are due for their third and last, Gott sei Dank, set of standard booster vaccinations. They have a number of briefings on their latest inspection tour, discussing various uses of the paratroopers. Also discussed is the idea of Type A coastal mines being laid off Brittany. When will the Navy start laying them in the Bay of the Seine? Another subject is how to best make smokescreen generators and use smokescreens. Also discussed are the many aircraft swarming daily over northern France, Major Becker's unique rocket launchers, and how to get more wood, steel, and concrete for the shore obstacles, and coal for the industries making them. They go over some problems regarding the paratroop units. They are all short of men and need training. None of them has a full set of parachutes, except von der Heiter's 6th Parachute Regiment. Of course, that is not critical. They are not about to undertake any airborne landings, what with transport aircraft being so scarce, and the enemy's control of the skies so effective. Then there is the idea of an upcoming inspection with von Rundstedt and Marshal Petain. O.B. West has broached the possibility of the Vichy France leader accompanying Rommel and von Rundstedt on a tour of the defences, possibly this weekend. Rommel is agreeable to this, so they thrash out what protocols would be needed or suggested for the day. That afternoon, Admiral Ruger drives off to Paris to talk to Kranke about a number of things, especially putting those damned mines in the Bay of the Seine. After he has departed, Rommel is informed that 2 British commandos have been caught around the Somme estuary. Concerned, he tells Speidel to have them transferred to the chateau. Keitel's commando order of late 1942, demanded by an infuriated Hitler, is, after all, still in effect. Speidel will have to act quickly if they want to get their hands on these 2 before they are turned over to the Gestapo and shot. The orders are issued. That night, Rommel writes another letter to Lucy. Yesterday I returned from the west. Everything went well and according to plan. The weather is still cold, and it's raining at last. The British will have to be patient for a bit. I am curious whether I can spare a few days in June to get away from here. Right now, it's out of the question. Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt today sends a detailed report on his panzers to OKW. The 1st SS Panzer Division's roster is back up to some 20,000 men. He also lists the 2nd SS Panzer, headquarters in Toulouse, with some 55 PZKW-4s, 46 still on order, and 37 PZKW-5s, another 62 to be shipped. Other details are listed. That evening, he visits French Marshal Pétain at his headquarters, Château Voisson, near Rambouillet. Pétain, a hero of Verdun, had taken over the controversial position of Prime Minister after the fall of France and the 1940 armistice. Since then, Pétain has headed the Vichy government. Von Rundstedt knows that Pétain's relationship with Berlin has been shaky at best. After the fall of France, he had wanted to create an economic alliance with Germany. Most Nazi officials, though, especially those at the top, did not favor one. To them, France was a vanquished enemy, just like the others. Hitler, who had fought there in World War I, saw it as just a satellite of the Reich, to be plundered for its raw materials and economy. After all, France had been the first country to declare war against them in 1939. Deeper than that, though, was a continuing feeling of smug revenge, fair vengeance for the defeat of 1918, and the cruel peace treaty that had been forced upon Germany. And so, despite Pétain's efforts, the Führer had kept France in her place. He does not care about making France an ally, or even converting it into an independent fascist partner. France is merely a defeated country, justly occupied and a part of the Reich. Besides, to the top German officials, the French could not be trusted. They have had for years an active and rather effective resistance group, and in 1942, when the Americans had landed in North Africa, thousands of Frenchmen had hastily gone over to their side. Seeing a serious threat here, the Germans had felt compelled to occupy Vichy France. Hitler had at that time sent Pétain a long letter of explanation for the occupation, ending with, "If, Marechal, you have any wishes or anxieties, refer them to Field Marshal von Rundstedt." As the months had gone by, the two field marshals, who in 2 wars now had been enemies, had conferred a number of times over various internal matters, including the shortage of vital goods, violence conducted by the Marquis, and the rebel gangs that prey upon road traffic, particularly to and from southern France. Now von Rundstedt is visiting again, enjoying Pétain's company. He also wants to show him some of the defensive measures that have been constructed along the coast. So, as they sit down together for some refreshments, the Prussian invites Pétain to accompany him and Rommel on a tour of the Atlantic Wall this coming Sunday. There is little danger of invasion at this time, and they will be able to find time to discuss various details that they observe along the coast. Naturally curious about how construction is going, Pétain accepts the invitation. Von Rundstedt leaves the chateau satisfied, and instructs Blumentritt to notify Rommel's headquarters of the trip. Later that day, Pétain, who himself has recently toured several towns in France, broaches the decision to Jean Traceau, the director du cabinet. Traceau pauses and then asks if he has considered the ramifications of such a trip. He points out le grand jour that Goebbels' propaganda ministry will make in the German media of this visit. They will gloat over images of the French Prime Minister and the German senior commanders touring defences designed to thwart the invasion that in many eyes would liberate France. Such images will no doubt infuriate the expatriates, as well as send a mixed signal to Pétain's own supporters. Pétain, already in trouble with the Allies over his dealings with the Germans, begins to realize that the West and his countrymen will view this tour as a reaffirmation of his own support for the Nazis. Everyone knows that the invasion is coming, and to be in the spotlight now, seen at the side of the German commanders in France, seems foolhardy, especially if the Allies win, which currently seems very likely. Petain is certainly no fool, and he now realizes the error of agreeing to the public inspection. He has to notify von Rundstedt that he will not be able to make the trip. His office will instead publicly emphasize the dangers of any bombardment of the coastal communities. He asks Traceau to make the phone call. Von Rundstedt, back in his villa, is notified about Petain's change of heart a short time later, and is of course saddened by the news. After all, he had only wanted to point out the defensive features of the Atlantic Wall and just talk shop. Still, having no political agenda himself, he accepts the cancellation graciously and decides not to pursue the matter. Saturday, May 20th. Air activity over the English Channel has been heavy this week. The coastal batteries at Le Havre were hit yesterday. The 100mm battery at Merville was also bombed. The main gun emplacement survived the attack well enough, but the commanding officer, Hauptmann Volta, was killed in his quarters. This morning at La Roche-Guyon, the staff is occupied with a diversionary action entitled Landgraf with Military District 6. During the exercise, the air raid sirens go off a number of times, but the chateau is not targeted. Just as well, Rommel is spending a good deal of his time there. After all, the invasion could come at any time, and he knows he cannot at present go home. But when Speidel requests a few days of leave over Pentecost, he readily consents. They can survive without their chief of staff for a while, and who knows when he will be able to see his family again. Speidel will leave in a few days on the 23rd. That morning, Rommel has a phone conversation with State Party leader Karl Kaufmann, the Gauleiter for the Hamburg area. Rommel wants to set up a conference to discuss improving shipping volume on the French inland canals to increase the volume of supplies. They set the conference for Tuesday, May 23rd. At lunch, the Field Marshal and his staff are graced with the company of their superior officer. The grizzled old Prussian has brought along with him as a guest his visiting son, Hans-Gerd von Rundstedt, a medical lieutenant in the reserves, currently posted at The Hague. Also along are Blumentritt and Korvettekapitän Eduard Becker. Together, they all enjoy a formal meal. Naturally, they discuss details of the invasion as they dine. Rommel expresses his puzzlement over the fact the Allies have not invaded as yet. Von Rundstedt growls in reply that he is in no hurry. Von Rundstedt then tells them that Marshal Petain has turned down his invitation to accompany them on the inspection tour for Sunday. His decision is understandable, although disappointing. They discuss the internal policies of the French and how they interact with German occupational rule. Since Petain is not going with them, the Prussian has now lost interest in a full inspection of the coastal positions. He is, though, going to look at some of them with his son today. Rommel offers to go with him, but the old man tells him it is not necessary. Actually, von Rundstedt prefers that Rommel not go, though he does not say so. This way the old Prussian can spend the time alone with his son. Von Rundstedt states that this evening. Hans plans on going out to explore the Parisian nightlife with some fellow officers. Von Rundstedt, of course, will not go, growling that he is far too old for that kind of thing. He will instead spend the evening sipping brandy, smoking cigarettes, and reading a good Karl May book or a detective story. That afternoon, after Obi West has departed, an army staff car drives up to the chateau courtyard. 2 British prisoners, their khaki uniforms wrinkled and dirty, climb out, blindfolded, and tired from a long, tense 240-kilometer drive. Their blindfolds are soon removed by their 2 escorts, and they are led away to a holding cell. They are given some sandwiches and tea, while a growling, vicious dog stands guard outside. These prisoners are the 2 British commandos that Rommel was told about yesterday, caught snooping around the Somme estuary. Rommel's staff managed to keep them out of the hands of the Sicherheitsdienst, and take them into their custody. Rommel not only did not want them to get executed, but was curious about British commandos. Now they are here. Staubwasser, Rommel's IC, goes down to the cells and questions them. They are obviously commandos. The way they were caught and their physical build give them away. And even though the insignias have been torn off their blouses, the clean outlines of the Combined Operations emblem and the Special Services shoulder patch can be discerned. They are both lieutenants. Although the two are relieved to be where they are, one prisoner, Lieutenant Roy Woodridge, refuses point-blank to say anything else besides his name and rank. After that he remains silent. In the other cell, the other prisoner, claiming to be a Lieutenant George Lane, speaks a bit to his interrogator. He talks about mundane things and jokes with his captor, obviously a more promising subject. Staubwasser finally tells Lane that he is being taken to another office for questioning. He and a guard take the prisoner to the Army Group Operations Officer. Von Tempelhof, seeing Lane nervous, turns on the charm and tries to put him at ease. He begins conversing with him in English, which at first surprises the man, until von Tempelhof tells him that his wife is English. Von Tempelhof tells Lane that, since the commando team was picked up at the Somme estuary, it is a good sign to him that the invasion will come there. It is also one of the target areas popular with Rommel. Lane just shrugs his shoulders and replies that he believes that area and the coastline north of it is too fortified for any kind of landing. Staubwasser sighs. At any rate, could Herr Lieutenant Lane tell him if such commando spy missions are really necessary if the invasion is imminent? Lane's eyes widen. He looks up at the two German officers and exclaims heartily, "The invasion is not imminent at all. You just overestimate our enterprising spirit." Von Tempelhof smiles, as Staubwasser grunts in reply. As the questioning continues, Speidel informs Rommel of the prisoner's arrival, and that one seems pleasant enough to talk with. Rommel smiles and asks Speidel to bring the man to his study whenever Staubwasser and von Tempelhof finish with him. Speidel informs an aide to send word to the two staff officers. He then turns back to the field marshal and fills him in on their capture. Sometime around the evening of the 18th, the two had evidently been dropped off the coast by a British MTB, and had come ashore to investigate the construction of some of the obstacles that had been positioned along the shorelines of the Somme estuary. Perhaps they wanted to take apart a mine as well. When a patrol had discovered them, a second was dispatched, as star shells began to illuminate the area. The two commandos somehow slipped away from the searchers and circled back around to where they had hidden their dinghy on the beach. Paddling furiously, they hurriedly pulled it through the surf and put to sea. However, they found to their dismay that the launch that was their ride home had vanished. They were stranded in the dark off the enemy coast and in pouring rain. With the local Kriegsmarine contingent now alerted to their presence, their fate was sealed. Sure enough, a while later, as they struggled to row out into the main channel, they were picked up by a patrol boat. Speidel adds that, on the way over to the chateau, one of them had commented that the first thing their jailers had bluntly told them was that they were going to be shot as spies. With that in his mind, Herr Feldmarschall, the Chief of Staff, concludes, this prisoner might try anything. Rommel shakes his head. He replies reassuringly, "I doubt it, Speidel, not to me. He doesn't have the authority, for one thing. Besides, I'm going to help them." He smiles. A little chat with an Englishman will be interesting. Yes, indeed. So, after questioning Lane, Staubwasser advises him with a serious face, "Please try to clean yourself up a little. In a bit, you are going to meet a very important person." When the prisoner looks up suspiciously and asks who, Staubwasser shakes his head and replies, "You will see." He starts out of the cell. Lane stands up. "Please tell me," he presses. He is clearly worried. "The Gestapo?" Staubwasser, near the door, turns around, Relenting, he replies, "Somebody very important indeed, Field Marshal Rommel." He then leaves the commando, standing with a stunned look on his face. Let him think about that. In due course, the now clean but suspicious British prisoner is brought, blindfolded, into Rommel's study. He is accompanied by an interpreter, Staubwasser, von Tempelhof, and, just to keep things friendly, 2 armed guards. The field marshal, sitting at his desk in the corner of the room, and gazing out the French windows at his terrace, rises to come around and greet the Englishman. The blindfold is removed, and Lane blinks his eyes, adjusting to the light and to the incredible scene around him. Rommel examines the man. Lane is a solid, rugged fellow, about 1.8 meters tall, with a broad forehead, a prominent nose, and large, wide-open eyes, which are now staring at the field marshal, one of the benefits of fame. Rommel notes that the prisoner, though standing at attention, begins taking in the lavish furnishings of the room, the historic tapestries on the wall, the exquisite wooden floor and plush carpets, the historic porcelain along the walls. Then his eyes return to the field marshal, looking again into his eyes, then to his pour le mérite, then back to his eyes again. Rommel smiles, shakes his hand, and motions them all over to the squat round table near the windows. There a kitchen attendant has set up priceless bone china and 2 teapots. They all sit down, and the field marshal begins the conversation, the interpreter following him closely. "So, you're one of those commando gangsters, yeah?" Lane, although nervous, shrugs his shoulders. "Well, I'm a commando, and proud of it, but I'm not a gangster. None of us are." Rommel furls his brow. "Well, perhaps you aren't a gangster, but we've had some nasty experiences with you commandos. They haven't, shall we say, behaved as impeccably as they should." Lane stays silent, on his guard now. Rommel turns his head and looks out one of his terrace windows, thinking about how to phrase the next sentence. He does not want to overtly threaten the man, but he wants him to realize that they have him over a barrel. He barely notices Staubwasser motioning for an aide to pour the tea. "You know," Rommel observes, "you're in a bit of a spot. You do know what we do with saboteurs." Lane turns to the interpreter and replies, "If your field marshal thinks I'm a saboteur, he wouldn't have invited me here." Hearing this from the interpreter, Rommel smiles. "So," he concludes with mock surprise, "you regard this as an invitation?" Lane looks at him and replies solemnly, "I do, and I must say that I'm highly honored." With that he bows majestically in his chair. Everyone in the room laughs. Rommel smiles and changes the subject. "And how's my old friend, General Montgomery?" Lane smiles back and, now a little more at ease, answers casually, "Very well, thank you. I hear he's planning some sort of invasion." Rommel plays along and arches his eyebrows. "Oh, you mean there really is going to be one?" "Well, so the Times tells us, and it's usually reliable enough." Still in a light tone, Rommel continues, "Do you realize that this is going to be the first time that the British have had to put up a proper fight?" Lane scowls. "What about Africa, then?" "Ah, that was child's play," Rommel retorts affably, with a wave of his hand. Looking back on it now, compared to the enormous forces that he commands in France, it actually seemed to have been. He launches into a "we should have won" speech. "The only reason I had to retreat there was that no more supplies were getting through to me," he replies truthfully, "which is why the British outgunned him at El Alamein. Now, if the odds had been just even—" He states that Africa was just an unfortunate detour that had only delayed their inevitable victory. On the other hand, the British Empire, he explains, is meeting its doom. Its navy is slowly being pummeled at sea, with all its naval resources going to build merchant ships that keep going to the bottom. The RAF cannot expand in any real way, and is only holding its own because of the massive influx of American products. And England's real resource, its men, are steadily being killed off. Rommel pauses. It is true, he continues, that Germany has sustained some costs, but mostly on the Eastern Front. Against the British, their manpower pool is tremendous, and that is why, in the end, the Reich will win out. Superior manpower, highest quality equipment, and a determination to win, fired up by a pride born out of the depths of economic disaster and tempered by global shame. Lane sits and listens to him, totally absorbed by the lecture, as the interpreter tries desperately to keep up with the field marshal. Rommel tells Lane that there is no need for the British to be consumed by this conflict. Germany is not their enemy. England and Germany have to unite and fight side by side. Lane is obviously impressed by the monologue, but disturbed by the idea of such an alliance. "That, Your Excellency, might be difficult at this time," he says slowly. "Many German policies repel the British." Rommel's eyebrows go up. "Such as?" he asks. The prisoner hesitates, clearly uncomfortable. Finally, looking Rommel in the eyes, he says softly, "The problem of the Jews." Rommel stirs a bit, uncomfortable about the words, but he cannot let this man know it. They have to overcome their differences if their two countries are to unite. He forces himself to make light of the remark. "Ah, every country has its Jews. Ours are just different than yours, or those here in France. Ah, the French, what a country!" Rommel continues on about the French. If Lane looked around, he would see a population at ease with life and its temporary occupiers. The prisoner replies dryly that it has been kind of hard for him as of late to do that, since he has only been able to tour the country in blindfolds. Rommel smiles. The man has a sense of humor. He replies, "Well, if you could, you would see how really happy they are." Rommel keeps talking, telling his fellow soldier from the other side what the new German movement has been all about. Its original purpose, he notes, was not to dominate, but just to make the country rise up to be the best there was, and others had found that unsuitable. Well, now they are paying. Lane raises his hand a bit, almost as if in school, and requests permission to ask a question. Rommel pauses and then nods. "Would Your Excellency tell me whether you regard military occupation as an ideal situation for a vanquished country?" Rommel thinks about the question, and then answers tactfully. "The ideal situation is for a country to be run by someone who knows what they need. For that very reason, soldiers make the best rulers." He explains how soldiers are conditioned for the worst emergencies and can handle crises better than civilians can. Soldiers are more ready for critical situations and have more contingencies to deal with them. That is why the Germans are able to run the French countryside so well. "If you travel around occupied France today and keep your eyes open," Rommel repeats, "you'll see everywhere just how happy and contented the French people really are. For the first time they know just what they have to do, because we are telling them, and that's the way the man in the street likes it." They talk some more. To Rommel, Lane's points do not seem to carry much conviction. Talking of after the war, Rommel asks Lane if he thinks a military man could successfully handle Germany's reconstruction. Lane says he does. He also admits candidly that, in his opinion, Rommel would be the right man for the job. At some point in the conversation, von Tempelhof interrupts. He has noticed that Lane speaks English with some sort of accent, possibly Eastern European. He observes that Lane has an accent. If Lane is indeed a British officer, why is this so? Lane hesitates. Admitting to being a Hungarian Jew by birth would definitely be dangerous. On the defensive, he replies, "Because I am Welsh." "Ah, of course," von Tempelhof replies, as the German officers nod. After what seems like a half-hour of visiting, the meeting is concluded, and the prisoner is ready to be escorted from the study. "What will happen to me, Your Excellency?" Lane asks, a bit anxiously. "We'll keep you out of the hands of our police, and my staff will take you and your friend to get safely to a prisoner-of-war camp," Rommel reassures him. "You have my personal guarantee on that, yeah?" Lane smiles back, obviously relieved and grateful, though embarrassed. "Danke, Herr Feldmarschall," he replies. Rommel nods and smiles, and Staubwasser leads Lane off with Speidel, the interpreter, and the guards. The IA lingers behind. Rommel looks at him. "An interesting fellow," he ventures. "Indeed he was, Herr Feldmarschall," von Tempelhof replies. "Make sure they get to a prisoner camp. I don't want the SS or the Gestapo to get their hands on them." "Jawohl. Lane seems like a good fellow. I sort of took a liking to him." Rommel looks at him with a smile. "I hope you're not going to marry him, too," Rommel chides, teasing Tempelhof about his English wife. Tempelhof smiles. "Push to cooking," he replies. "No chance." They are still talking when, a few minutes later, Staubwasser comes back into the study beaming. "Well, they're gone," he says. Rommel glances over at him and replies, "Good. They should have a safe journey to their prisoner-of-war camp." Although obviously dismissed, Staubwasser remains standing, still smiling. Rommel picks up on it and raises an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Well, sir, when we left the room and were putting the blindfold back on him, he gripped my arm and begged me to tell him where we were." "Oh?" Rommel's smile slips a bit. "You didn't, did you?" "No, sir," Staubwasser replies, frowning at the question. Although he persisted, he even swore that he wouldn't tell anyone. Rommel shrugs. "I suppose it doesn't make too much difference. We're protected enough here, what with all the bomb shelters in the cliff and the flak positions, and anyway, I'm sure Montgomery knows by now where I am." "Herr Feldmarschall," Staubwasser says, still smiling, "he wanted to remember the place, so that after the war he can bring his wife and children back here and tell her that this was where he met the great Rommel." They all grin, and Rommel, chuckling softly, shakes his head, flattered. Staubwasser adds that Lane was adamant about that, and vowed after the war that he would scour the French countryside until he found the castle. It is only after the staff members have left his study that Rommel's smile fades. He had told Lane why France was so well off with the Germans here, and it made sense. Some day the French would be united with them. So why is he feeling so guilty? That question about the Jews, it has unsettled him. That evening, several large formations of enemy bombers pass over La Roche-Guyon, no doubt on their way to the fatherland. Sunday, May 21st. Today the Western Allies launch Operation Chattanooga Choo-Choo, a renewed, combined, concentrated effort to disrupt rail services in Western Europe. Dozens of fighter and tactical bomber groups, especially some 500 long-range fighters from Jimmy Doolittle's U.S. 8th Air Force, make low-level attacks on trains all over Germany. Air Chief Marshal Lee Mallory's Allied Expeditionary Air Forces send over 760 multinational fighters on similar hunts over northern France. The initial results are impressive. The 8th Air Force alone will eventually hit some 225 locomotives, destroying over 90 of them, along with several railroad stations, bridges, road crossings, barges, and, of course, vehicles along the road. The attacks in France will force daytime railroad runs to be cut off in 5 days. On this same day, another Japanese transmission to Tokyo from Ambassador Oshima is intercepted by Allied intelligence. It states that his main German contact, Undersecretary Adolf von Steengracht, believes that the recent Allied attacks in Italy are meant to force the Germans to divert more divisions down there and away from the upcoming invasion. Von Steengracht also feels that some recent recon photos of southern England show that there are not yet enough troops there to mount a successful invasion. He also reports, though, that a few partially covered photos of troop units in Scotland show, according to German senior officials, that a possible upcoming diversionary landing might very well be mounted against Norway. Grinning among themselves, Allied intelligence charitably give von Steengracht 1 out of 3. Recent reports have indicated that Allied tactical aircraft have been strafing civilians. A couple gun cameras taken from shot-down fighters have confirmed this, and when they were played at the Berghof, Hitler had watched civilians running out in the open and getting cut down. In response, he had told Göring to select a couple captured pilots who had done this and shoot them. When the Reichsmarshal objects to executing pilots like that, someone on Jodel's staff suggests that the jail commandant just turn these perpetrators over to the SS. Again, Göring and Keitel object to this lynch mob behavior. Göring suggests that they be publicly tried in court for murder. Based on the discussion, Luftwaffe Chief of Staff General Korten records the following. Memorandum. The Führer has rendered the following decision regarding measures to be taken against Anglo-American aircrews in special instances. Downed enemy airmen are to be shot, Standgericht, in the following instances. 1. In the event of the shooting of our own German downed aircrews while they are parachuting to Earth. 2. In the event of aerial attacks upon German planes that have made emergency landings and whose crews are in the immediate vicinity. 3. In the event of attacks upon railway trains engaged in public civilian transportation. 4. In the event of low-level aerial attacks upon individual civilians, farmers, workers, single vehicles, etc. The memorandum will go to Vollemont, but is to be initialed by Jodl, Vollemont, and Keitel. Despite the fact that it is a heavily overcast day, there is heavy Allied air activity all over Europe, although there do not seem to be many enemy aircraft over La Roche-Guillaume. Rommel spends the morning at the chateau, going over administrative details. Around noontime, Vice-Admiral Rever, commanding the naval forces for the Canal Custer out of his headquarters in Calais, comes to the chateau to discuss Rommel's earlier ideas of pulling back the Army coastal batteries from the shoreline. Rever likes the idea, but points out a number of problems that this would entail, especially the lack of transport at this time for the heavier guns. They continue the discussion of this and of control of the coastal artillery with Admiral Ruger over lunch. Afterwards, the two admirals go outside to walk off the meal. Rommel meets with Assistant Secretary Michel from the military governor's office. Rommel complains to him about the shortages of coal and electricity for his units. Both commodities are needed to run lathes, generators, and plants that manufacture his war materials, especially the offshore obstacles and cement for the coastal gun emplacements. Around 4 p.m., Rommel calls it a day. He, Ruger, Meiser, Treff, and Elbow go for a long promenade around the area, including through the town. It seems strange how the people, while they may notice the field marshal, do not bother him. During the walk, the three officers chat about a number of things, including the country's leadership. The subject of removing certain key leaders from office is discussed. Keitel, for one. Also Göring and Jodl. With Rommel leading the conversation, they explore the possibilities of how that could happen. Rommel eventually admits to his two staff members that he often feels troubled about such things happening. At any rate, they had all better be careful what they say to whom. It is one thing to grumble about the state of affairs, and quite another to be reported. That night, he writes to Lucy of von Rundstedt's visit, and about his talk with Lane. But then he also lets her know that things are getting close. Dearest Lou, things were very lively in the air again yesterday. We ourselves were left alone. It's quieter today, so far. The enemy's successes in Italy are very unfortunate. Strength on the ground was not unfavourable to us. It's simply that their superiority in the air and in ammunition is overwhelming. the same as it was in Africa. I hope things will go better here in the West. There's been no real air preparation so far. The damage caused some days ago has long since been put right. We stand on the eve of heavy fighting, the most decisive battle of the war. Extraordinary things have been accomplished during the last months and weeks, and yet we are not as prepared as I would like to be. We still need more mines, more obstacles in the water, and against airborne troops, still more artillery, anti-aircraft, and rocket projectors. Yesterday, Rundstedt came here for a visit. In the afternoon I had a talk with a British officer who was quite sensible. With Panzer Lehr now back from Hungary, they seem to sport a real chance of defeating the invasion. It is all a matter of knowing where it will start and reacting as soon as possible. Perhaps any day now. Monday, May 22nd. In the morning, Rommel and Ruger travel southeast and upstream along the Seine to their alternate command centre, a small, modest villa in the nearby town of Vernon. Accompanying them is war correspondent and good friend of the Field Marshal, Lutz Koch. Rommel wants him to write an article about this alternate site, hoping that the enemy will be confused and not know for sure whether he is spending his time here or at La Roche-Guyon. At lunchtime, General von Salmuth arrives at his alternate site. He dines with them and then stays for a few meetings with Rommel early that afternoon. Leaving Vernon a while later, Rommel returns to his chateau and goes over reports. Today they seem favourable. The effort to strengthen Normandy continues. By now additional units have fully arrived in the area. Fally's 91st Air Landing Division and von der Heete's crack 6th Parachute Regiment. In addition, several Army Group Reserve units have been moved there. The 206th Panzer Battalion, the 7th AOK Sturm Battalion, the 101st Stellungswerfer Regiment, the 17th Machine Gun Battalion, and the 100th Panzer Replacement Battalion. Though these units are small in number, many of the men in these units are combat veterans or have been fully trained. In the late afternoon, Rommel goes rabbit hunting with his aide Lang and Chief Engineer Meiser. He feels that this is about all he can do at this point, as he awaits the invasion. His units by now know what to do and are working steadily on their defences every day, and the Allied Air Force is on his nerves every night. At one point, trudging through an open field, Meiser and Rommel find themselves together and alone. For lack of anything better to talk about, Meiser tries something he has never done before. He tries to engage the Field Marshal in politics. As he speaks, though, Rommel interrupts him. Meiser, look, you and I can only talk politics if we're in an open field with nobody else in sight for 200 yards all around. He goes on to say that, in his mind, the Führer is and always has been a sort of brilliant visionary, who can quite be level-headed and practical. If you see him entirely alone, you can talk quite reasonably with him. But then Martin Bormann and company come in, and he reverts to his old form. He pauses and adds, "Let's not talk about that." Today's situation report from OB West reflects von Rundstedt's uncertainty about the landing area. OB West appreciates the situation as follows. The focal point of the enemy's concentration for invasion is in the south and southeast of England. The Isle of Wight area is a focal point of preparations. The threatened main front is still definitely the Channel front between the Scheldt and Normandy, as well as the northern part of Brittany, including Brest. In the meantime, new reports of Allied air activity come in. The rail lines all over France have yet again been targeted. A number of German airfields and railroad marshalling yards are hit in the Calais, Cherbourg, and Paris areas. Paris, declared by the Germans to be an open city, like Rome, still comes under aerial attack, although it is a small, limited raid. The enemy aircraft fly in on careful, precise vectors and conduct strict bombing and strafing runs on parts of the Paris-Orly airport. A half-century later, A bomb run like this will be termed a surgical airstrike. Reich Minister Albert Speer begins a conference with the Führer that, on and off, will take place today and tomorrow. At the end of it, Speer will note the Führer's agreement with his view that, in the West, even though building operations on the Atlantic Wall should be possible, the main duties of the OT should lie in the elimination of difficulties in transport, including those in the interior of France. Tuesday, May 23rd. At La Roche-Guyon, Rommel has that noontime conference with State Party leader Karl Kaufmann that he set up on the 20th. They discuss the problems of transportation along the inland rivers and canals. They also discuss, although in the abstract, possible consequences to Germany if the invasion fails and the Führer steps down from power. If he did, the other prominent Nazis, such as Göring, Bormann, and Himmler, would have to go with him. If that happened, government stability would depend upon the Gauleiters like Kaufmann to keep political constancy in the Reich until a peace could be secured with the Allies. That afternoon, the Army Group staff squeezes in a few games of tennis between air raid warnings. The Allies are at it again, bombing railroads and bridges. A series of phone calls is made to Germany. Rail transports are being held up at the border because the delousing operations there have fallen behind schedule. That evening, General Speidel, in his bedroom, up in the old Norman Tower, packs his bags, getting ready to go on leave. To him, this trip home will be an important one. He is going to confer with some of his co-conspirators in his province of Württemberg. Generalfeldmarschall Wolfram von Richthofen arrives at the Berghof in Bavaria. He is flown in from Italy to report directly to the Führer on the air situation there. First, though, he attends a preliminary morning air production meeting in the SS barracks. Göring, of course, chairs the meeting. Von Richthofen is struck by the difference in attitudes between the old-school veterans like Milch and those wanting change, like Armaments Director Karl Sauer. Just after noontime, the Luftwaffe Field Marshal meets the Führer, who to him appears older. He still, though, carries himself regally, and despite rumours, he does not seem at all nervous. On the contrary, he acts like a man charged with a historic mission, calmly letting his destiny unfold before him. Von Richthofen gives his briefing on both the military and the political status in Italy. Each facet is getting bad. The setbacks at Cassino and Anzio, though, do not seem to perturb the Führer. Time, he says, is their ally. He even boasts to Richthofen that, as a matter of fact, from a political standpoint, Germany has already won the war. Later on, around 3 p.m., Reichsmarschall Göring and his air production people joined them in the villa's great hall. With them is famous fighter ace Adolf Galland. Although the view of the Alps is spectacular, the unheated room is somewhat chilly. They are all here for the Jägerstab report, the update on the production of fighters. Today's reports will include the status of the long-awaited new jet airplane, the Me-262. Hitler listens to standard fighter details as he absent-mindedly gazes out his grand window at the breathtaking mountain view below. Field Marshal Erhard Milch, in charge of aircraft production, then begins his report on the projected figures for production of the new jet fighter. Hitler whirls around. "Jet fighter?" he asks sharply. "I thought the 262 was coming in as a high-speed bomber." Surprised at this, Milch replies hesitatingly, "Mein Führer, for the time being, it is being manufactured as a fighter." Hitler looks intently around at the group and asks, "How many of the 262s already manufactured can carry bombs?" Milch is now thoroughly rattled by the Führer's abrupt, somewhat harsh tone. He meekly tells him, "None, mein Führer. The Me-262 is being designed exclusively as a fighter aircraft." After an awkward moment of silence, Milch goes on defense. Hitler is ominously quiet. Milch explains that the 262 has been designed as a swift fighter aircraft. To be redesigned now as a Yabo and hold bombs, its frame would have to be strengthened considerably. That would take a lot more precious design time. Even then, its payload would be limited. It would not be able to carry more than one 500-kilogram bomb. The Führer erupts into a furious tirade. Another screw-up. He had wanted a jet built that could carry bombs to the upcoming Western invasion site and smash through the enemy air armadas. Instead, they are getting ready to make another fighter. He fumes. Who pays the slightest attention to the orders I give? I gave an unqualified order and left nobody in any doubt that the aircraft was to be built as a fighter-bomber. As Milch tries to go on, Hitler snaps. Never mind. I only want one 250-kilo bomb. How much do they weigh? Armaments Director Sauer replies with statistics on the weight of the aircraft's cannon, protective armor, and ammunition. Hitler adds the numbers up as they are given. Together, the total weight is over 500 kilos. You don't need any guns, he replies with an evil grin. The plane is so fast, it doesn't need any armor plating either. You can take it all out. He turns to Oberst Edgar Peterson, head of the Luftwaffe Experimental Research Station at Rechlin, and asks if this is not so. The colonel, of course, nods in agreement. They can be done without any difficulty, he replies. Trying to salvage the situation, Milch pleads for the Führer to listen to other air experts who have come with him, but none want to speak up. In a brave attempt, General Galland begins, hesitantly. An abrupt retort from the Führer, though, silences him after a dozen words or so. After a short, tense moment of silence, Milch tries again to appeal to the Führer. Raging, Hitler cuts him off and begins to berate the man. Desperate and agitated, Milch hesitates, then again speaks up. Mein Führer, he cries pleadingly. The smallest infant can see that this is a fighter, not a bomber aircraft. Infant! Hitler deliberately, dramatically turns his back on the field marshal, a clear sign that this part of the meeting is over, and a curt dismissal to the group. Milch is clearly on the way out. One of Peterson's assistants to his left, in a very low voice, whispers, Aufschlagbrand, shot down in flames. After leaving the main hall, Goering follows the Führer's lead and turns on his own production leaders, berating them. Milch, for whom Goering already has a long-standing personal resentment, naturally gets the brunt of the heat. A short time later, Goering meets outside the Great Hall with Keitel, Milch, Armaments Minister Albert Speer, and several key industrial leaders who had come to brief Hitler on war production and the effects of the enemy bombing raids. With the previous Me-262 fiasco fresh in his mind, Goering pleads with the industrialists not to be too pessimistic in the meeting. The Führer is already upset enough. And, of course, with more bad news about the air war, Hitler might very well unload upon him again. They all join Hitler in the cold, physically and socially, Great Hall. They discuss the impact of the Allied air campaigns upon German industrial output. The industrial leaders are under no illusions and stick to the facts. At first, Hitler tries to put a good spin on the discussion and gives them his commonly used phrase, "We've been through worse crises." The industrial leaders, though, tell it like it is, and he is forced to ask them for their objective opinion. They give it to him. If the air war does not get any better, German production, and thus the war, will be lost. After leaving the Great Hall and entering the anteroom, Goering again starts up with post-conference berating, this time rebuking the industrialists. They should not have burdened the Führer with such bad news. They could have dispensed with the needless anxieties and kept their pessimistic nonsense to themselves. The guests are all eventually ferried down the mountain to the Berchtesgadener Hof, a luxurious hotel in town. With the fiery conferences now over, the members of Hitler's private inner circle hesitantly come down from their upstairs rooms for the social part of the day. With coats on, they patiently wait in the vestibule for their daily excursion across the valley to his Muslanerkopf tea house. Depressed, Hitler finally joins them, wearing a hat and a black cape, holding his walking cane. They leave for their daily afternoon trek to the tea house, less than a kilometer away. In Berlin, General Hans Kramer arrives. He had been the last Befehlshaber of the Afrika Corps before being captured in 1943. For medical reasons, acute asthma, the Allies, through skillful negotiations with the Red Cross, allowed him to be repatriated. Having been imprisoned in England, he was taken from the London cage near Kensington Palace to a formal dinner with General George Patton, commanding 1st U.S. Army Group. He had then been given a thorough tour of the Operation Neptune assembly area. They had driven by various military staging areas in what seemed to be southeast Britain, although he could not tell for sure. Signposts, street signs, and names had all been removed or changed. The units are all supposedly ready to hit the Calais area. The next day, Kramer had been taken to the docks and allowed to board the Swedish ship Gripsholm for home. He had arrived in Berlin on May 23rd. Now he reports to OKH Chief of Staff Kurt Zeitzler. Tomorrow he will go to Berchtesgaden and eventually wind up in France on Georg von Schweppenberg's staff. He is full of details of what he has seen, an enemy invasion force that, evidently, is getting ready to hit the Pas de Calais. In the late evening, several German mine-layers venture into the English Channel to lay segments of several new ad hoc minefields, Blitzsperren. Unfortunately for them, they are pounced upon by both the Royal Navy and the RAF, and take heavy losses before retreating to port. The intercepts by Allied intelligence of the Kriegsmarine Enigma signals have proven to be invaluable again. Wednesday, May 24th. This morning the Army Group staff at La Roche-Guyon is busy with a number of details. Rommel, though, travels to a nearby Army Ordnance Center and watches several demonstrations. He later records his experiences in his daily report. Left to inspect a new artificial fog apparatus. The smoke, produced through the mixing of Nebelsäure with burned chalk, is thick and suitable for the troops. Unfortunately, our supplies of Nebelsäure are limited. On the other hand, I learned that back home several million smoke grenades are stocked up. It is irresponsible on the part of the authorities not to have issued these so far. However, this is another proof that one must always be on the lookout to find things out. If it hadn't been for this visit, I still wouldn't have known about the smoke grenades. Another pleasant experience was the display of a new submersible machine gun, used in conjunction with an aiming mirror. I ordered its immediate production. At the Buck factory I was shown another smoke-producing agent created by the mixing of ammonium and oil with burned chalk. Though not too thick, I ordered its immediate adoption by the troops. There I also saw beach lighting installations which, built in with the wooden poles along beaches, will certainly have an irritating effect upon the enemy. He orders a number of them put into service as soon as possible. Admiral Ruger goes to Paris that afternoon to visit various headquarters, trying to scare up some cement supplies. Enemy air activity is not too bad for road travel, although reports have shown that rail centers, bridges, and airfields are getting hit heavily. Ruger's car has to make a wide detour around one downed bridge because of enemy fighters patrolling nearby. General Speidel, having been granted leave over Pentecost, departs today for home around 9 a.m. Others of Rommel's staff spend part of the day talking to various officers at Luftwaffe Command, specifically Spurler's 3rd Luftflotte. They are trying to secure some flak batteries for coast defenses. The outgoing mail includes a letter written yesterday by the Field Marshal, addressed to Alfred Jodl. In it, Rommel asks him to coerce Hitler into starting up the V-1 missile program as soon as possible. This would give the Allies one more reason to attack von Salmuth's sector, the more heavily defended area of the coast. And if Rocket Command could somehow direct the missiles at the Allied embarkation points, that would help them a great deal. That evening, after they have all returned to the chateau, they hear on the radio that Stuttgart has once more been bombed, and it sounds like the city had taken a pounding. Not surprising, perhaps, since the Reich Propaganda Ministry has maintained the impression to the world that construction of aircraft and panzers is going on full blast. It would be better if the Reich did not brag so much in the media about production. Perhaps air raids might diminish. That night, for the first time, large formations of enemy bombers fly right over the chateau. The staff is forced to go downstairs into the air raid shelters. Today, at the Berghof, Göring has another conference with his senior staff about aircraft production. They had taken a pounding yesterday from the Führer over the Me-262 issue, and now, clearly, Göring is on a mission to reaffirm the Führer's orders, and, of course, clear himself of blame. His staff estimates that the Me-262's airframe will have to undergo a major modification to be able to carry a bomb. That might take another 5 months. Hearing this, Göring explodes. "You gentlemen appear to be stone-deaf, the lot of you. I have referred again and again to the Führer's order. He doesn't care two hoots about getting the Me-262 as a fighter, but wants it only as a fighter-bomber." He pauses and glares at them. "The Führer must have the strangest impression of you. From every side, including Messerschmitt, he was left in doubt about this, right from the start. And then, in my presence, Messerschmitt told the Führer that his company had provided, right from the start, for it to be manufactured as a Jagdbomber. And now, suddenly, it is impossible." Oberst Edgar Peterson again repeats the structural problems that the change would entail, and how the engines would have to be redesigned. Göring asks how soon the Me-262 can start production as a fighter-bomber. Peterson takes a deep breath, and in a wild guess to save the situation, replies about 3 months. Göring scowls at him. "I would have been grateful had you uttered 10% of these remarks yesterday," he pauses. "The Führer says, as far as I am concerned, you can cremate the fighters. He needs an aircraft which can force its way through by virtue of its sheer speed, despite the enormous mass of fighters guarding the invasion forces." He shakes his head in wonder. What no civilian dares to do, simply ignoring superior orders, you gentlemen venture to do time after time after time. The most undisciplined bunch in Germany, our own Wehrmacht, and our officer corps. In the afternoon, General Oberst Korten tells Göring that he thinks the invasion will not come for a while. He says, "The invasion appears to have been postponed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having these big air raids on the Reich again," referring to the recent American bombings. Again, Göring shakes his head. They still do not get the point. Today, the Allies, continuing their pre-invasion airstrikes, launch a combined Western Allied effort to destroy all the bridges in Northern Europe. Those flown in France are designed to further isolate the Normandy area. By D-Day, all 24 major bridges over the Seine between Paris and Rouen will go down, as well as a dozen other river bridges. Thursday, May 25th. Rommel stays at his chateau, tackling some paperwork. The weather today is beautiful, but no particular enemy activity is noted outside of the intense but getting to be common Allied bombing raids. Air targets today are varied. The Longues-sur-Mer naval battery, the rail yards at Blanville, Charleroi, and Belfort, a couple of airfields, including the Paris-Orly airport yesterday. Some coastal targets are hit, as well as a few V-1 rocket sites. But the enemy seems to be giving the Seine bridges a break today. That's good. So, where are the Allies? Where is the invasion? Around noon, Rommel gets a visit from Oberst Walter Reinhardt, the Chief of Staff for the 47th Panzer Corps. Reinhardt is the advance party for the Corps headquarters unit. The 47th had once been a powerful panzer corps, and the command staff officers were all veterans of countless battles on the Eastern Front. Now this cadre has left Russia, coming westward to France. Their new assignment is to coordinate Rommel's panzers and to reinforce his command of the army group. The Corps is going to organize and take charge of the 3 panzer divisions of which OKW had finally released tactical command to Rommel. The 2nd, the newly formed 116th, and the Phoenix 21st, still busily re-equipping itself just south of Caen. No less experienced than the unit's chief of staff is its commanding officer, General von Funk. He had fought well in Russia, commanding for 2 years Rommel's 7th Panzer Division. On December 7th of last year, von Funk had been promoted to acting commander of the 23rd Corps, and on March 5th of this year, he and his staff had been promoted to command the 47th Panzer Corps. Yes, von Funk is one of the oldest and most experienced panzer commanders in the German army. Rommel and Reinhardt have a nice visit, and Rommel tells him that he looks forward to seeing his commanding officer tomorrow at a formal luncheon the army group is throwing. A few hours later, Rommel is told a wild French rumor that he and his staff have packed up and left La Roche-Guyon. He chuckles at that. No, he is not quite ready to leave the lovely chateau just yet. On a more serious and upbeat note, he is informed that the deadly coastal KMA minefields are to be started shortly. About damned time. Ruger had been pleading with Admiral Kranke for over 2 months now to accelerate production and distribution of the KMAs. Kranke had resisted, though. He was having sections of the Bay of Biscay mined, and that had to be finished first. Kranke works well enough with Rommel under normal circumstances, yet everyone knows that he and Friedrich Ruger do not get along, and because of this, Kranke will drag his feet when it comes to matters of working with or for the army. And as far as he is concerned, Ruger is no longer in the Kriegsmarine. He is just another one of Rommel's army flunkies. Rommel makes a note to speak privately with Kranke on that matter. After all, they are all going to have to work together, especially if they are going to get out of this mess with their heads still on their bodies. That afternoon, Rommel tries to take his mind off things by going on an exhaustive but fruitless rabbit hunt. After he returns, he has a brief conference with von Rundstedt's propaganda chief. At the Berghof, General Hans Kramer has made a report to the Führer. Kramer has been repatriated because of a serious lung problem, contrived, boasts Kramer. He tells Hitler about the vast weapons depots that the British and Americans have shown him. Hitler is taken in by this report. Dr. Sonnleitner, though, Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop's liaison officer, sees through the sham. The British doctors have allowed him to fool them on his medical condition, he explains to the Führer. There is no way a German general could have faked a serious lung condition, especially to a prison doctor. And why were the Allies so eager to show him all of those weapons centers in southeast England? Sonnleitner, having spent a few years himself as a political prisoner in Austria, knows that no matter how smart a prisoner is, the captors are always smarter. No, he concludes, Kramer has not hoodwinked the Allies. They have hoodwinked him. This has all been staged to lead Kramer into spreading strategically false conclusions to the German High Command. But Hitler is not so sure. Whatever, he replies to Sonnleitner. Still, true or not, no matter what, Rommel needs to hear this story. Kramer is to be sent to see Generalfeldmarschall Rommel and tell him what he has seen. Especially, Hitler adds, the special tanks, and where he had seen the most landing craft. Kramer is to leave immediately. Friday, May 26th. At La Roche-Guyon, some reconnaissance photos arrive. Taken on the 24th, they include some good quality shots of the southwestern English ports of Bournemouth, Poole, Portland, and Weymouth, crowded with all sorts of invasion vessels and landing craft. Perhaps Calais will not be the target area, although Rommel still thinks that the Somme estuary will be the invasion area. Now committed to staying at his headquarters as much as possible, Rommel today holds a special luncheon for General Wolfgang Pickert, the new commanding officer of the 3rd Flak Corps. Pickert took command 2 days ago and established his headquarters just south of Amiens. The Flak Corps was formed in late February. It consists of about 12,000 men in 24 batteries and features 4 anti-aircraft Flaksturm regiments of 40 88mm dual-purpose guns each. This is clearly a sizable unit to deploy against the hordes of enemy aircraft that will dominate the skies over an invasion site. Although Göring had, back on May 7th, refused to allow Rommel to relocate the units to Normandy, Pickert might be persuadable. Rommel receives Pickert warmly, and they talk over lunch. A little later, they are joined by General de Fallschirmjäger Kurt Student, commanding all the airborne troops. Having dissolved the 11th Flieger Corps, he had in its place formed the Fallschirmjäger Corps, and had, last March, established his new headquarters near Nancy. His parachute school at Dreux was now busy with new recruits, eager to learn how to jump out of an airplane, even though there were few to jump out of. Also joining them is General von Funk. A nice social gathering, the men discuss various aspects of the air war and the situation in the West. They discuss Göring's refusal to relocate the flak batteries to Normandy, and Pickert tells Rommel that he agrees with the decision. The flak regiments, widely scattered eastward, are protecting the bridges over the Seine. Even though, dispersed as they were, they offer little effective power against any Allied air force flying over. Moreover, they also provide some defense against bombers trying to fly into Germany. In addition, a few batteries protect V-2 production centers, a high priority for the Führer. Pickert tells Rommel he has other concerns. His men have been softened by la belle vie of France, something Rommel sympathizes with. Many of his officers are young, impetuous, usually with no experience in actual combat, certainly not like Pickert has seen on the Eastern Front. While he defends his batteries' locations operationally, he objects to the fact that most of them are semi-permanently fixed and kept immobile, stagnantly located around other established anti-aircraft sites. Pickert realizes that together his batteries can potentially pose a much more formidable weapon than at present. They are entirely motorized, one of the few such anti-aircraft units in the Wehrmacht. Still, a good deal of training for combat operations and how to work with ground forces when the invasion comes will be needed. After the guests leave, Rommel receives a scolding phone call from State Secretary Theodor Gansenmüller in the Ministry of Transportation. Rommel tries to tell him that he needs additional transport space for supplies, but is cut off by the State Secretary, who proceeds to complain to Rommel about the meddling into the affairs of transportation by Gauleiter Kaufmann on Rommel's behalf. While Gansenmüller keeps a civil tone, after all, you do not berate a field marshal and a national hero in the Third Reich, unless, of course, you have a death wish, he does tell Rommel to kindly keep Kaufmann, and anyone else Rommel is contemplating, the hell out of transportation matters. Yes, he admits dully, the ministry is aware of the acute transportation problem in France right now because of the bombings, but trying to get things done using Kaufmann is not the proper way to do things. From now on, the field marshal is to go through proper channels. Rommel hangs up disgruntled and grits his teeth. Politicians. Admiral Ruger drives to Paris to the headquarters of Security Area West, and then off to Naval Group West. Luckily, he is already on the northern bank of the Seine, and thus does not have to cross over. It is just as well. By now, all the bridges over the river have been hit by Allied air attacks, and all rail traffic across the river is blocked. The Germans, of course, are trying hard to repair the bridges, but their efforts are infuriatingly being stifled daily by the enemy. The Allies observe repair efforts on these bridges, and whenever a repair nears completion, the enemy bombs it again. Ruger finds out from a radar expert at Kranke's headquarters that the radar installations along the channel have, in the last couple weeks, also been hit pretty hard by the enemy, but that of the 11 major radar installations that had been damaged by the bombs, all but one are back in service again. This morning, several key officers of the 12th SS Panzer Division have been mysteriously summoned to their divisional headquarters at Tillières-sur-Avre. Worried, they report to the main building, and are amazed to find their wives sitting there. At the orders of the division commander, Brigadeführer der Waffen-SS Fritz Witt, the ladies have been brought from all over Germany to their headquarters for a last liberty with their husbands. Witt senses that the invasion will come soon, and when it does, many in the division will be killed. He magnanimously tells his officers, "Since there is going to be no leave for anybody from now on, you can all go to Paris for 2 days, and then say goodbye at the Gare de l'Est." The men understand only too well. One officer confides to his wife, "We are for it," and gives her his personal effects, just in case. That afternoon, a number of senior generals are taken to the Berghof for an audience with the Führer. His speech focuses on reinforcing what Himmler had told them before lunch. He starts out comparing the Jews to simple bacteria invading the Reich host, and talks of the problems Germany had been plagued with because of these bacterial Jews. Removing them from their positions of power in the Reich, he points out, has allowed the offspring of thousands of middle-class Germans to move up, while simultaneously cleansing the German revolutionary movement of their taint. Addressing a common theme, he rhetorically asks if perhaps the manner of their removal could be done more humanely. He shakes his head dramatically. "My dear generals, we are fighting a battle of life and death. If our enemies are victorious in the struggle, the German people will be extirpated. The Bolsheviks will butcher millions upon millions of our intellectuals. Those who escape the bullet in the nape of the neck will be deported." He goes on for a while, interweaving the bestial reasons for the war's necessity, graphical descriptions of the air war's effect upon the country, and the removal of the accursed Jews. He occasionally pauses for applause or verbal approvals. The subject of the impending invasion in the West is not even addressed. Saturday, May 27th. Whitsun Saturday is a lovely day at La Roche-Guyon. The temperature is up, although there is a breeze coming off the river to bring relief from the warm morning. After Ruger fills him in on his meetings yesterday, Rommel leaves to see the smoke generator plant that he visited on the 24th. Progress has been made. He orders the manager to accelerate their program for production. He returns to the chateau for lunch. These days he dares not go anywhere very far. The invasion could come any day now. All this enemy air activity in the last few weeks must have some significance. Something will probably be happening soon. He can almost feel it. Besides, his troops know enough by now about how to construct their barriers, and work is steadily going on all along the coast. Every day makes them more prepared, better able to meet the enemy. So, where are they? That afternoon, he and some staff members go on yet another armed promenade, to work off lunch and to relieve some of the strain of waiting. The few rabbits they come across are too small to shoot. However, since previous hunts have usually proven fruitless, they try something different. They bring along a few ferrets to go down the rabbit holes and to chase their prey out. Unfortunately, this tactic backfires on them, because the ferrets decide that the nice rabbit tunnels are cool places to rest. The frustrated hunters end up having to dig their ferrets out. When they eventually return to the villa, they find out that official word has come down from Luftflotte 3 headquarters in Paris. General Pickert, after having dined with Rommel, yesterday's sumptuous feast thrown for him must have helped after all, has relented some, He is going to allow one of his 4 regiments, the 1st Flak Regiment, to relocate to Normandy. Their role, however, will be strictly as an air defense weapon, and they will not be used at all in ground operations. 2 more of the Flak regiments will stay with the 15th Army, with 1 regiment on each side of the Somme estuary between Montreuil-sur-Mer and just north of Abbeville. The 4th Regiment will be held in Army Reserve. It will stay on the right bank of the Seine, upstream from Treport, to continue covering the river bridges, now repeatedly getting hit hard by enemy air attacks. Rommel, expecting to get more batteries into Normandy from the other 3 regiments, is upset. General Hans Speidel is at home in Freudenstadt, Germany. He is entertaining 2 prominent guests, pre-war Minister of Foreign Affairs Baron Konstantin von Neurath and the Oberbürgermeister of Stuttgart, Karl Strollen. They are part of another contingent of the Schwarzkapelle. In Speidel's study, they exchange their ideas on removing the Führer from office, and how the Western commands could coordinate their operations with them once the plotters had made their move. Some contacts have been made with the Western Allies, and these will be used when needed. Speidel briefs them on his dealings with the Field Marshal, and how far he has progressed. Von Neurath reviews the reasons why Hitler is the crux of the problem, having followed his present policy. He states what they all know well: none of the Allies will deal with him, and so he has to go, for the good of the country. Von Neurath needs to know how willing Rommel would be to help lead the government if the conspiracy succeeds. The plotters agree that they would like to make their move before the Allied invasion takes place. Speidel knows from reports coming into his office that time is getting short. Strollen and von Neurath tell him to plead with Rommel to be ready to take over when the coup is initiated, either as head of the military or as leader of the country. It will be a hard sell. Brigadeführer Fritz Witt, commanding the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend, enjoys his 36th birthday with his senior officers and their wives at Tillières-sur-Avre. The champagne flows freely at the celebration as the SS officers relax and have a good time. Witt does not know that this will be his last birthday. In the large picture room of the Berghof, the Führer is today entertaining the Japanese ambassador, Baron Hiroshi Oshima. He has been lecturing him on general strategy. Also present are Walter Vorlemont, General Jodl, who seems bored, Chief of Staff Wilhelm Keitel, his eyes gleaming at the Führer's words, and Luftwaffe Adjutant Nicholas von Bilov. Except for Keitel, the senior army officers are uncomfortable about the Führer telling a foreigner about strategy points that perhaps should not be mentioned. After all, telling senior Nazi politicians what they might do is one thing, or even late at night, when the Führer, reclined in an easy chair, reflects some thoughts about military plans to the attending ladies. They are, after all, simple souls, and besides, who could they relay the information to? However, telling foreigners is something else entirely, even if they are supposed to be their allies. Now the Führer turns to Germany's military situation. He starts with the Italian front. It is, he says with authority, on the Italian front that the fighting is now most acute. Looking at the Japanese ambassador, he continues, England and America have thrown against us an infinitude of weapons and materials. In my opinion, the main object of this new drive is to lure German military strength to that theatre, and we are therefore not making too great an effort to prevent the loss of territory. Instead, we are gradually retiring, and in doing so, we are inflicting huge losses on the enemy. And, by the way, Hitler declares, turning towards Keitel and von Bilov, I am not sending any more planes to help defend Italy. He looks at Jodl. And we have also decided to establish a new defensive line running from the Alban Hills on the west coast to a point south of the Grand Sasso Mountains, and finally to a point north of Pescara on the east coast. Hitler has decided to call this new line Position C. Of course, moving back to this fortified position means having to give up any serious idea of defending Rome. The subject turns to the Eastern Front. Hitler says, "We Germans have known all along that the Axis should have defended along the Don, but Hungary and Romania never could grasp that fact. Now, however, the flames are close to their own borders, and the Hungarian and Romanian forces are more aware of the peril. So far they have stood up rather well." He does not mention that this is especially true since Germany marched into Hungary in mid-March, occupied the capital, and re-educated the Hungarians. The Japanese ambassador speaks up. "Do you know from which direction the Russians will strike?" Hitler turns to him and thinks about the question. "I think," he replies, "that the Russian assault will be two-pronged. In my opinion, they'll head northwest from the Lvov area and penetrate into central Poland." After a moment, he adds, "and they will also invade Romania. I think, though, that the drive from Lvov will come first, and an attempted invasion of Romania will come afterwards." Oshima changes the subject and asks Hitler about the upcoming Western Europe invasion. The Führer starts to pace. "I believe," he begins, "that sooner or later an invasion of Europe will be attempted. I understand from recent reports that the enemy has already assembled about 80 divisions in the British Isles. Of that force, only 8 divisions are composed of first-class fighting men with experience in actual warfare." Oshima asks, "Does Your Excellency believe that these Anglo-American forces are fully prepared to invade?" "Yes," Hitler continued, "I believe that they are fully ready to invade us." The Japanese ambassador considers this, and then asks him, "Then, sir, I wonder what ideas you may have on how the invasion will be carried out." The Führer stops pacing and pauses. "Well, as for me, judging from relatively clear portents, I think that diversionary actions will take place in a number of places, against Norway, Denmark, the southern part of western France, and the French Mediterranean coast. After that, when they have established bridgeheads in the Normandy and Brittany peninsulas, and have sized up their prospects, they will then come forward with an all-out second front across the Straits of Dover." Hitler pauses. "We ourselves would like nothing better than to strike one great blow as soon as possible." He looks down and begins pacing again before he goes on. "But that will not be feasible. If the enemy does what I anticipate, no, their men will be dispersed. If that's the case, we intend to finish off the enemy's troops at the several bridgeheads. The number of German troops in the west still amounts to about 60 divisions. Oshima, sitting calmly at the large round table, replies, "Remember, sir, our last meeting? You told us that if it turned out that there was no invasion, you thought that you might blast southern England with rocket guns, and then maybe find an opportunity to take the initiative again on the Eastern Front. Well, since then," continues the ambassador, "the Anglo-Americans have been bombing the Channel area more heavily than ever. I wonder, sir, if those weapons you were going to use against England have not been destroyed." The senior Wehrmacht officers hold their breaths. What Oshima is suggesting may be construed as indirectly accusing the Führer of either holding out on their Japanese ally or not holding up their end of the war. To anyone else in Europe, that would be a capital offense. "No," replies the Führer, irritably. "Those guns are in an arsenal made of impenetrable concrete. They are in no danger." The other men in the room relax. That could have been explosive. "If the Anglo-Americans do not stage an invasion," Oshima continues, unaware of his close call, "would it not be a little dangerous to return your troops to the Eastern Front?" Hitler scowls at Oshima. "Well," he replies after a moment, "I have no intention of waiting forever for them to come. I will give them 2 or 3 more months. If they don't come then, Germany will take the offensive." He pauses. "By that time, we will have finished organizing and equipping additional forces. We will have between 60 to 70 fresh divisions, including over 40 Panzer and Panzer Grenadier divisions. Then we will be in a position to attack. I have already exceeded my goal for SS divisions. 25 of them are now practically organized and equipped. Vorlemont feels a tug at his sleeve. Looking over, he sees one of the Führer's aides. There is a telephone call for him in the antechamber. Vorlemont excuses himself from the room as the Führer and the ambassador begin talking about aircraft production. A thought suddenly occurs to him. What if the Japanese somehow tell the enemy of German intentions? He shakes his head. The Japanese would have nothing to gain from that. No, they would not knowingly tell the enemy. He is right. They will not knowingly. But he cannot know that Oshima will radio a full transcript of this conversation to Tokyo in a few days. Very soon after that, less than a week before the invasion, the Ultra Intercept will be in the hands of the top Allied commanders in Europe. Sunday, May 28th. Today is Whitsunday. It is another beautiful day at La Roche-Guyon. Rommel and his staff are perplexed. Where the hell are the Allies? To pass the time away, there are a number of tennis matches today. For those wishing to stay indoors, several ping-pong battles are fought. Enemy air activity seems low today. However, the Allies are not as idle as the Army Group staff thinks. The Romanian oil fields at Ploesti are hit by a few hundred enemy bombers. The Allies had struck Germany's oil production facilities hard on May 12th. This is the second phase, and its effect will cripple German oil, and thus manufacturing production. In Western Europe, railroad marshalling yards in northern France, Belgium, and central France are hit again, while rail lines are attacked by tactical fighter bombers. The V-1 sites are hit again, as are a few coastal positions. And, of course, rail bridges along the Seine and Somme rivers are hit once more. By D-Day, all the Seine bridges will be down. That afternoon, Rommel decides to take time to ride with his aide to the beautiful Choisy forest. On the way, Rommel talks about Hermann Göring and his lack of character. Rommel speaks ill of the Luftwaffe, too, and discusses how things have become as bad as they now are. Rommel sums it up for Lang, telling him, "While the others were building up their air power, we were fast asleep. Now we're paying the penalty. My impression is that the people around the Führer often didn't tell him their real opinions about the situation. They enjoy a stop or two, admiring the scenery before they drive over to the expansive villa of the Marquis de Choisy. The Count is related to the Duc de Rochefoucauld, whose chateau Rommel is currently using. Back in 1940, after his wild ride across France, Rommel had met the Count and had found him to be a perfectly charming man. The family was sympathetic to the Germans, and the Count's son had even gone as far as to join the army and had fought a few years on the Eastern Front. The Count's young daughter has often visited her relatives at La Roche-Guyon. The Countess herself is a spry and energetic woman. Today the frail old man greets him warmly, and Rommel visits with the couple. The Countess's bitterness towards the British comes out in her remarks. Rommel, in turn, tells the Count about how the Germans and French, all of Europe for that matter, must stand up together if their crusade against Bolshevism is to be won. They have a nice get-together and discuss the war and the future. Around sunset, Rommel and his aide return to their chateau. That evening they once again mingle with French royalty. The two of them join the Duc de Rochefoucauld in the family's upstairs quarters. They pass on the felicitations of the Count's family and stay up with the Duke, enjoying a laid-back, informal talk with this languid old man. Rommel feels at ease talking to him. When Lang and Rommel finally arise to leave, the Duke, overcome with emotion, urges his family to stand for a toast. Raising his glass, he declares, "To Germany's victory." Rommel thanks him and retires. Monday, May 29th. With the invasion looming near, Allied intelligence is trying to keep an updated appraisal of the German ground forces, especially in and around Normandy. Through key radio intercepts, the Allies have now confirmed that the 6th Parachute Regiment and the 91st Air Landing Division have been relocated to the Cotentin Peninsula. This has raised considerable concern about the American airborne landings planned for that area. German paratroops and glider infantry on the edges of the assigned drop zones will seriously jeopardize achieving initial objectives and add greatly to the airborne fatality list. In the Colville area, the resistance agent there has finally determined that major elements of the veteran 352nd Infantry Division have been relocated north to the Calvados coast, beefing up the left flank of the Bodenständiger 716th Division. 2 regiments of the 352nd now occupy positions across the western half of the beach, across what is scheduled to be, unknown of course to the agent, a major Allied landing area designated Omaha Beach. Based on that agent's report, the local resistance leader near Grand Camp sends his routine report using his normal communications route. In this case, that happens to be with carrier pigeons. The French have been using them as message couriers to England since 1940, but only in areas where radio reception is poor or where wireless use would be too risky. One pigeon was also carried by agents parachuting into enemy territory and released upon a safe landing, to let headquarters know that the agent had made it down safely. The French have found pigeons to be an ideal method of communication, because they cannot be weakened, jammed, or detected like radio signals. They are silent in their travel, and, if spotted, are relatively hard to hit. On the other hand, they are on the whole quite unreliable for getting to their destination, and can only carry small messages or diagrams. Moreover, setting up and maintaining such a system is also often difficult, especially since each bird can only be used a couple times. So their successful return rate since 1940 has only been about 1 flight in 9. There are several reasons for the low reliability rate. For one thing, the birds are parachuted into France and sometimes die in the drop, are intercepted by the Germans, or are turned over by the local citizenry. It is, after all, a serious offense to be caught with them, and especially in the last year, the Germans have become quite aware of spy carrier pigeon mail systems and their value. These birds are now considered dangerous contraband material. Of those that have been successfully released, several were given only mediocre training, and, of course, sometimes bad weather played a decisive role. So, as a precaution to increase their reliability, the resistance has started to send 2 birds at a time. Over time, these feathered couriers have naturally become fair game for sport by troops stationed on the coast. A good pastime for the Feldgrau along the beaches has become practice target shooting at birds when they spot them, especially pigeons. The amateur hunters usually conduct their sport with shotguns, although any small-caliber firearm is considered acceptable. On the whole, the participants are lousy shots, especially at such a small target, often unexpectedly flying out towards the channel at over 80 kilometers an hour. Usually, the shootings result in a clean miss on both of them. Occasionally, the hunters might wing one bird, but that is rare. As a result, the message, if there is one, sometimes there is nothing to report, usually has a good chance of at least getting over the English Channel. Even if the hunters on the beaches are lucky enough to hit one bird, very rarely do these pot shots ever get both of them. On this particular day, though, the 716th shooters are quite lucky. They get both birds. In fact, one of the dead pigeons will land close by and fall into German hands. The report of the veteran 352nd being moved up to the coast never makes it to Allied headquarters. Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt's summary report for the day notes intensive bombings on the Seine River bridges. O.B. West appraises the situation as follows. Systematic bombing, especially of all traffic installations within the zone of O.B. West by the enemy Air Force, demonstrates the enemy's intention of destroying and disrupting the traffic network. and thereby troop movements and supply services from the coast to the far rear areas. Successful attacks carried out recently on the Seine bridges have considerably interfered with the cross-river traffic, and thereby cut off the channel front north of the Seine from direct contact with the Seine estuary and Normandy. This may indicate enemy designs on Normandy. Despite his report, though, von Rundstedt still maintains that the main assault will come at the Pas de Calais. In any case, it is true that the hour of invasion draws nearer, but the scale of the enemy air attacks does not indicate that it is immediately imminent. He rereads that last part again. Has he overplayed that point? Enemy air activity has stepped up and is playing havoc with their transportation system. He has already read Rommel's report that the coastal construction is coming along, although the attacks on the transportation system are having a bad effect on the situation. Maybe he should revise that last part. He thinks about it and decides not to. The conclusion might have a calming effect on Hitler. Of course, if his report turns out to be wrong. Today, Rommel stays at his headquarters and fills out several reports. In the evening, General Walter Buller and his associate, General Jacob, arrive at the chateau. Tomorrow they will go together to watch a number of demonstrations, including Major Becker's new toys. The two generals stay for dinner, and since they will attend Rommel's conference tomorrow, agree to stay the night. At dinner, they discuss tomorrow's agenda. After an evening walk, they turn in. Late on in his quarters, Rommel hears the explosions of yet more bombs as enemy air raids strike again. He writes to Lucy, "The Anglo-Americans have in no way let up from their incessant bombardment. The French in particular suffer from it terribly. In 48 hours there have been 3,000 dead among the people. Our own losses are in general only moderate. Many dummy installations have been ripped apart." He considers that what he has written might sadden her, so he switches to a lighter subject, the dogs. "I am so glad that the little one pleases you so much. Treff is very quiet and obedient on a hunt." He pauses. That was true. The dog did well on their armed promenades. He continues, "I am very satisfied with the big brown hunting dog. Most of the time he lies next to me at the desk. When I get up, he hopes to come along. On the hunt he heels and immediately reacts to a whistle. The other day he attacked a German shepherd so that it was difficult to separate the two mutts. He is tired. Time to end the letter. That's all for today. Tuesday, May 30th. It is morning. Rommel leaves La Roche-Guyon in a motorcade for a conference and weapons display on the coast. With him and his staff are General Buller and General Jacob. Despite recent Allied air attacks on the northern European rivers, the bridges at Mont are still thankfully intact, though several bombs have landed several times around the island sitting between them. However, when the convoy arrives in the town, they are told that there are already a number of enemy air formations flying high above. The cars are quickly driven over the bridges and continue on to Rivabella, just west of Ouistreham, where the conference and demonstrations are to take place. Already assembled there are Admiral Kranke, Rommel's corps commanders, including 47th Panzer Corps Commander von Funk, the two army commanders, von Salmuth and Dollmann, and their two chiefs of staff, Heinz Meyer-Burdorf and Max Pemsel. There are also a number of senior officers from the nearby 21st Panzer Division, since they are conducting the special weapons demonstrations. After arriving, Rommel has a chance to greet Major Hans von Luck, an old comrade from North Africa. Photographers in attendance take a number of pictures of the attending officers. Featured in the demonstrations will be some innovative multiple rocket launchers that have been fashioned by the 21st's manufacturing wizard, Major Alfred Becker. He has been busy coordinating component shipments from his factory, Alkit in Berlin, to his multi-talented workshops in Paris, which have jokingly become known as his special headquarters, Besonderer Kommando Becker. The demonstrations, especially the effect of those whooshing missiles, are hugely successful and impress everyone there. Becker also demonstrates some of his ad hoc hybrid armored assault guns. He has added armor plating shipped from the Alkit factory onto the old French-Lorraine armored carrier chassis, and using his industrial connections, obtained for them the latest radios. In doing so, he has so far created some 24 Marder SP tank destroyers by mounting onto them 75mm PAK-40 tank guns. Similarly, he has created some deadly self-propelled artillery by mounting FH-18 105mm howitzers onto some 24 old French Hotchkiss H-35 tank frames. Other French light tank chassis were given reinforced armor and an anti-tank gun. All of these homemade armor assemblies, put together by his Paris detachment, are deployed mostly to the 21st Panzer. Some officers in the Panzer Grenadier regiments had at first laughed hysterically at the odd-looking, horrific homemade contraptions. However, after having trained to work with them and seeing their potential, the Panzer Grenadiers have been forced to admit that these mobile tank destroyers are good substitutions for the Jagdpanzers they were supposed to get. There are also a number of smoke generators shown. Hopefully, they will effectively screen the beaches from the landing craft, that is, if there are enough of them, and they are in the right place at the right time. General Bühler promises to send all there are from Germany. After the presentation, General Marx gets a chance to talk to General von Salmuth. He tells him of the problems that he is having along his Calvados coastline. The 352nd and the 716th Divisions have an 80-kilometer stretch of beach to defend. It's the weakest sector of my whole corps, Marx admits worriedly. He continues voicing his concerns about a landing in this area. He had told Geyer von Schweppenberg the same thing a few weeks before when the Panzer General had visited his corps headquarters. Marx had told Geyer that he was not worried about a landing on the western side of the Cotentin Peninsula, but that he was concerned about the beach area east of Carentan. Now he is telling von Salmuth the same thing, but his concern does not seem to be registering too heavily upon the senior generals. Then there is the short supply of concrete. The conference begins, and the senior army commanders give their situation reports. Then they all break for lunch, provided by a small but adequate field mess. The officers sit at tables under a lovely thick canopy of trees. Just as well, perhaps. Enemy air activity is bustling, as usual these days. Rommel remarks that he is surprised the Mont Bridge over which they travelled to cross the Seine this morning is still functional. After lunch, Rommel closes the conference by addressing all of his commanders. He pleads with them to stay alert and to be ready at all times. You shouldn't count on the enemy coming in fine weather, he tells them, and by day. Sadly for him, he will end up ignoring his own advice. Rommel, Bühler, and Jacob then ride off to tour the defensive barriers along the coast. Rommel takes the opportunity to show the OKH generals the progress the men have made, and the new types of obstacles they have erected. He does not know it, but this will be his last tour of the invasion area before D-Day. Eventually, the officers start back towards La Roche-Guyon. They make a few stops at some deployment areas of the 21st Panzer Division. Again, Rommel gives the "Stay Alert" speech. His friend von Luck is present here again, as he was at the conference. Rommel expresses his anxiety over the fact that the enemy has not yet come. Will they ever? This long period of no activity is beginning to have an effect on his men, even the new recruits fresh from Germany. And the nice weather, the peaceful French countryside, and the good wine are not helping matters. In the late afternoon, members of Rommel's staff, returning ahead of him, experience a harrowing crossing at Gaillon, about 20 kilometers downriver from the town of Vernon. All seems well as they arrive in the town and see that the bridge is intact. However, when they get close, they find themselves in the start of an air raid. As they approach to cross, the first bombs start falling around the bridge spans. They stop and wait for the initial wave to finish. Then the vehicles, with the staff members craning their anxious heads up to spot approaching enemy bombers, make a mad dash across the river. Less than an hour later, the bridge is down. When Rommel later approaches that bridge, the damage has been done. With the Vernon and Louvière bridges out as well, Corporal Daniel has to drive them further upstream to Mont. When they arrive, though, Rommel sees that the bridges there are also gone. Probably all of the bridges along the Seine between Rouen and Paris are now destroyed or in the river. Daniel is forced to backtrack downstream along the southern bank to just opposite the chateau, where they have to cross the Seine in a boat. In a similar fashion, various ferry services are operating, but many supplies will now have to travel long out-of-the-way routes to get to units along the western coast. Wednesday, May 31st. This morning, Generalfeldmarschall Rommel takes a quick trip upriver to check out those destroyed bridges at Mont that he saw yesterday. While several enemy formations fly overhead, he then backtracks downriver past his chateau to see the ones first at Vernon, then further on at Gaillon. Obviously, the Allies wanted the bridges down to isolate the northeast coast from northwest France. But which side is the target area? Or will it be somewhere in Brittany? And this isolation effect, is it for an actual upcoming operation, or is just a prelude for something that will go down in a few months? What is the overall strategic general plan? Is this perhaps some kind of feint for another operation somewhere else, like a strike at Norway? Intelligence had picked up some clues about something like that. After returning to the chateau, Rommel checks the tide tables and decides that they will be unfavorable for invasion in early June, no high tide at or near dawn. The nearest such period would be June 20th, and that would also coincide with the end of the Russian spring thaw, which is when their dreaded summer offensive is expected to begin. But the date ranges would be different if the Allies decide on a mid-tide or a low-tide landing. He thinks about this. A landing at high tide seems the most rational. They would still be somewhat vulnerable to his high tide barriers, but they would avoid many of the medium tide obstacles and the few low tide ones his men had managed to set. Most of his beach defenses constructed to date have been based upon that assumption. He feels that the Allies will not land at low tide because the assaulting troops would struggle ashore along a much greater distance. Exposed in the open kill zones, they would make easy targets, and it would be far more likely for his defenders to inflict heavy casualties. Follow-up waves would be vulnerable as well, similarly struggling across open ground. Then there is the weather. Weather predictions for early June are not favorable for an invasion either, despite a full moon scheduled for less than a week into the month. If a storm hits, he might be able to make a last quick trip to Germany. He had been planning on going home for a few days in June for weeks now, and it seemed as though conditions might accommodate him. He has 3 reasons for the trip. First, he wants to arrange a private audience with the Führer. He does not have an appointment, but he can easily get one. Field marshals, after all, have full access to the Führer. Among other things, Rommel is going to try to convince him to let him take control of Sepp Dietrich's 1st SS Panzer Corps. Still a part of the OKW reserves, it is garrisoned far inland, and cannot move without orders from the Führer. Rommel wants to place the divisions at various locations much nearer to the coast, and if they are his to command, they can be released much faster, and thus more quickly react to an invasion. One of the divisions, the 12th SS, he would put at the base of the Cotentin Peninsula. And while his shopping list is out, he will also renew his request that the Führer order the other 3 regiments of Pickett's 3rd Flak Corps, as well as Nebelwerfer Brigade, be moved west of the Seine into the Normandy area. If the enemy lands there, these few units will be critical. If the enemy lands near the Somme estuary, he can reinforce the area from all sides. And, of course, if the enemy lands at the well-defended Calais area, like the High Command expects, they will not stand much of a chance. On a private note, he wants to try to reason with his old mentor, to let him see how badly the war is getting. Normally, Keitel would sense this and try to block or delay his immediate access, but this time he is going around the back door, through his friend, General Schmundt, the Führer's army adjutant. His second reason for going on leave is personal and quite simple. Lucy is having her 50th birthday. He himself is 52. She'll be 1 year older on Tuesday, June 6th. His present to her will be that new pair of fancy shoes from Paris that he had promised her back on May 3rd, when he had asked her for her shoe size. His last reason for leaving is to just rest and mentally recuperate, to relax before having to deal with the intense commitment to the upcoming epic Allied invasion. Today there are 2 prominent visitors at the chateau. General Guderian's elder son, Major Heinz Gunther Guderian, comes for lunch. Close to his father and following in his footsteps, he has risen through the officer ranks of the German army, including becoming part of the general staff. Indoctrinated into the Panzerwaffen, often near or with his father, he has witnessed and taken part in the Blitz campaigns that had made Heinz Senior a legend in the German army. The major, now nearly 30, is now the operations officer of the newly created 116th Panzer Division. In the afternoon, Sepp Dietrich stops in to discuss the status of the Panzer divisions. Dietrich is happy that the 1st SS joined him last month. He now has 3 divisions under his command: the 1st SS, 12th SS, and 17th SS Panzer Grenadier. Dietrich reports in about how the panzer units are building up in strength, detailing the accomplishments they have made so far. To help him, Rommel instructs his staff to transfer another 100 men from the 100th Panzer Reserve. Rommel confers with Dietrich about deployment, stressing that he wants to not only get firmer operational control of the panzers, but also to move them. He tells Dietrich that he will try to persuade the Führer to let him move 12th SS from the Evreux area to the base of the Carentan Peninsula. Dietrich admits that he does not mind, although he laments that his corps command would then be really spread out, from Belgium to Carentan to the Loire River basin. Rommel sympathizes, but insists that it is necessary. There is no armor backup for the western part of Normandy. Later that day, Rommel and intelligence chief Staubwasser have a short meeting on a number of intelligence reports that have come in from Fremder Heereswest. They agree that their estimates of Allied strength are far too high. Because of this and other factors, Rommel feels that there will be only one major landing, and not a diversion followed by the main one, as OB West and OKW have believed up until now. They discuss the probability of a preliminary airborne assault. Jodl and OKW are convinced that the Allies will preface their landing with a large one. High Command feels they can only effectively land in the late afternoon or around sundown. The amphibious landing would then come right afterwards, at night. It makes sense. If they land at night, the German gunners will have difficulty picking out their targets, thus reinforcing the low-tide landing theory. On the other hand, having thought about it, Rommel comments that he feels OKW has underestimated the effectiveness of his new beach obstacles, his Devil's Garden. When they had started on them back in December, the Atlantic Wall construction had not been too far along. But his people have made considerable strides in the last few months. He reasons that for the many Allied landing craft to first get around the many new and different types of barriers, high tide or low tide, they have to see what they are doing. Clearing the way would be a considerable undertaking. The critical point, though, is that the enemy will have to get a large number of men and supplies ashore very quickly, before the Germans can react effectively. Naturally, the best time to do that is during the day, hence a daylight landing. No matter what Berlin says, he comments thoughtfully, the engineering part of the amphibious landing would probably start at or just before low tide, and in daylight, to clear the beaches for the landing craft. He pauses and thinks about that. That means, though, that the airborne assault would have to come the night before, and since they would need some light to see where they are dropping, there would have to be moonlight. Otherwise, they would not be able to hit their objectives properly. The men would be scattered all over the countryside. He lets that sink in. A morning landing, so that preliminary engineer pathfinders could clear some corridors through the obstacle belts, would imply an airborne assault the night before, and it would have to be a moonlit one, because landing at night would be hazardous enough for the paratroopers. Dropping a large force down in pitch blackness would severely cripple their ability to organize and to be effective. Two critical elements the airborne troops would need in their plan if they had any hope of achieving their objectives before the Germans had time to react and neutralize them. Staubwasser agrees that this sounds logical. Rommel stares at a map of his belts of beach obstacles. Suddenly, possibly coming from his Fingerspitzengefoil, Rommel wonders if the enemy might actually plan a low-tide landing to better circumnavigate them. It makes some sense. Still, all those months of working on high-tide obstacles, well, no matter, they were not wasted. The higher belts would still hamper landing activities and supplies coming in at high tide, and some of those coming in at low tide. Right now, though, he has to concentrate on a possible low-tide landing. When are the next periods of good moonlight and low tides at dawn, he asks. Staubwasser consults the charts. The next combination is coming up soon, between June 5th and 7th. The one low-tide period at dawn would be between the 12th and the 14th, but without a good moon. Then we should stay on alert up to and during those periods. Staubwasser mentions Rommel's trip. Well, it'll just have to wait, unless, of course, the weather is bad. I would think that they would need at least a week of good weather, says Staubwasser. Rommel figures on them requiring at least 4 or 5 days straight. So now, all he needs to go home is bad weather on the 5th. As if in answer to Rommel's wish, that evening a fierce thunderstorm covers the area. General Major Max Pemsel spends a good part of his day updating and then analyzing the latest maps of the 7th Army beach areas. Defense construction is improving, but not fast enough. Shortages are plaguing them, and the quality of many formations is questionable at best. There are so many foreigners now in their units, many of whom were once enemies. Over a quarter of their troops are Russian, with some 23 Ostentruppen battalions stretched out along the Channel coast. In Marx's 84th Corps alone, 8 of them are Russian. This has caused a number of problems, some political, some logistical. Even communicating with them is difficult. And, truth be known, against an Allied landing, they probably will not put up much of a struggle, if any. Rommel has grumbled to Pemsel more than once that one of his biggest problems is where to put the damned Russians. Von Rundstedt, on the other hand, was glad that he had started using them back in 1942. Regarding armor, 7th Army only has 2 panzer battalions. The 213th is made up of old, obsolete French equipment, totally useless against an aggressive modern force. No worries, though, Pemsel thinks sarcastically. It has been sent out to the Channel Islands, where it will be useless once the landings began. The other, the 206th, is located on the western side of the Cotentin Peninsula. It has about 4 dozen panzers, all of them obsolete. Unit transport is lacking, and so many units have had to resort to horses, bicycles, and motorbikes to move supplies. Those regimental commanders lucky enough to have command cars, usually old beat-up French vehicles, are restricted because of fuel shortages to using them only once or twice a week. To partially remedy this, Rommel and Dollmann have thought out 3 contingency plans for the invasion. 1. If Normandy is attacked, the following will be routed to the landing area. all available 7th Army mobile forces to be moved by rail and, when close enough, by road. 1 division from each of the coastal areas of Saint-Malo and Saint-Nazaire, and 1 reinforced regiment from each of the Bodenständiger divisions in Morlaix and Lorient. Eventual reinforcement of the beachhead area will come from the Army Group Panzer Reserve and some additional 17 divisions, some from interior sectors. 2. If Brittany is invaded, singular plans to move reinforcements by rail will be implemented. They specify specific routes, rest areas, supply points, contingency paths for detours, and special instructions for bottlenecks and gorges. Special traffic control units and Aufgang commandos will expedite movement to the western coast. These plans have been reinforced through training, drills, and practice exercises these last few months. Of course, with the Allied bombers hitting the rail yards and trains, execution of these plans seems questionable. 3. If another area outside 7th Army's area of responsibility is invaded, a 3rd set of similar movement plans will be initiated to get as many units to the fighting area as possible. Pemsel will later go over these invasion contingency reaction plans again with his staff. An enemy air raid today destroys a section of the Luftwaffe communication trunk between Paris and Rouen. Teleprinter and phone lines between Paris and Rouen, Rennes, and Cannes will be out for at least 3 days. June 1944. Thursday, June 1st. It is just after 8 a.m. at OB West in Saint-Germain-en-Laye. The staff is busy taking care of a number of details. The most important is Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt's upcoming inspection tour. Near the end of last month, the old man had informed them that he was going to review part of the 7th Army coastline in early June. So they started to plan his itinerary, with several stops that would include various towns in western France. Today, they are finalizing the journey. Von Rundstedt himself is in his quarters at his nearby villa, looking over the latest roster of his armies. At present, including the 8 divisions in Holland and Belgium, he commands some 6 dozen divisions, plus dozens of odd battalions. Of his total force, over half of them, 34 to be exact, are considered Bodenständiger, or static reserve. They can at best only be used in limited, fixed defensive operations. 2 of his divisions are airborne, without any airdrop capability, of course. Though the remaining 23 are considered fit for combat, only about 13 are actually mobile infantry. He grunts softly. The term mobile here is being used in the loosest sense of the term. It usually covers a wild mixture of any sort of transportation, from horse-drawn wagons to bicycles to motorbikes, and a wide ad hoc variety of old pre-war cars and trucks, along with a light smattering of actual supply trucks and a few prime movers. He turns his attention to his armor. In addition to the infantry units, he has 9 panzer divisions and 1 panzer grenadier division. Both he and Rommel can be thankful, not to mention relieved, that their mobile forces have been built back up again. Most of their missing panzer divisions, sent off to save the East, have finally been returned to France to nurse their wounds and to prepare for the invasion. A few smaller components are either still in transit or getting ready to move west, but the bulk of the panzers are back. Actually, von Rundstedt had never really objected too much to sending units eastward, and even had volunteered to send divisions to Russia a number of times when things there looked especially critical. After all, he had been a principal commander of the Eastern Front for nearly a year. In fact, he would just as soon look at a map of the Eastern Front as one of Western Europe. Many of these panzer divisions are, of course, still somewhat under strength from action on the Eastern Front, testimony to the ferocity of the Soviet Army. 3 of them are elite SS units, the 1st SS, 2nd SS, and the 12th SS. His 1 Panzer Grenadier Division is also SS, the 17th SS Panzer Grenadier Gotz von Berlichingen. The 1st SS Panzer, one of his strongest divisions, can now boast a complement of over 21,000 men. Others, including the 2 that have not yet arrived in the West, cannot. The 9th SS Panzer, for example, still in transit from the east, could not come up with 13,000. Although still short of men, SS Brigadeführer Fritz Witt's latest report for the 12th SS Panzer is that training is all but complete and the unit is ready for offensive action. A serious problem is a shortage of tanks. The 1st SS Panzer was allocated 200, but currently has a total of 88, and only 38 of these are Panthers. Rommel's 2nd Panzer, actually one of the better-equipped divisions, has a total of just 69 out of 162 tanks authorized, and only 25 are Panthers. By a line's Panzer Lehr is the only division that boasts a full Panzer complement, with a total of 183 tanks. No, the new Panzers are not coming fast enough. The lone Panzer Grenadier Division, because it is an SS division, enjoys a larger authorized complement than its army equivalent. Yet in reality it is still much weaker than its organizational table would indicate, even though it now musters 17,321 men, 1,000 short of its full authorized strength. Of these 10 Panzer units, 4 are designated as OKW reserves, technically under his control, but in reality subject to release only by the Führer himself. Their locations are scattered all over his command. The 12th SS Panzer and Panzer Lehr are centrally located inland, between Normandy and the Somme. The 1st SS Panzer is rebuilding far up in Belgium, between Brussels and Antwerp. The 17th SS Panzer Grenadier, under the command of SS Brigadeführer Werner Ostendorf, is located south of the Loire River, around Tours. He looks at the map in his study. 3 more panzer divisions are under Rommel's direct operational control. The rebuilt 21st, with its many substandard vehicles, so many, in fact, that it really should be rated as a Panzer Grenadier division, is located near Caen. Its 2 regiments of Panzer Grenadiers are on either side of the Orne River, and the division's Panzer Regiment is south of the city. Von Rundstedt had suggested that it be put further west, perhaps south of Saint-Lô. Rommel had countered by suggesting instead that the 12th SS be moved close to the Wear estuary. Von Rundstedt had said no. The 12th SS was part of the Panzer Reserve and would remain so. Rommel's other 2 panzer divisions, the 2nd and 116th, are located northeast of the Seine in the 15th Army sector. With the bridges all knocked out at this point, movement in response to any threat in the western provinces could be a problem. 3 additional panzer units are allocated in southern France, in Blaskowitz's Armeegruppe G. The 11th Panzer is inland from Bordeaux. The 2nd SS Panzer is about 70 kilometers north of Toulouse, and the 9th Panzer is near Avignon. Beside these 10 divisions, 1 more has just now started to arrive in France. It is the 19th, which had struggled its way out of the Huber pocket in the east. Now exhausted and depleted by vicious fighting in the east, it is down to less than a quarter of its former size. Like many other armored units before, it is coming west, specifically to Holland, to recuperate, refit, and reform. And like most of the others before it, the 19th Panzer is leaving most of its equipment and supplies behind, components that will be used by other units on the Eastern Front. So the 19th, in its present condition, will not by any means be a viable unit to use, and von Rundstedt does not intend to commit it to any combat. The men need a well-earned rest. On top of these 11 divisions, OKW has promised that the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, consisting of the 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions, will be shipped to the west whenever the invasion starts. Of course, von Rundstedt has been promised these units before. Against his fortified command, Army intelligence has estimated that the Allies could probably land nearly 7 full top-grade divisions at any viable landing area on just the first day, supported by some 5 or 6 regiments of artillery, maybe a half-dozen battalions of engineers, and a couple tank regiments. In strategic support, it is estimated that they could initially drop up to 4 paratroop divisions, followed by another 2 or 3 over a few days. Von Rundstedt pauses and considers his upcoming inspection trip. Although its purpose is to inspect the various units in western France, he is not going to push himself too much, and his son coming along will make the time go better. Von Rundstedt sighs and looks at his watch. Around 11 a.m. Time to take a break and go for a walk. He grabs his walking stick and leaves out the back door of the villa. He will stop for a drink somewhere as soon as he ditches his shadow that is tasked with following him. Today the Führer allows the head of the Kriegsmarine, Großadmiral Karl Dönitz, to go on leave. It is his first since the start of the war. Generalfeldmarschall Rommel goes to his study after breakfast and looks over the morning reports. A few hundred bombers hit some radio and radar stations on the coast the night before. However, the Navy reports that there are many still operating. That's good. He wonders yet again about when the invasion will come. Why didn't they attack last month? There had been something like 18 days of near-perfect weather. May had even ended on a bright sunny day, and the tides had been favorable. Everyone knows by now that the Allies are in a high state of readiness. The landing, he reasons, if there is to be one, should have come by now. More and more it seems like the invasion will probably tie in with the expected Soviet offensive. That would put it somewhere around late June, after the late Polish thaw ends. He still feels that the main landing site will be some distance up the coast, away from Normandy, somewhere in the 15th Army sector. For one thing, Allied reconnaissance flights spotted up there have outnumbered those over the 7th Army by a 2-to-1 ratio. Still, he cannot take any chances. All of Heeresgruppe B is in an alert status, although it is a low-grade one. His fundamental problem remains, of course, still not being able to get all the panzers positioned near the coast. Unfortunately, even if he does get his way and all the panzer divisions are allowed to relocate to his direct control, he will still have a big problem moving nearly all of them once the invasion comes. Spread out all over France right now, 1 or maybe 2 might be close to the landing site whenever the time comes, but that means that most will be some distance from the target area. He needs somehow to get the panzers redeployed as soon as possible. Transportation is a big issue. Most of the mobile units in the responding divisions will just have to make their way by road, vulnerable to strafing. With the situation as critical as it is, he will also have to rely on the badly beat-up French rail system to move as many panzers as he can as close to the invasion site as possible. The measure of his counterattacks will rely upon the efficiency of the OKH quartermaster and upon the French rail system, the same system that has been getting such a heavy pounding lately by the Allied air forces. The biggest bottlenecks are the various river networks running inland from the English Channel, especially the Seine itself. Von Rundstedt has established special bridge restoration units to repair them as soon as possible. Protecting them while they work are flak units, including major components of Pickett's 3rd Flak Corps. Construction of barriers continues. Complicating things is the shortage of cement, partly due to the increased enemy bombings of the railways. There is a coal shortage, too. The cement installation in Cherbourg has had to close down last month because of a lack of coal. His men are trying to get some shipped by canal up to Rouen, but that will be slow. Rommel takes a break to confer with Assistant Secretary Berndt, a member of Goebbels's propaganda ministry. They discuss how to psychologically influence the enemy at the actual moment of invasion. Rommel is not leaving any stone unturned. Things at the chateau seem quiet today, so just after lunch, Rommel takes advantage of the good weather. He and Hauptmann Lang take a ride up to the coast for yet another look at the coastal defences. They travel northeast to inspect the fortress at Dieppe and the shoreline up there, covered by Sanders's 245th Division and General Major Seifhardt's 348th Division. While examining the beach installations, he is told that the incomplete 170mm battery near Olt has in the last few days been bombed twice. He directs that the guns be withdrawn to shelter until the concrete emplacements are finished. Back from his inspection early that evening, physically tired from stomping along the coast today, and generally fatigued overall from the intense activities of the last few weeks, he gets a visit from the military governor of Belgium, General von Falkenhausen. They relax in Rommel's study and talk about the war. To the visiting friend, Rommel's demeanour seems changed, reflected in a strange pessimism, uncharacteristic for him. Perhaps the Field Marshal feels differently now about the future, has been disturbed by recent events in the progress of the war, or is just mentally and physically fatigued from the rigorous schedule he has kept for the past few months. At any rate, he seems to the military governor a different man than when they last saw each other in Brussels at the end of February. The more they chat, the more von Falkenhausen is convinced of this. With a possible massive invasion looming near, Rommel, feeling the stress of the heavy responsibility that is upon him, is no longer enthusiastic and optimistic. Rather, he seems sadly resigned and somber about Germany's chances of coming out of this war in a relatively good condition, something the visiting general himself has been convinced of for a while now. Von Falkenhausen later writes, "When I repaid the visit on June 1st, 1944 at La Roche-Guyon, he had changed and wholeheartedly adopted my view." That evening, Rommel sits back and relaxes at a small celebration party given by his staff. His operations chief, von Tempelhof, has been promoted to Oberst, a full colonel. They also use the opportunity to bid a heartfelt farewell to Oberst Heckel and a few other officers who had been in their quartermaster's staff for a while. It is dark now. 15th Army Signal Center is busy with routine interceptions of BBC transmissions. As usual, they are all analyzed for content. The enlisted watch operator, Unteroffizier Walter Reichling, is sitting at his desk with his headphones on. Listening to the end of the BBC 9 o'clock news, it is almost time for the French-speaking to French special messages that are regularly sent to the resistance in occupied Europe. The phrases are simple yet cryptic, and no meaning can be discerned from them, unless that code has somehow been divulged to their center beforehand by intelligence. Reichling is always especially alert for any of those coded phrases. Those they know about, though, are rare. Usually the messages they receive are nonsense, red herrings made up of innocuous phrases sent to confuse them. Still, Reichling's boss, Oberstleutnant Meyer, is a thorough man, and has always insisted that his men record and examine everything intercepted for later analysis on any possible meaning or patterns. Once in a while they are rewarded for their diligence when an authentic code for a particular underground group is picked up. Strangely, there seem to have been quite a few of those lately, over 100 in the last couple days. Intelligence has determined that many of the recent authentic messages are the first half of two-part personal message triggers. Reichling is bored as he goes on listening to the BBC's news broadcast. A couple of somewhat interesting tidbits and some reports about the progress of the war. Still, certainly nothing of significance. Finally, the news comes to an end, and Reichling is glad. Here comes the interesting stuff, the messages to the underground. Ici Londres. Les Français parlent au français. Voici notre 8e bulletin d'information. Mais écoutez, tout d'abord, quelques messages personnels. The messages begin. He makes sure the recorder is working, taking down these simple sentences. Some moments later he frowns as he listens to the next message. His eyes suddenly fly open in astonishment as he begins to write it down. Quickly he checks to make sure the wire recorder is still recording what he is hearing. Moments after this message ends, he rips off his headphones, grabs the paper, tells his assistant to keep listening, and goes running down the corridor, racing out of the intercept bunker. He dashes over to Myers' Special Command bunker and heads directly for Myers' office. He flings open his office door and goes in. The office is actually a spacious room divided by a partition. Meyer works on one side and his superior, 15th Army Chief of Staff Generalleutnant Rudolf Hoffmann, works in the other. A large square opening in the center of the wall allows them to converse and exchange messages. "Herr Oberstleutnant," Reichling says breathlessly, "pardon me, sir, but the first part of the message, it's here." He hands Meyer the paper with the message notation and the time on it. Meyer looks up sharply. "The Verlaine poem," he replies, standing up. "Jawohl, Herr Oberstleutnant, I just heard it." Meyer grabs his hat and quickly follows Reichling over to the watch office. He listens to the recording of the wire intercept, nodding. It is indeed the first verse of the code. Admiral Canaris's information has evidently been right. It looks like the invasion will now come in a couple of weeks. They have to notify all major commands right away. Meyer takes off for General Hoffmann's villa. As he quickly walks into the living room, Hoffmann looks up and growls. "Yeah?" Meyer hands him the paper with Reichling's scribbles on it. "Well, there's the message. It's here," he tells the chief. Hoffmann is quiet, studying the paper. "The Verlaine poem, Herr General," Meyer adds. Has he forgotten? After another second or two, Hoffmann asks, "Are you sure?" Meyer replies confidently, "We just recorded it." Hoffmann pauses. "Very well," he says. "I'll put 15th on alert immediately. Make sure the other commands get the word." "Jawohl, Herr General." Meyer leaves as Hoffmann picks up the phone and orders Alert 1, the second highest alarm. Meyer runs back to his office and immediately gets on the phone to the intelligence officer at Heeresgruppe B, Anton Staubwasser. Meyer tells him that the first part of the Verlaine poem has just been intercepted. Staubwasser acknowledges and tells him that he will pass the message on to the Field Marshal and to his Chief of Staff. Meyer hangs up and then calls OB West to tell them as well. After making the two calls, still excited, he begins preparing a formal follow-up teletype message that will immediately go out to OKW, OB West, 7th Army, and Heeresgruppe B, while that simple French verse continues to echo in his ears. Les sanglots longs de violons de l'automne, the long sobs of the violins of autumn. This evening, Oberst Oskar Reiler, head of Abteilung 3 der Abwehrleitstelle Frankreich, German counterintelligence in France, is in his headquarters in the Hôtel Lutetia in Paris, analyzing dozens of intercepted coded messages for the French resistance cells in the underground. He has been doing this now for many months, monitoring and investigating radio traffic. From going over these intercepts, he strongly suspects that the invasion target is going to be the Normandy area. He also has determined that many of these messages are the first half of two-part personal message triggers. So far, he has intercepted a few hundred of them. Most, he knows, are decoys. But since February of this year, the Abwehr had cracked enough of the French underground to know that when they were broadcast, many would signal an upcoming major operation, probably the invasion. Even more importantly, they knew in several instances which code phrases to listen for. Tonight, Reiler's men have intercepted over 100 of these first-part messages, most to the Brittany and Normandy area. However, they get excited just after 9 p.m., when they intercept the first line of the Verlaine poem. Two hurry over to his office and inform him of the intercept. The invasion will now supposedly come within 2 weeks. Reiler considers that. Such a flurry of messages had been sent at the beginning of May, and German intelligence had accordingly gone on the alert. However, nothing had ever come of them, and finally the Germans had concluded that this had been a ruse. So was this the real thing? It seemed to be. To support this, his office has noted that those resistance cells that the Allies know or suspect the Germans have infiltrated have so far not received any such key messages. Ryler, not taking any chances, informs OB West through Gestapo headquarters, which is now handling Abwehr activities, of the intelligence alert, and then Berlin. Ryler's message, strangely, is not sent to Heeresgruppe B. He assumes that OB West will forward it. At OB West, von Rundstedt's IC, Wilhelm Meyer-Dettring, is on leave, so his deputy takes the call. Ryler tells him about the two-part alert messages being sent, and about the Verlaine trigger line. He recommends that the 7th and 15th Armies be put on alert. The deputy thanks Ryler for the call. He makes a note of it, and does no more. Meyer-Dettring, like von Rundstedt, puts little credence in espionage-related matters. So late last year, he told his staff to ignore such BBC alerts, and since Rommel now commands the 7th and the 15th, let him alert them. The evening of June 1st at Berchtesgaden has been relatively calm. Operations Chief General Alfred Jodl has settled down into his evening routine at his temporary residence named after him, the Jodl House. About 2,200 square meters, it is a quaint three-story square house built into the side of a grassy slope, with a concrete wall in front of the steps leading up to the second level. His superior, Field Marshal Keitel, has his own separate residences in the complex as well, about 100 meters away. The Keitel House is a larger, charming three-story manor with an impressive arched entryway, a large overhanging roof, and full balconies around the upper stories. Most of the OKW staff stays at the Strub barracks on the other side of town. Their headquarters are located a few kilometers down the mountain in the Klein Reichskanzlei, the Little Reich Chancellery. Since the actual Reichskanzlei was far away in Berlin, the Führer in 1935 decided to create a secondary, semi-permanent chancellery just outside Berchtesgaden. So, in 1935, he ordered his alternate Reichskanzlei built in Stangas, a valley suburb in the northwest edge of Berchtesgaden. It is only a few miles from the Berghof, although still a good half-hour drive through the town and up the main winding road to get there. Jodl, though, is seldom there. He spends most of his time either at the Berghof with Hitler or in his quarters here. Despite the fact that the Führer's mountain compound has grown tremendously in size over the last 5 years, none of the senior military personnel actually stay with him at the Berghof. Top leaders like Göring, Speer, Jodl, Keitel, and Himmler get to have their own residences in the compound. Most of the OKW staff, though, work and sleep outside the immediate area, far below the mountain, close to the Klein Reichskanzlei. Jodl is now sitting at his desk, tired from the day's activities. It is not that he minds staying at the Jodl house. He must admit that the accommodations are fine. Rather, he is just tired of going back and forth all the time, not just locally up and down the Obersalzberg mountain between his headquarters, the Berghof nearby, and his own quarters, but also periodically between Berlin, Rastenburg, and Berchtesgaden. Staying in the enclosed compound at Rastenburg in East Prussia was like living in a labor camp in the middle of the woods, and working at the Berghof is like operating in a monastery, subject to the whims of a brilliant but somewhat insane abbot. In general, Jodl's own staff worked out of a train half the time. This included Walter Vollemont, who had his own Section L operations located in its own special railcar car at the Berchtesgaden railway station. Jodl's thoughts are interrupted when his aide comes in and hands him a teletype message. Meyer in 15th Army Intelligence has intercepted the first part of the Verlaine Code. If one is to believe the report, The invasion now is supposedly not far off. Jodl reads the message with a scowl. To him, it is just more spy, cloak and dagger crap, and stuff like this by now is not that interesting to him. Anyway, he is pretty sure that after von Rundstedt reads it, he will put all of France on alert, so Jodl decides he does not need to. He sets the dispatch down on his desk, along with the rest of the day's message traffic, and forgets about it. Friday, June 2nd. It is another lovely day in France, with a slight cool breeze in the air. Again, no real signs of Allied activity regarding any landing operations. A radio broadcast gives them the gloomy news, although the announcer put a very positive spin on it, that Rome is now nearly in the hands of the Allies. The military situation in Italy is getting even worse, now that the Allies have broken out of their Anzio landing area. It seems likely that Rome will soon fall. Generalfeldmarschall Rommel, at the request of the Führer, puts out a directive granting fortress commanders greater powers of authority regarding the defense of their assigned areas. That afternoon, Rommel, some of his staff members, and a few local hunters go on a battue with the Marquis de Choisy. Treff accompanies them. They all trample around in the woods for a few hours, but only manage to scare up a few squirrels. The hunt, though, does allow them some splendid views of the placid Seine River Valley on this nice day, so the afternoon activity is not completely wasted. They have plenty of opportunities to take in the beautiful scenery, only spoiled by a view far off in the distance of enemy aircraft bombing a bridge crossing. Early this afternoon at the Berghof, Alfred Jodl talks to Hitler about the upcoming invasion in the west. There are some reports of Allied troop movements down into southern England that occurred at the end of May, but analysis is inconclusive. Jodl's staff has been checking moon phases and tides with an eye towards Cherbourg. Hitler is told that a favorable time period for invasion exists between the 5th and the 13th of June. He is also informed from the Gestapo in Berlin of an intelligence alert coming from Oberst Oskar Reiler, in charge of counterintelligence in France. The first half of over 100 key trigger phases had been transmitted by the BBC to the French resistance according to his intelligence. D-Day will occur in less than 2 weeks. When the second halves of the phrases are sent, the invasion should be launched within 48 hours. The Führer's concerns today, though, are elsewhere. Listening to the lunchtime briefings and studying the latest combat reports, he concludes that the situation in Italy is getting much worse. Rome is about to fall, and German units are starting to retreat, so he orders the 19th Luftwaffe Field Division, now renamed the 19th Luftwaffe Sturm Division, to relocate from Holland to Italy. OKW General Vorlemont is furious about this decision and knows that the commanders in the West will be as well. Today, OB West receives 2 communiques from OKW. The first, a teletype message, informs them that, since the 21st Panzer Division has recently successfully demonstrated the importance of multi-barrel rocket launchers, the weapons demonstrations on May 30th, 1,000 captured BM-8 82mm Russian rocket launchers will be shipped from the replacement army in Germany to them for that purpose. The second, a radio message from Keitel under instructions, reminds von Rundstedt that the Führer in January and again in February had issued directives declaring certain islands and fortified port areas to be considered Festungen. As such, their commanding officers are directly answerable to the Führer and receive their orders only from him. In the early afternoon, OB West issues its noon status report. It states that, despite the temporary period of bad weather approaching from England, there is continued heavy Allied air activity, with several raids around Boulogne. Later on, von Rundstedt gets a phone call from the Army's chief operations officer at OKW. General Major Freiherr Treusch Baron von Butler Brandenfels. Although the call is for the field marshal, Blumentritt takes it because the old man hates to get on the phone and avoids it whenever possible. They discuss emergency alerts and in what conditions they are to be sent. The agreed-upon code words, imminent danger, drohend Gefahr, would put all forces upon maximum alert. Von Butler, speaking for Jodl, wants to know why the old man has not already put his forces on a higher state of alert. It seems to OKW that the Anglo-Americans could come at any time, and there are some indications that the invasion will begin soon. Blumentritt first assures von Butler that they are indeed ready for the invasion. He adds that after careful consideration, OB West feels that such an emergency alert would mostly just affect rail transportation, because their military units, he says modestly, are already in a high state of readiness and do not need much more warning. An emergency alert would immediately force them to mass all of their rolling stock so that large units, reinforcements, and supplies could be quickly transported into the danger area using prearranged plans that had been formulated after exhaustive statistical analysis. Unfortunately, this in itself would be difficult using their hard-pressed, weak rail assets, hit so hard by Allied bombings. Blumentritt, with the old man next to him, prompting at times, cites some statistics to prove his point. They have assembled a few groups of extra rail cars, but that would not be enough when the time came. Von Butler feels the situation is not that grim. Blumentritt assures him that it is. If an emergency alarm is declared, the last small reserve that they desperately need to supply the population, the economy, and war production will be gone. That, in turn, will create new problems. Unemployment and strikes will rise, especially at the defensive supply plants. War production, already crippled by Allied air raids, will grind to a halt. Supplying larger cities with basic necessities will be difficult, angering the population, and at a time when it is most crucial to keep them content. So, Blumentritt concludes, the Commander-in-Chief feels that these threatening conditions should be avoided for as long as possible. Von Butler reluctantly agrees, but adds that he will have to talk to Jodl about this. Blumentritt whispers this to von Rundstedt, who nods. Blumentritt, in a deferential tone, adds that, on the other hand, they might declare some local alerts, especially in economically inessential areas such as central France, where the Marquis is occasionally active. A local emergency alert could improve their counter-operations against insurgents and restore civil order. Late in the afternoon, 84th Corps Commander Erich Marx is standing on a long sandy bluff near Arromanches-les-Bains, a small coastal hamlet about midway between the Vire and the Orne estuaries. Tomorrow he will inspect parts of the 914th around Brevant. Now, though, he is overlooking the English Channel with a few of his staff officers, including his aide, Hauptmann Jobel. As he feels a breeze coming in off the channel, he leans on his good leg and gazes intently out over the water, lost in thought. He is probably visualizing enemy ships, laden with troops and tanks anchored offshore, while swarms of enemy bombers at varying altitudes, protected by groups of enemy fighters circling overhead, buzz towards where he is standing at the moment. He continues his gaze out over the choppy waters. His gut feeling, that has served him so well in the past, now tells him that von Rundstedt is wrong about Calais being the invasion target. Nor is it the Somme estuary, as Rommel has proposed. And though the skies are starting to get cloudy, they would nevertheless make a good screen for a surprise landing. That is, of course, if the weather does not get too bad, and if the Allies have enough men and the right equipment. Of those latter points, Marx has little doubt. His idea of a landing along a western shoreline is further evidenced by the recent enemy air raids that have targeted all those east-west bridges along the main rivers and railroads of northern France and Belgium. The Allies are trying to isolate western France from the rest of Europe, and though there was intensive enemy air reconnaissance through the Calais and Normandy area all last month, the air activity along his coastal sector is now ominously quiet. Too quiet. Still staring intently out over the water, he slowly comments, more to himself than to anyone present, "If I know the British." He glances over at his aide as his cane points out to sea. "If I know the British, they'll go to church next Sunday for one last time, and come Monday." He pauses and adds, "After Tuesday, they won't have another chance for the tides until June 28th to 29th. Marx stares out over the water again. Yes, something is up. He can sense it. He turns again to look at his aide. Army Group B says they're not going to come yet, and that when they do come, it'll be up at Calais, so I think we'll be welcoming them on Monday, right here," he concludes, poking his cane in the sand. He turns back to look out at the channel. He fervently hopes that he is wrong, but that hunch in his mind and that accursed ache in his stump somehow tell him that he is not. Saturday, June 3rd. Morning at La Roche-Guyon. The weather in France is still fairly nice. Although the skies are much cloudier, it is cooler, and the wind has picked up a bit. At the chateau, the normal day-to-day administration of the army group continues. Rommel is in his study, as usual, going over the new reports. The latest Luftwaffe meteorological forecast predicts a storm coming in. That is good news for him. It looks like his trip home is on. He scans the incoming message traffic. A group of enemy bombers the night before hit one of their radio jamming stations near Dieppe. Another group bombed 4 of his coastal batteries in Pas-de-Calais. Included in the dispatches are 3 significant reports, all of them disconcerting. The first is a communications intelligence summary. Army operational centers all over England have gone on radio silence. Rommel briefly feels a slight chill go through him. In the desert, radio silence usually meant that the enemy was getting ready to attack. Here in Western Europe, though, after all the waiting he has done, this development could mean anything. Besides, in the last few months, a few of these periods of radio silence have come and gone. This one, like the others, probably, hopefully, is not significant. Still, he had better not take any chances, not this late in the game. As if to reinforce his concern, a second disquieting message from the Luftwaffe reports that Allied aerial reconnaissance in France has increased significantly the last few days. The enemy is getting quite nosy now for some reason. He writes out a memo to Speidel, requesting that the Luftwaffe immediately try again to conduct some aerial reconnaissance flights of its own over all the British southern ports. The third noteworthy message is from General Marx at 84th Corps. He reports that his sector is seriously behind schedule in building defensive barriers. This, Marx explains, is due to a lack of supplies, inferior materials, and a shortage of power. Marx estimates that the defensive construction program in his zone is only about half done. Rommel also notes his copy of a message Marx has sent to OB West, requesting 8 to 10 small trains be put at his disposal to speed up the placement of casements in his coastal defences. Rommel smirks. Not much chance of getting those trains from the old man. Rommel thinks about Marx's report for a bit, and then writes out another memo for his staff. Heeresgruppe B is to request of OB West that, regarding all special construction undertakings and supply shipments, those that are slated for coastal defence be hereafter given the highest priority. Fortified by a forecasted storm coming their way, Rommel is thankful that a possible Allied landing in the low-tide good moon period between June 4th and June 7th is now probably just an academic question. He is considerably relieved. He finally stands up, stretches, and leaves the study to go have his usual early breakfast. Lang, as always, waits in the hallway to accompany him. After eating, he chairs a conference concerning that battalion of SS military geological engineers in the 7th Army sector. They are excellent at helping with the defensive barriers, but Himmler wants to withdraw them to Germany. The army can complain all it wants, but in the end they are Himmler's unit. Orders from OKW via OB West arrive. The 19th Luftwaffe Sturm Division is going to be transferred out of Belgium. It is slated to travel south through Blaskowitz's Armeegruppe G and then on to Italy to fortify the crumbling line there. Other matters come up, but they only carry a part of the Field Marshal's interest. Though tired, he is restless, because he is looking forward to his trip today to Paris. A number of staff members pursue by phone some mundane subjects such as smoke candles and smoke-creating acids. Later that morning, 2 army generals from the WWII promise Rommel that the manufacture of those multiple rocket launchers that he recently saw demonstrated will continue by Major Becker's men. A new message comes in from the Central SS Intelligence Branch in Berlin, now the Army's main intelligence source since the SS took over the duties of the Abwehr. The message reports the interception of the Verlaine poem's first verse, and concludes that the invasion can be expected within the next 2 weeks. Maybe the low-tide full-moon period of the 5th, 6th, 7th. On the other hand, Dönitz's naval headquarters has dismissed the interception as bogus, possibly part of an enemy exercise. So many variables. Thinking about it, Rommel requests that just in case the Luftwaffe lay some Blitzsperren in both approach channels around the Isle of Wight. Between the lethargy and the inadequacy of the Luftwaffe at this time, though, in contrast to the full preparedness of the Allies, this request is probably not going to be carried out. Early that afternoon, under cloudy skies, Rommel wearily climbs once again into the front passenger seat of his Horch, with Lang in the back. Daniel starts the car, and they drive off towards the metropolitan capital. First, they call on von Rundstedt in Saint-Germain-en-Laye. The old Prussian and his chief of staff greet them at his villa. Blumentritt immediately notes Rommel's fatigue. The 2 field marshals and Blumentritt sit and have tea. While they are chatting, they are presented with Generalmajor Hans Kramer, now refreshed from having taken leave and mindful of the Führer's specific instructions. Kramer fills them in completely on everything the Allies showed him. He recounts the tour he was given on the way to the harbour, where he was to board a ship to be repatriated. He describes in detail the many weapons and vehicle depots that he saw, supposedly the 1st United States Army Group, FUSAG, units that were ready to go, located in what was probably southeast England. Kramer concludes that, from what he had seen of the Allied units, it seemed to him that the enemy would hit somewhere either below Calais or near the Somme estuary, the second of which just happened to be Rommel's pet theory. They all discuss the information. To the old man, this is more confirmation that the invasion will come at Calais. Rommel is not so sure. The Allies must have had some good motive for showing Kramer all of that stuff. To perhaps discourage the Germans into giving up? Hardly. Much more likely it was to throw them off the track. Kramer eventually leaves them. The 2 field marshals then discuss the status of the defenses along the coast and the upcoming bad weather. They talk about Rommel's trip home. Both of them agree that it is a good time for it, what with the upcoming storm. Anyway, Rommel needs the break. Blumentritt will later note that Rommel seemed tired and tense, a man who needed to be home for a few days with his family. Rommel now formally requests to go on leave in Germany from June 5th to the 8th. Von Rundstedt immediately grants it. They chat for a while longer on minor details. A panzer battalion from Panzer Lehr will be fitted with PZKW-5 tanks, and then probably sent to the Eastern Front. Enemy bombings of their transportation lines continues. Tactical enemy units across the Channel have gone on radio silence. Von Rundstedt tells Rommel that he too is going to take advantage of the bad weather. He has scheduled an inspection trip of Western France and is going to take along his son. The itinerary has been radioed to OKW. He mentions that he will inspect a couple of their Russian Ostentruppen, and they smile at the thought. That will be interesting. Rommel finally takes his leave. Von Rundstedt and Blumentritt sincerely wish him a safe trip and a pleasant leave. As Rommel starts to walk out, he looks over at von Rundstedt and Blumentritt. "There's not even going to be an invasion," he says, with a slight huff. "And if there is, then they won't even get off the beaches." He and Lang pile back into Black Hawk and set off for downtown Paris, Rommel intent on getting those birthday shoes for Lucy. He ends up purchasing a beautiful pair of handmade grey suede shoes, size 5.5, just as she had told him. On the trip back to the chateau, it starts raining. Rommel gazes out at the passing French landscape. The timing for his leave seems good. The weather is confirming the latest meteorological reports. The task of landing now would be quite hard, nor are the tides right. They are scheduled around the 5th and 6th to be low in the morning. OKW has agreed with him that this would not be suitable for a landing, since, as Rommel has often reviewed, the assault troops would have to travel hundreds of yards further across an exposed beach to reach the cliffs. This longer distance would naturally result in many more casualties. It was upon this premise that most of the Atlantic Wall obstacles have been laid out and positioned. He sits back in the Hawk, wrapped in thought. Granted, the extra time would let his men fire more shells at the enemy, but there is, he acknowledges uneasily, a positive aspect to partially offset this drawback. Landing at low tide would allow the assault force to more easily avoid and better dispose of the impeding but exposed high-tide beach obstacles. It might also allow the enemy to bring in heavier equipment a little faster and with less difficulty. Would it be worth getting shot at for a longer period of time? He does not think so. No, Rommel is pretty sure that they would come in at high, or at least medium tide. They had before. Even so, this continues to bother him. When he arrives at La Roche-Guyon, he gives Speidel a summation of his trip. He then goes to his study and drafts out a formal instruction to partially ease his concerns. Fearful now of a possible low-tide invasion, Rommel orders his units to continue with their huge offshore barrier construction program, but to now concentrate on low-tide obstacles. Most areas have finished, or are over three-quarters finished, with the high-tide barriers. The two mid-tide barriers are coming along, but many of the low-tide barriers have not even been started yet, especially in the 7th Army sector. Now that the even lower spring tides are here, Rommel wants the men to take advantage of this temporary condition and set up as many as possible of the low-tide belts that have taken so long to get started, especially since intelligence reports have stated that the Allies had practiced a few low-tide landings recently. The rush program is to have a completion date of June 20th. While his units might not be able to reach that target, at least they will understand that there was a matter of urgency here. He writes down a message to be sent to his unit commanders. The enemy has conducted repeated invasion maneuvers at low tide, which means we may have to take such an invasion seriously into account. A really rushed program could get a good many completed in a few weeks. You are to complete this by June 20th. Oberst Staubwasser, Rommel's IC, receives a report from Reiler's counterintelligence group on the two-part message system for the underground and the significance of the Verlaine first line. Never having been pre-warned about these two-part trigger messages, his written response in his daily assessment reflects his skepticism, and the incoming bad weather shows that the radio silence across the channel is just a ruse. He writes, "The increased transmission of alarm phrases by enemy radio since June 1st for the French underground cells is not, on previous experience, to be interpreted as an indication that the beginning of the invasion is imminent." Chief of Staff Speidel countersigns the report. That evening, Rommel pursues some final details for his trip. He notes in his diary, "The most pressing problem was to speak to the Führer personally on the Obersalzberg, convey to him the extent of the manpower and material inferiority we would suffer in the event of a landing, and request dispatch of 2 further panzer divisions, an AA Corps, and a Naval Werfer brigade to Normandy." Now, If only the Allies give him a few more weeks. It looks like they just might. Allied intelligence, after examining some recent aerial recon photos of the Normandy coastline, finally begins to suspect that some elements of another infantry unit have relocated along the Calvados coast, east of the Vire estuary. It is probably the veteran 352nd Infantry Division, which had been further south, although intelligence analysts have heard nothing of this move up until now from any resistance groups. They therefore theorize that these few units, even if they are indeed part of the 352nd, have only recently relocated to the coast for a defensive beach exercise, and probably will withdraw as soon as it is concluded. Still, major commands should probably be notified. General Bradley, commanding the American units scheduled to land in that area, will not find out about the temporarily reinforced coastline for another 48 hours, after his flagship puts out to sea on June 5th, and a little over 4 hours before the naval assault begins. And the American troops hitting this strip of beach will not know until it is too late that this entire area has been permanently reinforced and fortified by a veteran infantry division, and that these seasoned troops have been alerted and are patiently awaiting their arrival. This coastal strip has been designated by the Allied planners as Omaha Beach. It is late evening. Although the weather is bad, the 15th Army Signal Center in Turquoise is busy as ever, intercepting different BBC transmissions. A weary Oberstleutnant Meyer is listening to some of the broadcasts himself tonight, even though he desperately needs some sleep. This is the third night in a row that the first line of that Verdammte Verlaine poem has been picked up. Meyer had been led to believe that the first line would only be transmitted once. Could these repetitions indicate some kind of operational cancellation? Or are the Allies just playing a ruse? Perhaps they are just making sure that the resistance receives the word. That makes sense. Maybe it is a sort of stand-by indicator. Why couldn't intelligence work be easy once in a while? Sometime before 11 p.m. he is called to the phone by Unteroffizier Reichling. Listening to this excited voice, Meyer is told news that makes his heart begin thumping wildly. His signals unit has just intercepted a high-speed radio teletype dispatch from an American news agency, the Associated Press. The chilling message reads, "Urgent Press Associated, NYK Flash. Eisenhower's HQ announces Allied landings in France." As Meyer grabs his hat and hurries out of his office, he fights down the panic rising in his chest. The Allies have already landed? How? And where? Certainly not around his area, so where? And if the enemy has landed, why have they not sent that second Verlaine verse that Berlin had warned would come first? Had his team missed it? If so, he would be in deep trouble. At any rate, he has to alert all the major headquarters immediately. But they will certainly want to know the location of the landing. What on earth should he tell them? A response of "I do not know" would not go over well at all. That would look really stupid on his part. His staff alerted, he quickly scans the incoming message traffic for any other clues, but there are none. No radar reports, no sightings, no phone calls, nothing. Everything seems boringly normal. The intercept simply has to be a ruse. The second part of the Verlaine message has not come yet. Besides, there is absolutely no indication of any trouble anywhere, just the normal enemy air activity. If there has been a landing, sure as hell somebody would have said something. In the absence of any corroborating reports to the intercept, he is forced to bet on Canaris's information being right. Of course, Berlin has been wrong so many times before. He has no idea how many intelligence reports he has received in the last few months, giving them information that had later proven to be either partially or, more often, completely wrong. And yet... He looks down at the message again. He makes his decision. He is going to go out on a very dangerous limb and hold off hitting the panic button for now. Still, he calls his superior, General Hoffmann, and tells him of the news flash. Hoffman reacts by telling Meyer to stay on it, and to damn well find out for sure, and that is just what he will have to do. It is getting on to midnight. So much for his social life, or for sleep. Today at the Berghof there is a wedding. Gretel Braun is to wed SS Obergruppenführer Hermann Fegelein, a member of Heinrich Himmler's staff. The reception goes off elegantly, and afterward photos are taken, followed by a party at the Kelstein house. The stylishly dressed Eva Braun, der Chefin, as the other ladies refer to her, with mixed emotions, is the darling of the evening, along with her sister Gretel, of course. By 9:30 p.m., a good part of the Allied invasion fleet is either making its way through the heavy seas or is in the process of leaving the many English harbours. The weather has been rough, and even seems to be getting worse. Some of the vessels have already been at sea for days now. Hundreds of other vessels are still in port, awaiting either their turn to depart or a temporary stand-down order from Eisenhower's headquarters. The Supreme Commander has started a meeting with his command staff just north of Portsmouth, at Southwark Manor, which is now Admiral Ramsay's headquarters. With them is Schaeff's head meteorologist, 43-year-old RAF Group Captain James M. Stagg, who has the misfortune of telling Eisenhower that weather conditions in the Channel will be too stormy to permit even minimal conditions for a landing on the 5th. The invasion must be called off, and the fleet recalled. Eisenhower, a stern look of concentration on his face, sits immobile, weighing his options. He decides to postpone his decision for just a few hours, in hopes that the weather might show signs of letting up. Sunday, June 4th. In the dark early morning hours of Sunday, the fierce storm that had come up the day before continues to rage across the Channel. The Allied invasion fleet, slogging through the howling winds and stormy seas, struggles to make headway. If the landing is to begin on schedule, when the weather hopefully gets better, they will have to continue on through crashing waves for another whole day before H-hour comes on the morning of June 5th. At Southwark Manor, Eisenhower meets around 4:30 a.m. BDST with his staff. The Supreme Allied Commander is briefed on the bad weather by Group Captain Stagg and his meteorological staff. Eisenhower is reluctantly but defiantly told by one of Stagg's 3 separate team leaders, Severa Peterson, that the weather is still too rough for a landing. The invasion must be postponed until conditions improve. Another briefing is given by the head of the American weather team, 38-year-old Colonel Irving Crick, who claims that in his opinion conditions are good enough to go. In the end, Crick's position is dismissed as too optimistic. Eisenhower ponders the 3 choices open to him. He can postpone the assault for one day and pray real hard for a better break in the weather, and that his 5,000-ship fleet is by some miracle not detected at sea, or he can move back the invasion 2 weeks to the next period of low tides at dawn, again hope for good weather, and, if so, fly his airborne troops in on a moonless, perhaps cloudy night. His third choice is to call the whole thing off and reschedule the invasion for July, to hope for better weather at that time, while risking both detection of his plans and a blow to Allied morale. Montgomery tells him that he's for going ahead anyway, no matter what the weather report says. Several other senior members agree. Eisenhower ponders the many complicated factors facing him, and at 5:15 he makes his decision. He elects to postpone the landings for 24 hours, hoping that the weather might break enough so that they can go on the 6th. All Allied radar jamming operations are called off, so that those stations in the German naval radar network that are still up do not set off any alarms. The code word, Ripcord 24, is sent to the Allied fleet approaching the French coast in the heavy seas. The word goes out. D-Day has been postponed for at least a day. Most of the few thousand ships already at sea immediately begin to turn around and head back to port. Inevitably, as things often happen in war despite the best of plans, some units do not receive the recall, even though it is repeated to make sure that everyone gets notified. Everyone does not. One force of minesweepers is only 35 miles from the beaches when they finally get the word. Another slow convoy of some 135 vessels, Task Group U-2A out of Salcombe and Dartmouth, sails as a part of Force U, slated for Utah Beach. It carries elements of the 4th Infantry Division in dozens of landing vessels and their escorts. Not receiving the recall, it sails onward towards France at 6 knots, totally unaware that the invasion has been delayed. Further radio signals to the convoy commander proved to be fruitless. At last, in desperation, 2 destroyers turn around to bring back the runaway convoy before it reaches the French coast and tips the enemy off about the whole operation. Unfortunately, because of the stormy seas, the escorts are unable to find the missing convoy. At the same time, aircraft are also dispatched to the search, braving the early morning tempestuous elements in a gallant attempt to locate these ships. But time is starting to run out. With the weather bad, it will take the planes some time to reach and then find the convoy, even though the search is much more effective from the air. And after the ships are found, the plane may have a problem convincing the convoy commander that the delay has indeed been made, and to turn the convoy around, all before the vessels are detected from the French coast. After a couple hours of desperate searches by air and by sea, the wayward convoy is finally spotted by a British Walrus reconnaissance biplane. It is now dawn, and the convoy has travelled almost 100 miles, and is some 30 miles south of the Isle of Wight. The pilot immediately sees that the ships are still dutifully headed for their assigned positions off the Normandy coast, struggling forward across the high waves. Frenzied signalling from the aircraft does not sway the convoy commodore. He knows that the Germans, as he had been briefed, using captured American planes, could quite possibly pull a stunt just like that. His orders are to ignore any such local signals, and that is exactly what he does. After all, his contingent of men and cargo will be desperately needed at Utah Beach tomorrow morning. The frantic pilot braves the storm's winds and dives the little pusher-engine aircraft down to a scant 100 feet above the water. Through a cracked open window in the plane, he drops a signed, coded message in a canister down at the Commodore's ship. The canister just misses the vessel and plummets into the heavy seas. The convoy sails on. There are a number of German radio stations working in the early hours. Many have been recently hit by enemy raids, including the key listening station at Ferme d'Urville. This is the headquarters for the German WWII service, their main radio intercepting organization in Western Europe. This station, like several others along the English Channel, is still operational, although barely. Luckily, tonight there is not much enemy traffic on the air. Several undamaged radar stations are also routinely sweeping the channel that evening. Their signals clear significantly after a few hours and are now relatively unmolested by enemy jamming stations across the channel. It is just as well. The German radar units are having enough problems as it is. All night the winds and heavy waves have been creating many false echoes on their scopes, coming and going as the sea and wind patterns constantly change. So tonight, true radar returns off vessels at sea are particularly hard to detect. At least one radar station, though, picks up a few formations of aircraft headed for the Straits of Dover, no doubt an enemy bombing raid. The station reports them and their position, and then tracks them as they fly southeast across the channel. The targets turn out to be coastal batteries at Calais and Wimereux. Another operating station begins to detect an oddly large amount of surface activity in the western part of the channel. Careful analysis shows that this does not look like any natural formation of false echoes brought on by the weather. No, something seems to be out there. The radar report is immediately routed to Admiral Henneker's naval headquarters in Cherbourg. The other operational radar stations are all alerted, and the one tracking the echoes is told to stay with the signal and to advise headquarters immediately if the contact pattern heads for the French coast. The dauntless British pilot circling over the wayward contingent of Force U-2A does not give up. Way too much is at stake. He somehow has to convince this rogue convoy to turn back. Hurriedly, he writes out his own note to the convoy. The co-pilot sticks it into their last canister, and they dive down, hoping this time to somehow drop the container onto the Commodore's ship. The aircraft makes a very low pass, and miraculously, in this second try, the canister lands on the deck of the flagship. The wrapped package is taken to the convoy commander, who opens it and reads the scribbled message inside. While the convoy sails on, he studies its meaning, trying hard to determine if it is genuine. The nagging worry of what-ifs now foremost on his mind. He realizes that if the message is authentic, he could quite possibly ruin the entire operation, the invasion itself. The pilot, now low on fuel, is forced to return home, cursing the storm and that stupid convoy commander down there. Frustrated, the radio operator transmits the convoy's position back to base. After 15 minutes of deliberation, the still skeptical Commodore, having discussed the issue at length with his officers, at last grudgingly admits that the message just might be on the level. Reluctantly, he breaks radio silence and calls his debarkation port for a confirmation of the delay. They are now just 36 miles from the coast of Normandy. The Commodore is directed by a distraught, nearly frantic harbour master to turn about immediately and head back for England. The order goes out to the vessels, and slowly, cumbrously, the multi-columned formations at last begin to come about. Bucking the rolling swells, the convoy finally completes its turn and makes its sluggish journey in the heavy seas northwestward. It is almost 9 a.m. As dawn nears, a few German coastal radar operators are tracking the set of contacts they had picked up a few hours before. The plotting crews are starting to get tense as the formation appears to be making its way southeast across the channel. The contacts seem to be on a course for somewhere in the Seine Bay. One watch commander, edgy because he knows what this many contacts implies, has kept his eye on the blips over the shoulder of his seated operator. Unfortunately, there is no way that the contacts can be checked out. The bad weather has kept the German outpost ships and mine layers in harbour, and the few Luftwaffe recon aircraft still in western France are grounded. About 40 minutes later, the tracked positions of these unknown contacts, and there have to be many because of the size of the return, slow and then become stationary. Gradually they begin moving back northwest again towards Weymouth Bay. After another hour, the fuzzy echoes become lost in the radar returns from England's ground interference, the rain, and the choppy waves. Since the blips have disappeared, the radar crews are eventually told to stand down. Perhaps this was a crazy Allied exercise in the Tempest. Maybe the enemy navy was testing its radar capabilities, or possibly just a case of false echoes from the storm seas. Nevertheless, a report will have to be written and sent through proper channels, although in light of the results, it will probably now be filed and forgotten. Admiral Henneker's headquarters at Cherbourg is not contacted again. The Allies are very lucky. The rogue convoy remains undetected. At the Army Signals Interception Center near 15th Army Headquarters, a bleary-eyed, tired but happy Oberstleutnant Helmut Meyer emerges from the communications bunker that he has stayed awake in most of the night. Turning to his on-duty sergeant, he gives some last-minute instructions and then wearily trudges off to get some sleep. Admiral Canaris's predictions still appear to be right. The second Verlaine verse has not been transmitted, and despite that tremendous scare that the American newsflash had given him last night, nothing unusual has happened. The break of day has thankfully revealed no enemy fleet off the French coast, just a lot of bad weather. Still, God only knows what tonight will bring. If he only knew. At La Roche-Guyon, dawn is grey and misty. The town is still wet in the aftermath of the brutal storm that had first hit the Channel. Torrents of rain and heavy winds have ravaged the dry land. The worst of the storm, for now, has abated inland, and in the fog the chateau stands like something out of a Gothic horror story. The road in front of it is, as usual, devoid of traffic, more so because it is Sunday. The countryside is deserted, except for the sentries and their camouflaged capes dotted throughout the area. In a short while the hour will change, and the bells in the church of St. Sampson in the town will sound the Angelus, to let the villagers know that it is time to stop a moment for silent prayer. Rommel is in his study, reading the latest messages. He has been up since 3 a.m., listening to the early morning sounds outside. It had still been raining while he was in the bathroom. Now the rain has subsided somewhat. The weather forecasters predict the bad weather will continue for at least another 3 or 4 days, with heavy swells and rain over the English Channel. The winds are between force 5 and 6, and forecast to go up to force 6 at Pas-de-Calais and up to force 7 at Cherbourg. Gales in the Channel average 48 kilometers per hour. The heavy cloud base is low, 275 to 550 meters, and the storm in the Channel is producing waves over 2 meters high. The Kriegsmarine report also details the stormy seas in the Channel, and that it will be at least 2 weeks before meteorological conditions and the tides are again right for an invasion. Altogether a lousy time for an invasion. He picks up the latest situation report. The continuation and systematic increase of enemy air attacks and more intensive mine-laying in our harbors with improved mining equipment indicate an advance in the enemy's readiness for invasion. Constructional work on the defense front is being impeded by further deterioration in the transport situation and in fuel supplies, shortages of coal. Constant enemy air attacks, obviously concentrated on bridges over the Seine, Oise, and to a certain extent over the Aisne, also coastal defences in the Dunkirk-Dieppe sector and on the northern and eastern sides of the Cotentin. Attempts to cripple rail transport continue, with raids on marshalling yards and on locomotives, whereas attacks on bridges have led to destruction or serious damage to all the crossings over the Seine between Paris and Rouen. Damage inflicted on coastal defences is still comparatively small. He puts down the report and stands, rubbing his eyes. He yawns, stretches his arms, and winces as a dull pain runs through his lower back. His lumbago is acting up again. He glances at his watch. It is almost 6 a.m. He wanders over to the French window on his left and glances out through the rain rivulets trickling down the glass pane. Peering into the gloom of the early morning, he makes out what is left of his rose garden on the terrace. His poor roses suffered badly in last night's storm, and now petals, twigs, and broken plants lie haphazardly all over the veranda. Bolstered by the bad weather, and reassured by the Luftwaffe official weather reports predicting continued rain and winds, he makes what history will record as one of the unluckiest decisions in his career. He decides to take the trip home. It will give him a quick rest before the main event begins, which could be coming up. Besides, he wants to try once more to persuade Hitler to give him control of the panzers. He leaves his study and sees Lang waiting for him in the hallway. "Ah, good morning, Lang," he greets his aide warmly. "Are we ready to go?" Lang smiles and replied, "Jawohl, Herr Feldmarschall." They wander off together for breakfast. Walking into the dining room, they are warmly greeted by the senior staff members. As they sit down, Rommel, taking his customary seat at the head of the dining table, and are immediately served. The 7 staff officers continue talking. Rommel occasionally joins in with a remark or two. They discuss his upcoming meeting with the Führer. General Meiser reminds him, And make sure, Feldmarschall, that you get me more mines." They discuss the main goals of the meeting. First, they must convince the Führer of the seriousness of the situation in the West. Second, to get the supplies that they desperately need to prepare to meet the landings. Third, they must convince the High Command to release the reserve panzers to them, so that they can be repositioned much closer to the coast. Rommel listens patiently to his staff as he sips his tea and spreads some honey on his buttered slice of white bread. Once in a while he checks the time. The conversation eventually becomes informal. He feels a bit tense about the trip, but stays in good humor. At one point during the meal, noting the quality of the food on their plates, he looks down the table at his aide and asks mischievously, "Lang, do all the men at my headquarters get the same sort of breakfast?" Lang smiles back at him. "Jawohl, Feldmarschall," he replies, "but it isn't served quite as pleasantly as this." They all laugh affably. With breakfast over, he checks his watch at 6:47 a.m. and suddenly announces, "Gentlemen, here I go." Rommel leaves the dining room, heads for the main entrance, his officers filing out behind him. Other staff members have gathered along the corridor and stairs to wish him well. Walking slowly, he takes the opportunity to shake their hands and murmur an occasional comment to one or another. Accompanying Rommel for the trip is his operations chief von Tempelhof. They will travel in a 2-car convoy, no flying home this time. The Führer has insisted that if general officers want to fly anywhere, they have to ride in an aircraft with at least 3 engines, and be accompanied by an adequate fighter escort. Rommel does not want to tie up so many critical aircraft, especially with the heightened enemy air activity. Anyway, he prefers to travel by car. Lang will ride with Rommel and Corporal Daniel. The newly promoted von Tempelhof, on his way home to see his wife in Bavaria, will ride in the second vehicle, driven by a sergeant. As the Field Marshal has ordered, their leaving is a secret outside the headquarters. No one has been informed of their trip, much less their itinerary. Rommel's Horch will not fly his customary Field Marshal's banner on the front bumper, and he has insisted that the 2 cars will have no escort to attract attention. With any luck, he will get home by mid-afternoon. Outside, Rommel turns to von Tempelhof and invites him to ride in the front car with him and Lang until their turn-off. Von Tempelhof's driver can follow in the second car behind them. The colonel accepts the invitation and climbs into the back of the Horch. Lang, carrying a thermos of consommé and some small sandwiches for them to eat along the way, gets in after him and closes the door. Rommel then turns to Speidel and says a few parting words. They shake hands gravely and pause briefly. Speidel looks at his superior solemnly and says quietly, "Good luck." Rommel smiles slightly, and then climbs into the front next to Daniel. He momentarily turns around to look at Lang and von Tempelhof in the back. He beams as he raises the shoebox, to show them that he has not forgotten Lucy's birthday present. They are finally ready to leave. "We can go now, Daniel," Rommel tells his driver. It is about 7 a.m. as they leave the chateau for Germany. With Rommel having departed, the empty morning seems to drag on at La Roche-Guyon. The weather continues to be bad for the rest of the day, and with the Field Marshal gone, this Sunday is like a holiday routine. A couple of incoming calls deal with whether or not inland shipping should operate in the bad weather. Speidel dispatches a message to OKW reporting that Heeresgruppe B might stand down its 2 armies during the bad weather, so that they might get some rest after the low-grade alert they had been on for a while now. He also adds that enemy air activity still indicates the Straits of Dover as the likeliest landing area. Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt begins writing his weekly estimate to OKW in the afternoon. After going over the strengths of the panzer units, he turns to the infantry. Those that had been drafted in the 22nd recruit wave have fleshed out several of his corps. The training of those in the 25th wave is progressing acceptably. He quickly tires of the details. Jotting most of the major points down, he sets the report aside. He and Blumentritt will finish it on Monday, the 5th. Along the eastern shore of the Cotentin Peninsula, more pigeon-target practice. Today, Sergeant Gunther Witte, a crew member of the nearby 1262nd Army Coastal Regiment, takes aim at a pigeon headed out towards the channel, flying close to the ground. Witte, a crack shot, fires his rifle and incredibly hits the bird, which falls to the ground. Investigating his catch, he finds a small metal capsule attached to one of the bird's legs. Inside the capsule is a coded message written on a small scrap of rice paper, along with what appears to be the dispositions of the German units on the peninsula. Witte turns the capsule in, and a report is filed to go up the 709th Infantry Division chain of command. Admiral Kranke at Marinegruppenkommandos West is finishing up his latest situation report. His available forces look pathetic. Less than half a dozen fleet torpedo boats, some minesweeper flotillas, several score auxiliary craft, and his biggest punch, 5 squadrons of S-boats. There are also the U-boats. Some 3 dozen are operational in the Bay of Biscay. 8 of them have the new Schnorkel. Another 15 coastal units are in immediate range of the English Channel and can strike at the invasion fleet once the landings begin. He cannot, though, direct and coordinate their attacks. The U-boats are under Dönitz's command. Mining operations have been pathetic. His mine layers have only been able to put down 3 minefields this month, all near the Pas de Calais. Mining around the Cotentin Peninsula has hardly begun. Their plan to replace the mid-channel minefields laid last year had been postponed a few times and was finally called off in March, partly because there just were not enough mines available, and partly because intensive Allied radar operations would have spotted the operations and easily noted the areas for avoidance or for sweeping. Kranke feels that their minefields in deep water will probably be virtually obsolete by the middle of this month. It is true that a few simple minefields were laid in the Bay of the Seine a couple months ago, but they were only designed to be effective for a little over a month. With supplies short, Kranke determines that if the invasion were to come now, patrol boat mining operations would only provide non-essential help against the enemy. On the positive side, the recent enemy bombings have not damaged his land units as badly as he had feared. His radar stations, for instance, have not all been knocked out, not by a long shot, and only 8 naval guns have been put out of action, 5 in the Canal Custer and 3 in the Normandy area. He is sure that an invasion will not come until a widespread aggressive bombing campaign is carried out against the coastal batteries, and that is just not happening, although recent raids indicated that this strategy might have already started. Kranke states in his report, "The anticipated mining operations to renew the flanking minefields in the channel have not been carried out. On the way to the rendezvous at Le Havre, T-24 fell behind because of damage from a mine. Grief was sunk by bombs. Condor and Falca were damaged by mines, the former seriously. The 6th Minesweeping Flotilla, likewise on its way to Le Havre to carry out KMA operations, reached port with only 1 of its 6 boats, 1 having been sunk by torpedoes, and the other 4 having fallen out through mine damage, air attack, or sea damage. The laying of KMA mines out of Le Havre therefore could not be carried out." Kranke's report's summary accurately reflects his views. If the invasion comes, he believes it will probably be at the Pas de Calais, that is, if it comes. Like Rommel, he is seriously beginning to doubt that the invasion will take place at all. The furor across the English Channel is starting to look like a gigantic, elaborate deception, just to keep them armed along the French coast and their divisions away from the other fronts, where they would do some good. And the enemy might very well keep up this facade for many months yet, continuing to prepare. Germany would have to maintain some 60 divisions just sitting along the coast, while meanwhile it would continue losing in all the other theatres. Kranke sees this as a solid strategy because eventually the German army groups in the west would get so weakened from transfers to the other, threatened fronts that an invasion here would be sure to succeed. Yes, the Admiral can feel himself starting to relax. The enemy does not look like he is going to come soon. He glances again at that meteorological report, and especially not in bad weather. When he receives a message from Fremder Heeres West that the first part of the Verlaine poem and a number of other important personal messages have gone out to the resistance, Kranke writes in his war diary, "Although it is hardly to be assumed that the invasion will be announced in advance, it must be admitted that these messages personnels would certainly cause acts of sabotage in connection with the traffic and communications network, and also insurrections, all of which would pave the way for the invasion proper." Kranke issues one last set of orders before he departs for Bordeaux to wind up some mining operations in the Bay of Biscay. Because the weather is scheduled to be bad for the next few days, he suspends mine-laying operations. Thinking about it, he decides to add naval patrols to the order. After all, there will be nothing out there to see in those heavy seas and high winds except rain, so why risk losing an S-boat? He has damned few left as it is. The Allies have had a distinct advantage over the Germans for weather predictions, and this will prove to be crucial now. The Germans no longer have meteorological facilities and vessels as far west as the Allies do. Their Greenland, Spitsbergen, and Jan Mayen Island weather stations have been captured, evacuated, or destroyed. Their weather ships in the Atlantic have all been captured or sunk. They therefore cannot know that an abrupt weather change has taken place in the Atlantic, and that a significant break between storm fronts rapidly approaches the Channel. It is a break that will bring minimal weather conditions needed for an invasion. Today, 7th Army Commander General Dollmann is having lunch with 5 of his officers. Edgar Feuchtinger has dropped in as well. The prevailing feeling at the lunch table is one of optimism. Most believe that the long-awaited invasion will not even come this year. The Allies would have launched it in May when the weather was great. June is a tricky month, as evidenced by the current storm. 1 or 2 officers sitting at the table do not share this optimistic belief and express concerns about the invasion date, but all of them are pretty sure that nothing is going to happen for a few weeks, and certainly not with this storm brewing in the Channel. Just to be sure, though, Max Pemsel has started making a complete survey of the Normandy defences. The officers finish eating and sit around afterwards, chatting some more. Feuchtinger will finally return to his headquarters at Saint-Pierre around 6 p.m. Dollmann plans on retiring early, because he is going on an inspection tour in the morning. Adolf Hitler is still enjoying the beautiful, idyllic scenery of Obersalzberg. In one of today's meetings, he and Albert Speer discuss turning over aircraft armament production to Speer's own war ministry. Göring will be furious. Too bad. He is not the Führer's favorite son these days. Production of the V1 is going well, so today Hitler orders the unit preparing the weapons to stand by for operations in the next week or so. Later that afternoon, Josef Tito, the Slovakian Prime Minister, visits the Berghof, and Hitler brags to him about the new weapon. "If the British came to us now with any kind of peace feelers," he boasts, "I would prefer to tell them to keep their feelers," he pauses, "at least until the invasion." Rommel's 2 cars have travelled along the Seine River to Paris, and from there take the main highway towards Chalon-sur-Marne. They continue across France, through lovely Saverne, and eventually come into beautiful Stuttgart. There, Lang parts from them and, in a change of plans, takes the second car, originally assigned to von Tempelhof, so that he can have some type of immediate transportation. Lang heads for his 400-year-old townhouse in Gmund. Daniel drives on, passing the Herlingen turnoff, and goes into Ulm. There they drop off von Tempelhof, and his driver at the railroad station, where they will catch the next train for von Tempelhoff's hometown of Munich. Daniel then turns the Horch around and drives the field marshal back to his townhouse in Herrlingen. They pull into his driveway around 7 p.m. that evening. The stiff-jointed field marshal gets out of the car and stretches. Elbow is excited when he spots him, and begins barking excitedly and jumping up and down, his tail wagging eagerly. Lucy warmly meets him at the door. Aldinger, his aide in residence, helps Daniel bring the bags in, while Rommel goes upstairs and changes. Lucy, of course, is glad to see him. She often worries about him, especially when he runs around from one hot spot to the next. She knows that he thinks of himself as being charmed, but she often frets that one day his luck might turn on him, and now he looks very tired and spent from the tension of his responsibilities. Well, she is making his favorite dish for him, Schwabian-style Spätzle mit Kalbsbraten. That would help. Their son Manfred joins them. Now, over 6 feet tall, the 15-year-old towers over his father. His thick glasses go well with his quiet demeanor and his dark hair. He speaks comfortably with his father in his own strong Swabian accent. They sit in the living room for a bit as the field marshal unwinds from the trip. He tells them about the upcoming visit with the Führer, and that troubles Lucy. They discuss the issue at length. Later they sit down to dinner. Rommel comments favorably on the casserole. Since neither he nor Lucy has much of a taste for wine, they instead sip on some blackberry and cherry fruit juices with the meal. After they have eaten and their aides have cleaned up the dining room, the field marshal and his wife sit down again and relax. Manfred goes to his room to read. While the two of them talk about his upcoming meeting with the Führer, he confides in her about his hopes and expectations of the visit. She has always understood and made an excellent sounding board for him. He admits to her that he has worried for months now about his degenerating command capabilities as the war has turned steadily against Germany. He worries that, if the invasion fails, Hitler will never surrender and will drag the country down in ruins. Lucy sympathizes, telling him that the Führer will surely listen to his concerns. He looks at her pointedly, and she shrugs. The Führer, brilliant as he is, has a screw loose somewhere in his head. She asks if he should even be away at this time. He reassures her. The weather is bad, even if there is a full moon. The latest reports seemed to confirm this. Enemy activity levels are relatively low, so he does not expect any attacks at this time. Not until at least mid-June, or, more likely, early July, the next full moon. At 9 p.m., Rommel phones Speidel at La Roche-Guyon to tell him that he has arrived safely and shared a nice evening with his family. Speidel has little to report, and so the call is not long. Rommel tells him that he will phone in an update on his itinerary as soon as he finds out from Schmundt when his appointment with the Führer will take place. After the call, Rommel talks some more with Lucy. They turn in around 10 p.m. He has no doubt that he will sleep well tonight. 9:30 p.m. BDST. Eisenhower, dressed as always in his olive-green battle-dress uniform, walks into the library of Southwark Manor. He and his staff must decide whether to give the word to start Operation Neptune or to delay the invasion again, this time to at least mid-late June or maybe even mid-July. Chief Meteorologist Stagg starts off by reporting that if the invasion had taken place on the 5th, it would have been a total catastrophe. He then delivers the good news that electrifies the tension in the room. An upcoming 3-day period of barely tolerable conditions is still scheduled to arrive early in the morning, and at the moment appears to be on track. The rain will subside, and the 25 to 30 knot winds will abate some. Clouds will be heavy but not continuous, and by Tuesday morning visibility should be good enough to allow naval fire support to spot their targets. All three of Stagg's weather teams agree on this. Eisenhower is now faced with a tremendous decision. Another postponement now could easily spell disaster. The next tolerable tidal period would start on June 19th, but it would be relatively moonless. A postponement would also create a logistical nightmare. Those men already loaded onto the hundreds of transports would have to disembark again. In most cases, they would be unloading onto piers and assembly zones already crowded with other units that were slated to follow them ashore in France. Complex schedules would have to be refigured, and, of course, morale would take a big dip. On the other hand, there is no promise that this short break in the weather will be as good as predicted by the American weather team, nor that it will last. To make matters worse, postponing the invasion by 24 hours has meant that, should he give the word to go on the 6th, low tide will now occur about an hour later, coming now at 5:15 a.m. The American landings will therefore be at least an hour later, coming between 6:15 and 6:45 BDST. Then there is security. Waiting until July would add more enormous risks to keep the time and place of the invasion secret, not to mention giving the enemy more precious time to prepare. In the next 2 weeks, the Germans could learn of the invasion site, and the critical element of surprise would be lost. An intercepted Ultra message gives the Allies the latest Luftwaffe weather report, which calls for more bad weather. The Germans will not be looking for an invasion at this time. So the critical element of surprise, assuming the enemy does not know about the invasion date and location, would for now be solidly on their side. As the debate goes on, Admiral Ramsay breaks in with a time concern. If they are indeed going to go on the 6th, some units in various distant harbors will have to be notified within the next half hour. It is because of refueling considerations, Ramsay explains. If these forces sail any later and are recalled, they would not be able to return and be refueled for a possible landing on Wednesday the 7th. Eisenhower turns to each of his senior commanders to get their opinion. His Chief of Staff, Bedell Smith, thinks they should proceed with the landings. The Air Commanders, Air Chief Marshals Tedder and Lee Mallory, are not so sure. Montgomery, like yesterday, wants to go. They discuss it some more. The room finally falls still as Eisenhower, sitting with his hands clasped, stares down at the green baize table. The silence stretches on as the men look at him, waiting for his historic decision. At 9:45 p.m., Eisenhower finally makes up his mind. Still staring at the table, he slowly says, "I am quite positive we must give the order. I don't like it, but there it is." Looking up to the men, he concludes solemnly, "I don't see how we can possibly do anything else." They will have a final commanders' meeting at 4 a.m. That will be the last opportunity they will have to break off the operation, but there is little chance of that now. Monday, June 5th. Shortly before 1 a.m., 2 Royal Navy midget submarines, X-20 and X-23, surface off the Normandy coast. With heavy seas in the channel, no German patrol boats are in the area. These 2 small 5-man subs are the first Allied vessels to reach the invasion site. Their mission will be to guide the many incoming vessels and landing craft to the British and Canadian landing areas. Having arrived at their target destination at daybreak on the 4th after a long 36-hour trip across the Channel in bad weather, they have quietly sat submerged on the bottom all day, waiting to go into action. Now, as they make final preparations for their critical mission, they receive a coded message, Ripcord 24. The invasion has been postponed for at least a day, so they will have to submerge again and sit on the bottom of the English Channel for another 24 hours before they can surface and find out if the invasion is on. Eisenhower has decided to launch the invasion. The orders go out at once to the Allied fleets. Nearly 6,000 ships of all types set sail once again from various points all over England in the early morning hours. Spearheading the task forces are waves of various-sized minesweepers. There are over 290, including the ones already working at sea. They must all clear wide channels through the German minefields so that the task forces can safely pass through. The 1,200-plus warships in these fleets include 7 battleships. 4 are British: HMS Nelson, Rodney, Ramills, and Warspite. 3 are American: the USS Arkansas, the Old Texas, and the illustrious Pearl Harbor veteran Nevada. Steaming besides them are numerous smaller escorts, including 23 cruisers, over 100 destroyers and destroyer escorts, some 360 corvettes and motor torpedo boats, and several hundred frigates, sloops, cutters, buoy layers, gunboats, and many others. Sailing with these warships are the vital key to the entire campaign, the invasion fleet. This assault flotilla consists of some 4,000 amphibious assault and special-purpose vessels, and includes some 1,500 landing craft. At 4:15 a.m. BDST, Eisenhower meets one more time with his meteorologist, Captain Staggs, and his team leaders. Stagg reconfirms his assessment of the 2-day break in the bad weather. Though conditions will then get worse, he explains, they will not get bad enough to stop invasion supplies from landing. This is the final moment. If he is going to postpone the invasion again, it must be done now. After some deliberation, the room gets quiet. Finally, Eisenhower decides. He stands up, looks at his senior officers, and says, "Okay, we'll go." The others immediately stand up and start to leave. He orders the "It's on" messages be sent to confirm the invasion date for the 6th by quipping, "Let her rip." The others scurry out of the room, 1,000 tasks to perform. For the Allies, there is now no turning back. Oberst Professor Dr. Walter Stober is in his central office, studying the latest weather conditions. He is the Chief Meteorological Officer for not just the Luftflotte 3 headquarters in Paris, but for all air units in Western Europe. His command center is located on the 2nd floor of the Luxembourg Palace in Paris. It is an ornate building, and even though the Nazi flag flies out front, the Germans, in deference to French sensitivity, have been ordered never to take a picture of the building with the flag flying. Stober does not see how that makes much difference, what with the many German military personnel that come and go through its doors. Today, the weather, as anticipated, is bad. The Wehrmacht generally assumes that no invasion will come if visibility is only a couple of miles and the wind strength is at least 4 on the Beaufort scale, with the sea at force 4 or 5, making waves between 1.5 to 2.5 meters high. Occasional weather recon flights over the North Sea are made, but, as a rule, they are next to useless to predict what might be coming out of the west. And there are currently no U-boats in the area to take meteorological measurements. Lacking any evidence to the contrary, it looks like the winds will continue to be high, and that the sky will get increasingly cloudy, and it is going to continue to rain. Reports record the winds around Cherbourg near force 7, and at Calais near force 6. There are no indications at this time that these conditions will change any time soon. The cloud base is less than 1,000 feet. Lousy conditions for any tactical aerial operations, and certainly prohibitive for any sort of airborne landing. It is a pity that they are no longer getting reliable weather reports from their hidden weather stations in Greenland. Over the last couple years, the Allies had played a cat-and-mouse game with them, conducting search parties over vast areas, weeding their meteorological units out. In response, the Germans had been forced to slowly evacuate those that were left. They have lost their key weather stations on Jan Mayen Island, Greenland, Iceland, and Norway. Nevertheless, anyone can see that the weather is far from ideal right now, and this will probably continue for a few days. So the chance of an invasion coming is nil. Dr. Stober confers with his top aide, Major Ludwig Lettau. They agree that no large enemy operations will be forthcoming, at least for the next 48 hours. So, Stober tells Lettow to give their staff members the day off. Most of them immediately begin planning on touring or carousing through the Parisian hotspots. In the meantime, Stober decides that he had better phone in his weather report to von Rundstedt's headquarters. He calls his liaison officer at OB West, Erez Müller, and gives him his assessment of the storm. Müller promises to write it up and forward it on to the Field Marshal. Early morning. 7th Army is still on a low-level alert. That there is any alert at all is testimony to all of the air attacks that have recently been made upon the Seine, Loire, and Somme River bridges. Marx and the staff of the 84th Corps are indoors today, catching up on paperwork, especially with the weather so bad. The Chief of Staff, Oberstleutnant Friedrich von Kriegern, is going through some reports. Marx's intelligence officer, Major Hein, is logging in a strange report that has been sent from the 709th Division, a report concerning a dead carrier pigeon. According to the report, the bird had been shot by a Oberfeuerwerker in the 709th Infantry Division early yesterday morning along the Normandy beach. On the leg of the dead bird had been found attached a small aluminium tube containing a modest scrap of paper with a coded message of numbers, letters, and a drawing of a small image, possibly a fox. Both the tube and the paper rolled up within have been taken to the 709th's headquarters for analysis. Well, this message confirms at least one thing. The resistance in the area is still using carrier pigeons to send messages across the channel. Marx will be interested in this. Hein turns to look out his big window across to the beautiful cathedral and to the skies beyond. He does not think anyone will be landing soon. The weather continued to be bad, with winds in the English Channel at Beaufort force 5, the sea at force 4 or 5. In some places it is raining. Hopefully the Allies will give them a break. More than likely, the paper clipped to the bird contains troop dispositions. Anyway, tomorrow the tube and its message will be sent to Army intelligence in Paris. They will have the time and resources to analyze the code. Late this morning, Adolf Hitler chairs a meeting on Portuguese tungsten imports. He then attends his noontime OKW conference. Most of the time is spent discussing the loss of Rome and the withdrawal of the 10th Army as the Americans advance up the Italian boot. That afternoon, the Führer has a lengthy talk with Speer and Jodl about bridges. Speer, having recently noted damage by an Allied air raid, and read reports of the Seine bridges going down, has suddenly realized that the enemy could knock out all the Rhine bridges in one day. A landing in the North Sea would then become feasible, and a blitz down through Germany could effectively neutralize all the units in France. When he mentions this at the conference, Jodl dryly comments to the architect, "I suppose you are now, on top of everything else, becoming an armchair strategist as well." Hitler, though, finds merit in the argument, and they spend some time making plans to set up smoke screens around the Rhine bridges. There are no further discussions on conditions in France. The Führer later attends a meeting about the production of diesel trucks. Throughout the 5th, nothing unusual is reported to Heeresgruppe B. General Speidel, in charge while Rommel is away, considers it to be a quiet day. There have been no recon flights this month, so no photo intelligence reports have to be analyzed. There is, in short, nothing that plausibly indicates that an invasion might be on its way. On the contrary, it is dreary outside, raining at times. Rommel is up early and spends the day at home in Herrlingen, lounging around in relaxed attire with Lucy and Manfred. With them is a guest, Hildegard Kirkheim. Her husband had been with Rommel in North Africa. Although he enjoys his relaxation, he spends some time going over what he will discuss with the Führer. Interestingly, his notes are peppered with small drawings, because he thinks that they will make his point much better to the Führer and the High Command. He chats with his wife and son at different times during the day. He tells them about how the French rail lines are getting pounded by Allied aircraft. An idea comes to him. "You know," he says, "we should use the French canals and rivers to move up our supplies and reinforcements." He pauses and thinks about it. "We could use specially built concrete boats which could be easily camouflaged, and they would move at night. This would give us an extra arm in our supply problem." Later he calls General Schmundt, Hitler's army adjutant, to arrange for a meeting with the Führer. Schmundt tells him that they could probably have some time in the next day or two, probably on Thursday the 8th. Schmundt will call him back later to confirm this. Rommel spends part of the evening talking to Manfred and Lucy about glass mines, before retiring early. Around 9:15 p.m., Oberst Oskar Reiler telephones OB West from Gestapo headquarters. He reports rather excitedly that many second-part triggers of two-part messages are being broadcast to the resistance on the BBC, including the Verlaine poem. The first parts had been sent on June 1st. Now these messages are being sent to the various groups, probably instructing them to start committing acts of sabotage. To make sure that OB West truly understands what this implies, he personally goes over to Saint-Germain and gives a summary to von Rundstedt's counter-espionage officer, Major Brink. Brink knows that their IA, Bodo Zimmermann, must be informed immediately, so he decides to give the report to him. Before he leaves, though, he calls Major Doertenbach and tells him to find the operations chief immediately and verbally inform him of the information. Reiler then informs Berlin. He also passes the information on to the unemotional Colonel Roener, head of the expert staff at Fremde Heeres West, so that they can pass it on to lower army echelons. Reiler does not send the information to Heeresgruppe B because he assumes that since the coastal armies are now under Rommel's direct command, he will alert them. 9:18 p.m. General von Salmuth is in his quarters, playing a boring game of bridge with his chief of staff and two other officers. They are suddenly interrupted by Oberstleutnant Meyer, who comes in out of breath from running. "Herr General," he exclaims, "the message, the second part, it's here." "What?" replies von Salmuth, tiredly, as he looks up. Meyer explains in an agitated state that the second part of the Verlaine poem has just been picked up. If their intelligence information from the Abwehr is right, the invasion will now come within the next 48 hours. Von Salmuth thinks a moment, then calmly orders the 15th Army once again to full alert, to Alarmstufe 2. Meyer remains standing, waiting for more. The general looks up, sees that he has not moved, and says politely, "Danke," to dismiss him. Meyer hesitates, then quickly leaves. The other three officers remain silent, as the general calmly looks back at his cards, returning to the game. After a pause, he looks up at the other players and, as if to explain his reaction, he quips, "I'm too old a bunny to get too excited about this." Meyer runs down the hallway to initiate the alert. Quickly he begins drafting a priority message to go out to various commands. He will send a similar message out to all general headquarters. To expedite things, he will also telephone OB West to forewarn them. As the message is being prepared, he wonders if the second Verlaine verse will be repeated. Probably. His message soon goes out. Teletype number 2117/26. Urgent. To 67th Corps, 81st Corps, 82nd Corps, 89th Corps, Military Governor Belgium and Northern France, Army Group B, 16th Flak Division, Admiral Channel Coast, Luftwaffe Belgium and Northern France. Message of BBC 2115, June 5th has been processed. According to our available records, it means expect invasion within 48 hours, starting 0000 June 6th. This evening, a strange event takes place at Rommel's headquarters. His chief of staff, the overthrow plot foremost in his mind, has taken the liberty of inviting by phone a number of guests over for dinner. The list includes many co-conspirators from the Paris section of the secret anti-Hitler resistance. With unusual Teutonic humor, he prefaces his unexpected invitations with the wry phrase, "The old man's gone away." Included are several interesting guests. Among them are General Wagner, Colonel List, who had served in OKW, Consul Pfeiffer, and Speidel's brother-in-law, Dr. Max Horst, who works in military administration. There is war reporter and good friend Major Wilhelm von Schramm. Speidel told him when he phoned, "We can really have a night discussing things." There is also outspoken author-philosopher Ernst Junger, now a captain serving with the military governor of France. Junger brings with him the finished secret 30-page peace manifesto that he has written, entitled Der Friede. It details a plan on how the conspirators intend to make peace with the Allies after Hitler is either overthrown and imprisoned or just killed. It also envisions a plan to create a new united Europe, something Rommel himself has spoken favorably about at times. The dinner must be delayed because Junger, the key guest, is late arriving. Having discovered the main bridge at Mont is down, he has had to take another route to the chateau. He does not arrive until 9 p.m. The get-together makes for an interesting evening. Both before and during dinner, a number of discussions and conversations are held on a variety of subjects. Closer to the main theme of the evening, they also talk about the insufficient development of Hitler's future plans. After the sumptuous repast, about half of the guests take a stroll through the chateau and around the grounds, while a colonel relates a number of amusing stories in one parlor. At about 9:30, the others go up to Speidel's quarters in the Norman Tower and begin going over Junger's written 30-page peace proposal, to be given to the Allies after Hitler's demise. Plans involving the Field Marshal are also discussed privately between Speidel and Junger. The plotters need his name to give credence to their coup if and when it occurs. Just after 10 p.m., Speidel is told that he has a call from the operations desk. It is Staubwasser, the IC. He tells Speidel that the second verse of the Verlaine poem has been intercepted, and that von Salmuth has put 15th Army on alert. Speidel excuses himself from his guests, walks down to operations, and discusses the message with the intelligence chief. Should 7th Army be put on alert too? Speidel suggests that he call O.B. West and adds, "Go with what they say." He then casually returns to his guests. Staubwasser calls and reaches Operations Officer Bodo Zimmermann, who tells him that, because of the weather, 7th Army need not be alerted. So, Staubwasser hangs up and forgets the matter. The army defending Normandy is not being put on the alert. At 7th Army headquarters, Max Pemsel is getting concerned. There is a Kriegspiel planned for the next day at Rennes, which was scheduled back on May 26th. Despite Pemsel's recommendations, too many key officers have departed this evening, citing the weather and Allied bombing as excuses for leaving early. Even General Dollmann had departed, but he soon returned to headquarters. He planned on leaving a couple hours before dawn for Rennes, so that he could help Mendel set up the scheduled war games. Even Rommel, perhaps the key figure in the command chain, is at home with his family. So is his operations officer. Most of 7th Army Division commanders are gone. Von Schlieben commanding the 709th, Helmich commanding the 243rd, Fally with the 91st Air Landing Division. The list goes on. After some deliberation, he drafts a message. Commanding generals and others scheduled to attend the Kriegspiel are reminded not to leave for Rennes before dawn on June 6th. It was strong enough, but not too harsh, and any evidence of a possible landing would surely be detected before daylight, although dawn would be the critical time. Not that anyone expected anything, especially with the storm that had hit the Channel. The Chief of Staff shakes his head. It is going to be a long night. Around 10:30 p.m. BDST, in England, hundreds of C-47s start their motors. The sky is dark, and heavy clouds are hiding the moon. Destination, Normandy. German radar operators at the still functional installations in Normandy soon begin to notice that their units are being heavily jammed. Operators in the Calais area note a number of strange radar returns. They are probably ghost echoes from the heavy seas. Surely they cannot be large numbers of many ships and aircraft approaching the straits. Still, the information is passed on up the chain of command and to the Luftwaffe. Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt is enjoying an evening with his son at his villa on Rue Alexandre Dumas. He has had a nice Monday. Getting up around 11 a.m., he found the weather rainy and overcast. He washed and dressed, and finally entered his villa's first-floor study around noontime. There he quickly went through the day's business, finding nothing unusual. Dr. Strober had phoned in a weather report calling for rain and gusting winds. Good. The old man's schedule would be light, and he would soon be freed to spend the rest of the day with his boy. He held a short meeting with Blumentritt to finalize their estimate of Allied intentions, the weekly report that they had sent to OKW that day. Earlier, they had received from Foreign Armies West the latest situation report of the enemy status. The enemy command is continuing its endeavors to conceal its invasion plans by all means of the war of nerves. Dissemination of items, pointing to a postponement of the invasion due to political differences, alternates with announcements of imminent attack. The presumable objective of these machinations is a gradual blunting of German vigilance in order to create the conditions required for a surprise success. Against this must be stressed, as the only concrete but decisive fact, the state of preparedness for the takeoff of about 60 enemy major formations in the south of England, of about 10 in the central zone of England, and from 5 to 6 in Scotland. There is as yet no evidence that embarkation has begun, though considerable concentrations of shipping have been noted. Movements along the lower Thames indicate that formations, among them the 9th Armoured Division, are being moved towards the large harbours in that area, which will be used, perhaps, to relieve the harbours on either side of Dover, which lie within the range of German gunfire. Von Rundstedt looked over the report that he and Blumentritt had written, based on everything that had come in. He read, "The systematic and distinct increase of air attacks indicate that the enemy has reached a high degree of readiness. The probable invasion front still remains the sector from the Scheldt to Normandy, and it is not impossible that the north front of Brittany might be included, but it is still not clear where the enemy will invade within this total area. Concentrated air attacks on the coast defences between Dunkirk and Dieppe may mean that the main Allied invasion effort will be made there, but imminence of invasion is not recognizable." Although his estimate mentions the enemy's high level of readiness, it does not bother him. He is echoing what OKH is implying, while still keeping his own conclusions vague. The Allies are ready to move, and can land just about anywhere. But as yet there is no immediate prospect for the Grosse Invasion. The weekly estimate over with, the old man went over his travel plan with Blumentritt for tomorrow. Finished with the itinerary, he was done for the day. He told Blumentritt with a smile that he and Hans Gerd were going to dine at one of his favourite restaurants, the Coq Hardy, near Bougival. Father and son departed by auto for the restaurant at around 1 p.m. They spend the next couple hours dining in luxury. With the meal over, they did a bit of shopping in the small local stores before returning to Saint-Germain under drizzling skies. They retired for a relaxing late afternoon and evening in the Field Marshal's sumptuous chateau. Tomorrow they will begin his tour of the Atlantic. He plans to leave his villa in the morning. The first day they will tour the Normandy section. Around 10 p.m., after Hans Gerd has gone to bed, Blumentritt walks in on the old man with a special message. Meyer Dettring has received a communication from 15th Army Intelligence. The second line of the Verlaine poem has just come in. If Army intelligence, now under the SS, is correct, the invasion is only 1 or 2 days away. Blumentritt needs to know if von Rundstedt wants to alert the 2 armies along the coast. Von Rundstedt looks skeptically at his chief of staff without even looking at the message. He doubts that there is any truth to it. He does not believe in any of this spy nonsense anyway, and he sure as hell does not believe that the enemy would risk tipping the Germans off that they are coming just to get some Widerstand fighters active. "Blumentritt," he growls, "do you think that a commander like Eisenhower would announce the invasion over the BBC?" Of course, when the old man put it that way, "Well, sir," the chief replies, "even so, von Salmuth is alerting the 15th Army." The field marshal snorts derisively. He pauses and looks up. "Well, pass the information on to OKW and to Blaskowitz. Shall we order a general alert?" "No," the field marshal barks, "especially not in this weather." Thousands of resistance fighters, alerted by hundreds of special coded messages that have been broadcast by the BBC, including the Verlaine verse, prepare to execute dozens of different missions against their 4-year oppressors. They uncover hidden explosives, guns, knives, and other weapons or equipment that they will need in the next 48 hours. Each of their missions has some significance to the upcoming invasion. Many of them will have to do with cutting communication links, while others will attack transportation routes. They will damage bridges, block roads, or cause breaks in rail lines, including the Avranches, Cherbourg, and Caen rail lines into Saint-Lô. All of these missions are designed to further isolate Western France. This afternoon, the Führer is getting a fecal examination by his doctor for his meteorism. That evening, they will hear Roosevelt on the radio, broadcasting the liberation of Rome. While von Rundstedt enjoys his evening in his villa, Oberst Bodo Zimmermann is in the OB West Senior Officers' Mess, located in a spacious French residence some 300 meters away. This home had also been appropriated when the Field Marshal had first relocated his headquarters to Saint-Germain-en-Laye. The ground floor had been turned into a mess hall and recreational area, while the bedrooms upstairs had been converted into quarters for some of the senior officers, including Zimmermann. Bodo Zimmermann is in his mid-50s, about 5'8" tall, and of medium-slim build. He considers himself good-looking and fit for his age. A concise and precise officer, he is usually relaxed and confident, although some consider him to be arrogant at times. Well, perhaps he is. Tonight, after changing clothes in his quarters, he had come downstairs, and he and some 30 other officers had sat down at the long dinner table to a common meal. There had been the simple salad and the beef course, extra vegetables, of course, cost an individual extra, along with some French cheese and an adequate red wine. The conversation had been heated and centered, as usually was the case, around the upcoming invasion. But the officers, he has noticed, seem decidedly pessimistic in their views, and he finds that disturbing. The Allies have gone to great lengths to display their total command in the last month. Supply lines, one logistics officer pointed out, were being regularly strafed and bombed. Around this time last year, a daily average of 200 supply trains would enter the Parisian rail network. Now that daily average is down to less than 10. Most of the officers, just like the old man, express little confidence in their famed Atlantic Vol. It is a paper tiger, a bluff that the Allies will soon deliberately and determinedly call. The predominant opinion at the table was that the Schwerpunkt would be somewhere along the beaches between the Wear and the Orne estuaries, weakly defended by a hodgepodge of second-rate units, undermanned, underqualified, and unreliable. And, one officer had added, it's a good bet that the Allies know it, too. Zimmermann, smoking a cigar as he often did, had to agree. That point had been driven home in early April. Zimmermann had been studying some recent aerial recon photos that the Luftwaffe had been lucky to have taken along England's southern coast. Studying the photos, he had noted on a couple of them some unidentified flat-surface vessels that were being towed. They seemed to resemble some type of floating platforms, an analyst had noted. Well, it was obvious that they were somehow tied into the invasion. But how? Weapons platforms? Perhaps to ferry tanks across the channel. No one in the headquarters knew. Some time later, a connection had unexpectedly come to mind. He remembered back to a trip that he had taken before the war to Algiers. There, he had noted with interest similar type concrete platforms being used offshore to unload cargo. These makeshift wharves were being used as a sort of offshore artificial harbor. The concept had been a novel one, and because of that it had stuck in his mind. After viewing the photos, Zimmermann had later sent a detailed report of his analysis to Admiral Kranke at Naval Group West, but Kranke had dismissed the idea of portable harbors as unrealistic and highly improbable. Zimmermann is still in the dining room, talking with some fellow officers around 9:30 p.m., when an orderly comes in and informs him that Major Doatenbach has arrived and urgently needs to see him. Zimmermann follows the orderly into the adjoining anteroom. There, Doatenbach is standing, agitated and out of breath. The Major reports in an excited tone that their counterintelligence men have deciphered a message from the BBC to the French underground, a sort of call to mobilization. Zimmermann is skeptical. Normally a traditionalist, he distrusts most spy reports, just like his boss. He is tempted to dismiss the Verlaine poem warning. A short time later, Major Brink arrives and tells Zimmermann that Colonel Ryler has intercepted other recent trigger messages. He sees the threat of a landing soon. Now Zimmermann decides it is time to act. Picking up the phone there in the anteroom, he puts in a call to General Blumentritt at the Field Marshal's villa. He tells him about the deciphered message. They already know, having been warned by Meyer. Wearily, while not initiating an alert, von Rundstedt authorizes the transmission of a warning message to all commands. Drafted, it reads, "Several phrases known to us since the autumn of 1943 to give brief notice of the start of the invasion were broadcast for the first time today by the British radio. While we cannot expect that the invasion itself will be announced in advance by radio, it is to be anticipated that the sabotage acts prepared against our transport and communications networks in connection with the invasion, and perhaps armed uprisings as well, are to be set off by these messages. The message goes out to all commands. The copy for Heeresgruppe B is addressed to the attention of Hans Speidel. Phone calls from OB West go out to all major Western European commands, stating that code words broadcast by the BBC will summon French resistance units to rise up in the next night or two, and that this should be considered a general warning. Heeresgruppe B is to go to Alarmstufe 2. All other commands are to increase their vigilance. The phone calls are followed up by confirming messages. Admiral Henneker in Cherbourg has spent a relaxing day, bolstered by the forecast his staff has given him that the weather will continue to be foul for several days. That means that the next date on which similar conditions of tide, moon, and overall weather situation necessary for a landing would coincide would not be until the second half of June. He has therefore enjoyed a relaxing informal day. After all, he deserved it. Last night had given him some jitters. That radar report from that coastal station had shaken him up, and the tides and the moon phase for the next 3 days would be ideal for an amphibious landing. What if the Allies decided to go anyway, despite the bad weather? He had been relieved that everything had turned out for the best. The radar contact had faded away into the night. So today the headquarters enjoys a nice day of bad weather. That evening, since no alerts have been received, he attends a small social function. Having gone to a concert given by a German USO troupe, he has asked a number of performers back to his villa. He is now listening with his wife to one of his senior lieutenants playing Schumann's Papillon. As the music wafts on, the Admiral hardly notices that one of his lieutenants is called to the phone. The call is from the battle headquarters in the tunnel below the villa. They relay a report for the Admiral. The staff member returns to the room and comes over to him with the message. Some very heavy air raids on towns and roads in the coastal area, Herr Admiral. Other strong bomber formations are reported from the Calvados coast. The Admiral, his eyes never leaving the musicians, gently nods his head in acknowledgment, and calmly glances at his watch. It is 11:30 p.m. About 10 minutes later, another message is relayed to him. Luftwaffe headquarters in Paris has reported that 50 to 60 twin-engine aircraft are approaching the Cherbourg Peninsula from the west. Could this be the long-awaited invasion? The musical performance is immediately broken up. It is 10 minutes before midnight. Just north of the town of Picauville, near the WWII River, is Château Haut, the headquarters of the 91st Air Landing Division, recently arrived in Normandy. The commanding officer, Generalleutnant Wilhelm Falle, is getting ready to leave for the war games in Rennes. He has stated that he is not worried about any possible Allied activity tonight. There's nothing to fear in this filthy weather, he had snorted to his operations officer earlier. Despite his sarcastic crack, though, he does have some concerns. The presence of several enemy aircraft flying overhead worries him. So, as an afterthought, he leaves orders for his men to be especially alert tonight. Then he and his logistics officer, Major Joachim Bartuzat, climb into his staff car with its pennant of black, white, and red flying off to the side. His driver, Gefreiter Baumann, also a paratrooper, at the wheel. The car moves off with a rattle of stones under its tires, bound for Rennes. General Marx, at his headquarters in Saint-Lô, is resigned to spending the rest of the night there. He too would probably have left for Rennes that evening, had he not become so immersed in planning for the next day's exercise to be held there. And besides, he has a suspicion that his staff wants to give him a small party. After all, he will be 53 on Tuesday. So he decides to delay his departure until the next morning. As midnight approaches, he is still studying map after map, analyzing them for the upcoming exercise. He almost always wins these exercises, mostly because of his orthodox attack and defense doctrines. And this time he is to be the enemy, yet again. This exercise will simulate a large-scale airborne landing, followed by a full naval assault. The theoretical target will be Normandy, and Marx is going to play Eisenhower. He is correct about one thing. His staff is indeed planning for him a small birthday celebration. Major Hein, his intelligence officer, and their chief of staff, Generaloberst von Kriegern, have organized the event, having secured a number of bottles of a fine Chablis. This evening has shaped up to be an interesting one. Starting at 10 p.m., reports had started coming in of huge aircraft formations flying in over the area, even though, despite a full moon, the weather was still overcast and far from ideal. Did the presence of these aircraft mean anything? Was this the beginning of more raids, or possibly an airborne assault? Marx had wondered. Major von der Heydte, commanding the 6th Parachute Regiment, had shown up earlier that afternoon to accompany Marx to Rennes and get a chance to talk to him. When Marx had told him that he was going to delay his departure because he was busy planning for the exercise, von der Heydte, expressing some disappointment at not having the opportunity to talk and not wanting to make the trip alone, had returned to his headquarters just north of Perrières to spend the night there. As midnight approaches, Marx studies map after map for the upcoming exercise. Hein, von Kriegern, and the few other senior staff members check on their modest preparations. While a few more enemy bomber formations fly overhead, they wonder how their stern, no-nonsense commanding officer will react to their seemingly adolescent gesture of celebrating his birthday. Finishing up, they are getting ready to surprise him when suddenly a nearby flak battery opens up, rattling the window panes, momentarily distracting them. Briefly startled by the unexpected burst of fire, wine bottles and glasses in hand, they grin sheepishly at each other as the battery outside pounds away up into the night sky. Running out of their bunker, they catch a glimpse of an enemy airplane going down, smoke and flames billowing behind. The two-engine aircraft had evidently flown over at a low altitude, and the nearby flak battery that they had heard some 50 meters away from them, on the roof of the high school next to the nearby Saint-Lô Cathedral, had opened up on it, apparently successfully. The gun crew yells gleefully, "We got it! We got it!" Shaking their heads, the Corps staff officers walk back into the bunker to grab their refreshments, the sound of more enemy aircraft continuing some distance away. It is almost midnight. The Guernsey Island Luftwaffe radar crew has been plotting since 11 p.m. on their Freya and Würzburg radars many incoming, slow-moving air contacts approaching the French coast. They are told that a counterpart Army signals unit has been picking up several formations as well. What is significant is that several of these formations appear to consist of heavy 2- or 4-engine aircraft, many of which appear to be closely followed by a small, fuzzy ghost echo, probably just that in this weather. However, the phantom echoes could also possibly be gliders. After studying the tracking some more, the Luftwaffe commanding officer decides that it is time to raise some alarm. He gets a hold of the regimental commander at headquarters, Oberst Oltze, and gives him a full report on the contacts. The regimental commander thanks him for the information and in turn immediately calls General Marx's headquarters. The duty officer there tells him that none of the senior officers are available at the moment, including Chief of Staff von Kriegern and Operations Officer Hasso-Wiebig. One is attending an Army Group conference in Paris, another is at the moment attending a birthday celebration for the Corps commander, and another one is on leave. The frustrated regimental commander explains to him that some alert must be sounded. Several enemy aircraft are coming in from the north. He adds, "I think a major operation against the mainland is coming." The duty officer sighs and promises to see what he can do. The regimental commander hangs up, unconvinced that the man will do much. Tuesday, June 6th, Part 1. According to German clocks, it is midnight. Thousands of Allied aircraft swarm over the northwestern coast of France, following the routes the pathfinders took an hour ago. From the northwest come planes carrying the advance elements of the American 101st and 82nd Airborne Divisions. As they pass between the islands of Guernsey and Jersey, searchlights stab at the murky night, occasionally accompanied by blasts of multicolored anti-aircraft fire. Vain attempts by the enemy units on those islands to find the source of the many engine noises in the dark skies near them. As the aircraft pass over the mainland, other German anti-aircraft units begin firing. From the northeast, flying slowly over the coastline, come more aircraft carrying paratroops of the British 6th Airborne. At 12:15 a.m., over an hour after the pathfinders and the dummies have arrived, the airborne troops begin jumping into France. The grey-black skies fill with thousands of silk chutes as paratroopers leave their aircraft into the dark of night. On the ground, thousands of French resistance fighters start leaving their homes, and shops begin to make their contribution to the operation. Cities all over northern France begin experiencing communications problems and other small acts of sabotage. Major cities like Paris, Le Mans, Lille, Orléans, Cherbourg, and Bordeaux, as well as many smaller cities in the Normandy area such as Saint-Lô, Caen, and Avranches, begin to suffer radio problems. Wireless sets start to experience high electronic shrieking as Allied jammers dropped to resistance groups begin operation. Ground communications lines between many German headquarters go dead, and many conventional telephone lines suffer similar fates. Several units, physically cut off somewhat by the recently bombed river bridges, are now having problems reaching others as well. General Erich Marx is in the map room at his headquarters in Saint-Lô, as the cathedral's bells start to chime midnight. His staff officers enter the room apprehensively to accost the Corps General with their birthday surprise. After a moment, Marx becomes aware of their presence and gazes up at them in calm surprise through his wire-frame spectacles. He slowly rises to greet them, his wooden leg creaking as he does. They nervously wish him happy birthday, and he smiles and waves his hand. They crowd in, now at ease and grinning. They open another bottle and fill their glasses before coming to attention and raising them to formally toast their commanding officer. They drink to his health and wish him good fortune for the forthcoming year. He thanks all of them sincerely. They get him to slice the ornate, richly flavored birthday cake they have procured. Decorated on the top is his name, the town, and the date, June 6th, 1944. The quick, modest birthday celebration soon ends, and Marx goes back to his long table, a glass of Chablis still in his hand, to study the maps again and wrap up his plans for tomorrow's Kriegspiel. He will leave at dawn. However, he is a bit concerned that the air activity overhead is continuing this late in the night. Heavy engines, probably bombers, but they seem slow-moving. At 1 a.m., General Marx is still at that table, finishing up his plans on the maps of the exercise area. He will probably be one of the last to arrive at the Kriegspiel exercise tomorrow, even though Dollmann had scheduled it some 9 days ago. No matter, Marx's theatrically late arrival notwithstanding, he is particularly looking forward to the exercise. Most of the divisional commanders have agreed that it will be a fascinating one, and, of course, Marx has prepared for this role as if it is the real thing. Sitting beside his map table, with various charts spread out before him, tired, he wipes his brow. It is a warm, humid, late spring night. He glances at his intelligence officer, the only one with him in the room. "Hand me the map of the Pointe-du-Hoc area, please, Hein." The major dutifully hands it to him. Marx's theoretical target is Normandy. Marx had been the enemy before. Last February, his Allied forces had landed along the Calvados coastline. He established a firm beachhead and moved his landed units west and southwest to occupy all of Normandy and Brittany. Now he will play Eisenhower again, only this time he will have 3 airborne divisions to initially drop into the Normandy countryside. Marx has no doubt that he will win the exercise, and in doing so show the generals how easily they could lose if it were the real thing. Von Kriegern comes back into the room, and Marx talks to him informally, their conversation casual and relaxed. Marx is only half listening to what his chief of staff is saying. He is ready. All he will have to do tomorrow morning is to grab his charts and papers and leave. It will not take him long to get to Rennes. Besides, he is too tired to travel now. It is late, and the wine has not helped. As if all that is not enough, his leg is bothering him again. Still, he hesitates to retire for the evening. Judging from the air activity, something seems to be happening. At 1:11 a.m., the ringing of the field telephone on his desk interrupts their discussion. Calmly, Marx picks it up and answers. The call is from Karl Bacchus, the 716th Division IA, from their headquarters in Cannes. As Marx listens, his eyes widen. The fatigue seems to magically vanish from his face. His whole body begins to stiffen as he stands up, almost as though he is bracing himself, his other hand clenching the edge of the table tightly. He looks at von Krieger and nods to him, motioning him to come listen in. The general is told that enemy airborne landings have taken place northeast of Cannes, east of the Orne estuary, somewhere around Ranville. The receiver crackles with static as they hear the report. The area seems to be along a line between Breville-sur-Mer and Ranville. More reports of paratroopers along the northern fringe of the Bavant forest. Marx looks at von Kriegern, who is scribbling notes, trying to get everything down. The objectives for the second set of reports appear to be the Dives River bridges and the crossings over the Orne. Countermeasures, Marx is told, are in progress. Marx tersely tells Bacchus to keep them advised, and then quietly hangs up the field phone. The call has hit them like a ton of bricks. No one says a word as the senior staff members are quickly called in. Marx analyzes the report with interest. Surely this is not a massive raid. No, it has to be tied to some amphibious landing. Yes, this is probably the prelude to the invasion. But where will the enemy land? One staff member suggests in an unsure voice, perhaps these paratroopers are only exceptionally strong groups who have come to establish contact with the resistance. After all, it had been only yesterday that several leaflets had been dropped on the Brittany port of Saint-Malo, carrying the cryptic proclamation that La Carotte Rouge est quittée, and 84th Corps had noted a recent dramatic increase in coded radio traffic. After a moment of silence, Hein slowly shakes his head. No, he responds thoughtfully. The drop is too near to the main line of resistance. The resistance wouldn't dare do that, he continues. These jumps have been made much too near our main combat line to be of any use for stirring the FFI in our sector into action. He pauses. If your opinion were right, it would mean that a fundamental change in the attitude of the civilians in our core area had taken place. Up until now, the peasants of Normandy, slow but jovial, pleasure-loving fellows, have refused to take part in any act of sabotage, unlike the more active groups operating to the west in Brittany. Marx orders 84th Corps on alert. His staff, meanwhile, has put away most of their work. One thing is for sure, the war games will now be cancelled. Marx suddenly realizes that his staff is looking at him intently. He says gently, "We've called out the alert. Now, let's wait and see." In the meantime, time to notify higher authorities. He tells von Kriegern to contact Max Pemsel at 7th Army Headquarters immediately. It is 1:15 a.m. God help them now. Speidel's party at Le Roche-Guyon finally breaks up after midnight. Most of the guests are returning to Paris, and the trip will take longer than usual since the Seine River bridges are out. At 1 a.m., Speidel turns in to go to bed. A few, like Admiral Ruger, decide to stay up a while, drinking fine brandies, telling stories. It is just past 1:15 a.m. at 7th Army Headquarters. Max Pemsel, ready to turn in for the night, is told he has a phone call in operations. Whoever it is had better have a good reason for keeping him up. It is von Kriegern, Marx's chief of staff. Pemsel listens to him report on the paratroop landings. Pemsel turns to a staff member and orders him to wake the entire army staff up immediately. He and von Kriegern then briefly discuss the reports and agree that this is probably the beginning of the invasion. Pemsel ends the call by instructing von Kriegern to keep him informed of all developments. Pemsel immediately noted in the phone log at 1:35, Chief of Staff, 84th Corps reports, since 0:30 parachute jumps in area east and northwest of Caen, Saint-Marcouf, Montebourg, astride Vire, and on east coast Cotentin. 84th Corps has ordered Alert 2. Pemsel orders the entire 7th Army be put on alert. Then he calls General Dollmann's quarters and tells him that there have been several reports of airborne landings in the Calvados area and in the Cotentin Peninsula. General, he concludes, I believe that this is the invasion. Will you please come over immediately? Dollmann tells him he will, as soon as he gets dressed. Taking a deep breath, Pemsel picks up the phone again and nervously calls Speidel at La Roche-Guyon. The chief of staff has to be woken up to come to the phone. Pemsel passes on the reports of the paratroop landings. Speidel takes the news in a calm, sleepy voice, and in turn promises to immediately call von Rundstedt's headquarters. Right after the call, Pemsel notes in his diary, the long-awaited invasion has begun. They will all be busy tonight. Speidel, now awake, notifies all major commands of the airborne sightings. Reports now coming are perplexing and often contradictory. Some of them are illogical, placing reports of enemy sightings in wildly irrational locations. Not having a clear picture yet, he decides to wait and see what develops. This will pretty much be his drill for the whole night. At 1:23 a.m., the staff at the OB West Headquarters bunker first gets the word of the paratroop landings from Naval Group West. They are also informed that Marx's 84th Corps is on full alert. Blumentritt and von Rundstedt are woken up at their villa. Around the base of the Carentan Peninsula, scattered American paratroopers start to get organized. Groups of 1 or 2 find others, and they in turn merge with other clusters to form squads and then platoons. Some find their locations. Those not too far from their objectives set out for them. Many scamper up telephone and telegraph poles to cut the lines, to further isolate the Germans in the area. By 1:30, reports are reaching General von Salmuth in Turquan. Then comes a phone call from Oberst Weiss, Chief of Staff for Kunzen's 81st Corps headquarters near Rouen. He reports enemy paratroopers landing in Deauville, 15 kilometers up the coast, and around the 711th headquarters at Cabourg. Fighting is supposedly going on all around the buildings. Weiss tells von Salmuth that the noise of battle can be heard over the receiver. No other details are available at this time. To von Salmuth, this sounds crazy. His army is already on full alert, and though enemy air raids have hit Calais, nothing much else seems to be going on. To find out, he calls the divisional commander, General Reichert. Finally getting through, he growls, "Reichert, what the devil is going on down there?" Reichert had been sitting in the officers' mess with other officers, exhausted after a hard day of training, sipping Calvados, wondering about the heavy enemy air traffic, when a flight of slow-moving aircraft had flown over. He had dashed into his command bunker to get his pistol, and returning in the dark, he spotted paratroopers floating down over his quarters. 2 had landed on his lawn and had been immediately captured. He and his men were desperately trying to defend the divisional headquarters when von Salmuth called. Reichert now replies, "My general, if you'll permit me, I'll let you hear for yourself." He holds up his receiver to the doorway. Von Salmuth waits a moment, listening sullenly. Suddenly, his eyes widen, as he distinctly hears machine-gun fire in the background. "Thank you," he promptly responds, and hangs up. He then calls Speidel and tells him that at the headquarters of the 711th, the din of battle can be heard. Von Salmuth immediately raises the 15th Army alert to level 2. Then he picks up the phone again to call Heeresgruppe B. 1:45 a.m. General Marx at his headquarters continues analyzing the reported locations of the paratroop drops. A few more sightings have come in. One group of British paratroopers has had the nerve to come down right on the lawn of Reichert's 711th headquarters. Marx could just imagine the look on the division commander's face. The phone rings. Oberst Hammann, at the 709th headquarters in Valognes. The colonel relays that enemy paratroopers have been reported just south of Saint-Germain-de-Varville, near the base of the Cotentin Peninsula. Another group has been sighted west of the main road to Carentan, near Sainte-Marie-du-Mont. More groups of enemy paratroopers have been spotted along both sides of the Margaritis River, and on the road between Sainte-Mère-Église and Pont-l'Abbé. Marx asks him about any firefights. He replies that there are some going on at the river crossings. "Have they identified any of the units yet?" Marx asks. "Yes. 3rd Battalion of the 919th Grenadier Regiment has identified a few prisoners as belonging to the American 101st Airborne Division." As staff members try to contact the 84th's division commanders, Hein orders the French Postal Service in the Corps area shut down. Marx continues plotting the new drops. Scattered all over the map, he cannot make out the enemy's main objectives. He does, though, quickly decide that this is the main event, the invasion. He orders the message, "Alarm Coast," be sent. the coded phrase that put the coastal units on maximum alert for an invasion. The alarm goes out over the service telephones. The civilian phones are not operating, courtesy of the Marquis. It is coming up on 2 a.m. when he calls Speidel at Eresgruppe B again and tells him that this is the invasion. It is 2 a.m. Gunther Blumentritt, still tired from having been awoken a half-hour ago, is called to the phone. It is Eduard Wegener at Naval Group West. He reports airborne landings around Cannes and radar contacts near the entrance to the English Channel. Wegener says that Admiral Hoffmann, Blumentritt's naval counterpart, is convinced that this is the invasion. Blumentritt, though, is not quite convinced. There had been no evidence of any enemy shenanigans the evening before, and besides, the storm. In this weather, he challenges. Blumentritt hopes this is a false alarm, because he's tired. Maybe you've picked up seagulls, he ventures hopefully. Wegener's reply is icy. Surface contacts, Herr General, confirmed by several stations. Well, I still don't believe it, but I'll pass on your report. Yes, sir, and Naval Group West is alerting all the ships and ports along the coast. Hanging up, Blumentritt is depressed. Doesn't anyone look outside anymore? Who invades in storms? Just after 2:09 a.m., a couple still operable German radar stations start seeing large areas of snow all across their screens for a good part of the night. There appear to be two very large bomber groups headed for Germany, and a number of vessels have been picked up by surface radar, apparently headed for Le Havre. At the same time, German radar and communications networks are being jammed. In the next hour, these contacts turn out to be a hoax as they disappeared back into the English coastline. But now, one of the repaired radar sets have picked up a large number of ships in position off the Normandy shoreline. Naval Group West in Paris is contacted. It is 2:10 at Eresgruppe B. The headquarters has received incoming messages of airborne landings further up the coast in the 15th Army sector. Also, Admiral Ruger has received reports of straw dummies that explode upon landing. They are being dropped all over the 84th and 47th Corps area. Speidel, weary from the party earlier in the evening, now concludes that any naval assault will probably be elsewhere, possibly near Calais. Perhaps the Field Marshal is right. The invasion may come near the Somme estuary. Shortly after talking to von Salmuth, Speidel receives another phone call from Max Pemsel. More paratroopers in the lower Cotentin Peninsula, including near Carentan. Pemsel tries to convince Speidel of the seriousness of the situation, contending that this is a major operation. To back that up, he tells Speidel of a report from Admiral Canal Custer that ship engine noises in the channel have been heard east of the coast of the Cotentin Peninsula. When asked, Pemsel replies that there are no immediate radar reports of any vessels in the channel. Most of the radar networks along the Bay of the Seine have been taken out by bombs. A couple naval observers, though, have reported possible ship movement around Cherbourg. Speidel calmly reassures him, replying that the affair is still locally confined. All of the paratroop drops are either diversions, bomber crews that are bailing out, or dummies. Pemsel is understandably in disbelief. These are all dummies? Speidel patiently explains. In one or two reports, the paratroopers were just rubber dummies fitted with Roman candles. The explosions, when they went off, convinced the German troops that there were real airborne troops in the area. After the phone call, Speidel enters into the war diary. Chief of Staff Army Group B believes that for the time being this is not to be considered as a large operation. If some of these sporadic landings are by real paratroopers, it is probably a large reinforcement to the French resistance. Someone needs to do something. Speidel sighs, picks up a phone, and tries to get a hold of Feuchtinger at the 21st Panzer headquarters. Feuchtinger is not in. No matter. They have given the 21st Panzer standing orders, in the event of an enemy paratroop landings, move out and attack them immediately. At about 2:15, 15th Army gets a phone call from Heeresgruppe B. They have reports of strong airborne landings in several locations in Normandy, as well as continued flights of gliders. There are reports of firefights on the Cotentin Peninsula. There has also been a report in one area of booby-trapped wooden dummies being dropped. Around 2:45 a.m., Admiral Theodor Kranke is sleeping in a hotel room down in Bordeaux. He had gone down there to inspect the naval forces along the southwestern coast of France. Most of the vessels currently operating in that area were conducting mining operations in the Bay of Biscay. He is awakened by his aide. Konteradmiral Hennecke in Cherbourg is calling. When Kranke gets on the line, Hennecke reports that paratroopers have landed somewhere below the Saint-Marcouf naval battery along the eastern coast of the Cotentin Peninsula. The battery commander insists that this is the invasion. Kranke tells Hennecke to alert his forces. Kranke immediately calls his Naval Group West headquarters in Paris. Wegener, his operation officer, tells him that airborne landings have been reported near Cannes, a considerable distance from the Saint-Marcouf battery. O.B. West is sure that this is only a diversion, but Wegener adds that his staff feels that this is the real thing. Several ship contacts have been detected. At 3 a.m., Kranke calls Wegener back and instructs him to alert everyone. The destroyers in Royan are to sail up the coast towards Brest. He tells Wegener to send a few torpedo boats into the Seine Bay to find out what is happening. Although the U-boats are under Donitz's direct authority, Kranke orders that the coastal boats be made ready to put to sea to repel an invasion fleet. Wegener tells him that their staff is getting organized. Their Chief of Staff, Admiral Hoffmann, has also received reports of surface targets from a couple of radar stations near the Atlantic side of the Channel. He and Hoffmann are convinced that this is the invasion. Kranke tells him to notify O.B. West and OKW immediately of the recent radar reports. Wegener replies that they are in the process of doing that. Kranke thanks him. After hanging up, Kranke hurriedly gets dressed. Leaving his quarters, he quickly walks across the darkened courtyard of the Bordeaux Naval Headquarters and up to the Commandant's quarters. He is worried. He knows that the 2nd Verlaine verse has been broadcast, and that the 15th Army was on alert. He wakes up the Bordeaux Naval Commandant and tells him what has been reported. They sit in the Commandant's drawing room and discuss the situation. Kranke admits that he cannot understand how any type of enemy operation could possibly be afoot, not with Force 6Cs in the Channel. They discuss the radar contacts. Wegener had told Kranke that the radar returns could not be completely confirmed. There was such a large area of them. The radar operators are convinced that either this is some new type of enemy jamming device, or every ship in the Allied fleets is headed for France. 3 a.m. General Wilhelm Falle, sitting in the back of his Duesenberg, orders his driver to stop the car as they approach a clear intersection, some 20 miles south of Coutances. As the car stops, 2 guards walk over. Falle and Major Bartuzat get out and identify themselves, bringing the guards to rigid attention. He tells them to relax, and then asks how long they have heard planes flying by. One of the men has just got on, so he does not know. The other one, though, has been on for 2 hours, and replies that he has been hearing aircraft engines all through that time. "So have I," replies Falle thoughtfully. They all fall silent as they hear aircraft fly above them, headed north in the night sky. Too much is going on. And a little earlier, the guards had seen flare markers being dropped. Markers meant pathfinders, and that strongly indicated enemy paratroop landings. "This is no routine attack, Bartuzat," Falle says. "I don't like it," he adds. He thinks about it. They hear enemy bombers flying overhead, headed for targets inland, the sound of their engines loud and harsh. Fally finally decides. He tells Baumann, "Turn around, back to the command post." War games or not, they are returning to headquarters to see what is going on. They climb back into the car, the sound of its running motor almost impossible to hear over the overhead ding. Fally tells the driver as he gets in, "Let's get back to headquarters right away." Baumann turns the staff car around in the intersection and they speed northward, towards Picauville again. They do not know that by the time they get close to their headquarters, it will have been overrun by American paratroopers. At 3:15, General Kreis, commanding the 352nd Infantry Division, summons his regimental commanders. He tells them about the airborne drops, then turns to Oberstleutnant Karl Meyer, commanding his reserve regiment, the 915th, with 1,750 men. He orders him to lead his men away from the Bayeux area to look for paratroopers. He is to probe inland west-southwest behind the division's left flank. The companies will have to load up, some in tired old French Autrag trucks, some on confiscated bicycles, and many simply on foot. They are to head towards the Cerisy forest. One thing is critical, Kreis adds. If Meyer does not meet any real resistance and the invasion comes, they are to return as fast as possible to augment those on the coast. So Meyer will have to stay in contact with division headquarters by radio. Meyer acknowledges. Kreis wished him good luck, and Meyer leaves. It will take him almost an hour to move all his men out and get his Kampfgruppe on the road. By 3:35 a.m., assault craft are being lowered from Allied transports in preparation for the landings that will soon follow. Hundreds of Allied soldiers begin warily descending, swaying nets into scores of landing craft. Many men are tired from lack of sleep. They have been aboard transports for days and are finally getting ready to assault their targets. Shortly after 4 a.m., as Allied aircraft roar overhead, the first wave of the American assault craft begin their 1.5-hour trip in towards the beaches. They have an 11.5-mile run. Each of the 5 sea lanes is marked with buoys for traffic control. The landing has begun. 3:40 a.m. Max Pemsel is busily filtering messages coming into 7th Army headquarters. A major airborne drop has come down along the east bank of the Orne River, and another has landed over on the left around the Vire and Merderet rivers. Marx is probably right. Chances are the landing will be on the coast, somewhere in the middle. A dispatch is passed to Pemsel. Communications have been lost with Sainte-Mère-Église. It is now after 4 a.m. At OB West, von Frunstedt and Blumentritt have been monitoring the incoming messages for the last 3 hours. Fallschirmtruppen have landed sporadically over an extensive area, and an amphibious assault now seems likely. In reaction to the paratroop reports, he had ordered the 12th SS Panzer and Panzer Lehr divisions alerted around 2:45. The 12th SS Panzer was to form up its units and get ready to roll towards Cannes. Bayerlein's Lehr was told to prepare to do the same. Finally, von Rundstedt decides that it is time to bring up the panzers. Rommel is in Germany, so at 4:25 a.m., von Rundstedt orders Panzergruppe West to reconnoiter in force into 711th Division sector. To keep OKW informed, Blumentritt calls Vollemont and informs him what they are doing. They follow up with a message at 04:45, formally requesting that the Panzer reserves be released. OB West is fully aware that if this is actually a large-scale enemy operation, it can only be met successfully if immediate action is taken. This involves the commitment on this day of the available strategic reserves. If the 12th SS and Panzer Lehr divisions assemble quickly and get an early start, they can enter the battle on the coast during the day. On the Cotentin Peninsula, firefights have turned into skirmishes, as both sides collect their forces and begin probing the enemy for weak points. Bands of American paratroopers roam the countryside, struggling to join up with their regiments and move to their objectives. One such group of 4 soldiers from the 508th Regiment of the 82nd Airborne, led by Lieutenant Malcolm Brannan, is walking down the small road towards nearby Picoville. Suddenly, a black car comes speeding down the road at them. Brannan yells, "Here comes a car, stop it!" The Americans fling their weapons up and yell at the approaching vehicle to halt. The occupants either do not hear or choose to ignore them, so the GIs open fire. General Wilhelm Fally, having turned around, is impatient to get back to the 91st headquarters. As his Duesenberg barrels along a minor road, he says to Baumann, "Drive faster, it's light already." They are almost there, only a few kilometers away. He is tired from the wasted trip and worried about all the air activity overhead. Something is up. Hopefully, Army headquarters will figure it out before it is too late. Some sort of big enemy air operation has started. A paratroop drop, perhaps? They have not seen any chutes, although it has been cloudy. The car turns into a side road. Far in the distance, Fally can barely make out the upper floor of the chateau he is using for his headquarters. If the enemy is already on the ground, his regiments will have to find and attack them immediately, before they can group themselves into a solid defense. As soon as he gets back, he will order a full issue of ammunition, and then The still night is suddenly shattered by the sound of automatic fire. The car's windshield spatters with little starbursts as bullets slam through it. Bartuzat, sitting in the front passenger's seat, immediately sags and falls to the side, struck in the face and the chest. Baumann swerves the car violently and loses control. The vehicle careens back and forth across the road, tires screeching loudly as he desperately tries to compensate with the wheel. With a final rattle of stones, they leave the right side of the road and lurch into a short stone wall. Both Bartuzat and the driver are ejected from the car by the impact. Bartuzat is thrown violently onto the ground. His Luger slithers away from him, bounces once in front of him, and lands next to the road. Dazed, Bartuzat begins crawling towards the pistol a few yards away. He becomes aware of the enemy soldiers racing towards him. Are they American? He yells in English, "Don't kill, don't kill," as he edges away from the car and closer to his weapon. Lieutenant Brannan sees at a glance that the officer still in the car is out of commission. He looks back to the man on the ground. He sees his arm stretch out, apparently for his pistol. "Stop!" Brannan yells. The German continues reaching for the Luger. Coldly, the GI levels his Thompson and fires at the figure below him. One bullet hits the man in the head, blood briefly spurting up in a high geyser before subsiding. The lieutenant walks over to the car and examines the passenger. He notices that the officer in front, slumped down, has red stripes on the sides of his trousers, gold epaulets, and an iron cross hanging around his neck. This might be someone important. He sees the man's hat lying on the seat, picks it up and reads Fally on the inside sweatband. He rips the name out to send back to headquarters. Maybe they will know who this joker is. 5 a.m. in Cherbourg. Dawn is about an hour away. Admiral Henneker is in teletype contact with Oberleutnant zur See Walter Omsen, commanding the large naval gun battery at Saint-Marcouf. The battery is about 8 kilometers northwest of the large beach area next to the Vire estuary. The battery commander had earlier sent a message detailing a status report, and that an air raid around 11 p.m. had knocked out all 6 75mm anti-aircraft guns. The gun crews had tried to repair 2 after the raid, and were still working on them. Now the commander is on the teletype again. Henneker's eyes widen as he reads the message. The battery has sighted many vessels. Presumably they are the enemy's, but Omsen wants to make sure. Henneker replies immediately. Any vessels sighted bound to be enemy ships. Permission to open fire. Ammunition to be used sparingly. Message ends. Out. 5:15 a.m. Alfred Yodel is spending a quiet morning in his quarters. Up at 5 a.m. he is having his usual light breakfast of a soft boiled egg, a thin slice of toast, and a cup of coffee before leaving his quarters. The news from Italy is bad. With Rome fallen, Kesselring's men are pulling back, desperately trying to stave off an Allied breakthrough. Walter Vollemont has been ordered to go see Kesselring and scope the latest situation. As if on cue, Vollemont calls. Up since 4 a.m., following the airborne reports in Normandy, he now reports the situation to Yodel. He tells him about O.B. West's teletype message requesting release of the reserve panzers, and his own subsequent phone conversation with Blumentritt. O.B. West wants to move them into the invasion area immediately, he concludes. Yodel hesitates before responding with a simple question. Are you so sure that this is the invasion? According to the reports I've received, it could very well be a diversionary attack, part of a deception plan. Yodel decides O.B. West has sufficient reserves right now, he states. They should try to clean up the attack at present with the forces at their disposal. Vollemont acknowledges, stunned. No reinforcements. He is not going to argue with Yodel, though. Yodel, perhaps perceiving the surprise in his deputy's voice, finishes by calmly observing, I do not think that this is the time to release the OKW reserves. Yodel also says that he is not going to awaken the Führer about this. He had only gone to bed a couple of hours ago, taking some sleeping drugs. Typical. Vollemont questions this, and Yodel responds, we must wait for further clarification of the situation. Vollemont understands and says, Sir, in view of the Normandy situation, shall I proceed to Italy as planned? Yodel thinks about this and replies, Yes. Yes, I don't see why not. Vollemont hangs up, shaking his head. He looks at Baron von Butlar Brandenfels, who is standing next to him, and who had heard most of the conversation. I sympathize with Blumentritt, he says. This decision is absolutely contrary to my understanding of what the plan was to be in the event of an invasion. Vollemont stares down at the phone. This information will not be well received. Still, he is not in a position to argue with his boss. Sighing, he picks up the receiver again and telephones Blumentritt in France. Blumentritt comes on the line at the command bunker and tells Vollemont that, based upon the information coming in, this enemy operation is more than likely the actual invasion, and that the apparent target is Normandy. Walter replies that he will pass that along. In the meantime, he adds reluctantly, the release order for the reserve panzers will have to be postponed until the situation becomes clearer. The Führer himself will release them at that point, but the panzers cannot move without his approval, and he has only been in bed a couple of hours. Blumentritt, in an angry tone, demands to know who countermanded the order. General Yodel, Vollemont replies. He feels that would be the decision the Führer would make if he were awake. Blumentritt voices his objections loudly, his tone cold and biting. Walter sympathizes, but he is just doing his job. When Blumentritt tells von Rundstedt that OKW will not release the reserve panzers, the crusty old field marshal becomes furious. His face turns bright red, and his speech becomes almost incoherent. He yells that he wants confirmation of this insult. So their IA, Bobo Zimmermann, calls OKW back to confirm the surprising decision, and to try to get it changed. Zimmermann's call goes through to the Strub barracks, but this time, instead of Vollemont taking the call, von Butlar Brandenfels does. He has just gotten off the phone with Yodel. Zimmermann asks for confirmation of the release delay, and von Butlar coldly gives it to him. Zimmermann starts protesting, telling him that the order is crazy. Von Butlar's reaction is swift. These divisions are under the direct control of OKW, he barks. You had no right to alert them without our prior approval. You are to halt the panzers immediately." Zimmermann, distressed, tries to argue the point. "Sir," he says, "if we cannot use the panzers now, the Normandy landings will succeed, and then all types of unforeseeable consequences will follow." Von Butler, though, is adamant. "You are in no position to judge," he replies curtly. Zimmermann is shocked. If O.B. West was in no position to judge, who the hell was? Von Butler cuts the argument short by snapping, "Nothing is to be done before the Führer makes his decision. Do as you are told." He slams the receiver down. Blumentritt and Zimmermann walk into von Rundstedt's office and find the Field Marshal half sitting on the front edge of his desk, glaring at the floor. The old man is really pissed off. This is not going to be easy. The old Prussian looks up at them. "Ja," he grouches. Zimmermann tells him about the phone call as von Rundstedt begins to seethe. Blumentritt tactfully suggests that he call the Führer himself. After all, he has the privilege as a field marshal to be able to go over OKW's head. The field marshal glares at his chief of staff. Does he know what that would mean? Being hard of hearing, it is embarrassing to not hear a sentence or misunderstand it, and to do that to someone important on the line. Besides, he does not want his voice secretly recorded, so that his comments might be used against him later. Worst of all, though, it would look like he was begging. He would have to swallow his noble pride and grovel to that house painter. He imagines the Führer grinning as he humbles himself into the phone. He grits his teeth. He will never call that Bohemian corporal. He is an aristocratic Prussian, a true blue blood. He despises that Nazi bastard and his commoner background. For months now he has been treated like a figurehead in the West. There was that humiliating war conference in May, and now that he is just trying to do his job, those martinets around Hitler are playing power games, trying to cover their fat butts. Yes, well, the hell with all with them. He will never crawl on his knees to them, no matter what the situation, war or no war. At Berchtesgaden it is about 5:30, and the birds are just starting to sing. Dawn will shortly break against the beautiful backdrop of the Obersalzberg mountain and the lovely Austrian sky. At the Berghof, Admiral von Puttkamer, Hitler's naval aide, has been told about the airborne drops. Does he wake up Hitler after only a few hours' rest? Hitler, at this point in his life, is an insomniac. He stays up into the early morning hours and only turns in when he can no longer stay awake, to sleep fitfully for a few hours. On the evening of June 5th, as was his custom of late, he had stayed up well into the early morning hours, entertaining Eva Braun and some of her young female friends with his stories and trite chit-chat. The Führer had finally gone to bed at 3 a.m. To make sure that he slept well, Dr. Morel had given him a sleeping drug. Obviously, the Führer would be in no mood to receive any news, good or bad, after less than 3 hours' sleep, and the Admiral felt that Hitler should be in good spirits before hearing about some paratroop landing in France. So the Admiral decides not to wake him. Besides, he comments to an assistant, there isn't much to tell him anyway. Along the Calvados beach, near Saint-Honorine-de-Pert, the night is nearly over. It has, all things considered, been somewhat eventful for Major Werner Pluskat, commanding the 3 batteries of the 1st Abteilung 352nd Artillery Regiment, awoken just before midnight in his gloomy chateau in Étretat by the sound of anti-aircraft fire. He had immediately phoned his regimental headquarters to find out what was going on. He had spoken to Karl Ocker. "What's going on?" he had asked. Ocker had replied, "I don't know yet," adding that when he found out anything he would call back. But the continued bombing up the coast had worried the Major. Instinctively he called Major Paul Bloch, the 352nd's IC at division headquarters. Bloch had replied, "It's not clear yet. We think American paratroopers are landing to the left of us, but I'm not sure." The reports were very sketchy. After hanging up, Pluskat had considered a possible airborne attack to his west and wondered what to do. Should he get up and go to regimental headquarters, or to his command bunker on the shore? Or was this just another one of the many false alarms they had been given over and over in the last few months? In the end, he just tried to go back to bed. But Bloch's report, the bombings, the sporadic anti-aircraft fire, it was difficult to go to sleep. 20 minutes later, regimental headquarters had called back. Ocker told him that the invasion was probably beginning, and that he had better alert his unit. So Pluskat got dressed and woke up his 2 ordnance officers, Lieutenant Fritz Thien and Hauptmann Lutz Wilkening. They grabbed a driver, and together with Pluskat's dog, Harris, they all climbed into his small command Volkswagen and drove north about 4 kilometers to his fortified advanced command bunker, located on a cliff overlooking the bay. They had arrived there after 1 o'clock in the morning. Pluskat had found that all was quiet at the bunker. As the hours crept by, though, they noted a tremendous amount of air activity going on, although actual glimpses of aircraft were sporadic. Bombing raids continued far up the coast around Boulogne, and many aircraft formations had flown by in the clouds, both to the east of them and to the west. Some groups seemed to be going inland, and some seemed to be headed back out to sea towards England. Later, a small bombing raid actually flew over their bunker, the bombs falling somewhere inland. Occasionally, the quiet sound of the waves was broken by sporadic gunfire far off to the west, evidence, perhaps, of the few sketchy reports that he had received from regimental headquarters about possible enemy airborne landings. However, that had been the extent of the excitement for the night. Now, Pluskat, tired and somewhat calmer, stands in his command bunker, gazing with his powerful binoculars through the narrow aperture out into the dark channel and at the shore to each side of him. For several hours now, he has periodically swept the area thoroughly and painstakingly for any signs of enemy activity. He is emotionally drained from the night's apparent activity. Out here alone with his men, he feels isolated, vulnerable. The sea, though, seems tranquil despite the recent storm, and the dark skies, though cloudy, occasionally glow from the backdrop of a full moon. It is now exceptionally quiet, the misty stillness in the air heavy. The sky to the east is just starting to lighten up. Dawn cannot be far away. Pluskat will soon get to return to his quarters and finally go back to bed, another long night over. No invasion, it seems. But those reports of Fallschirmjägern landing to the west bother him. The men in the bunker rarely speak, and when they do, it is in low tones. They are busy listening for something, anything. But there is nothing. Dead silence, except for the rolling sound of the waves. Pluskat turns to Thien and Wilkening, now talking quietly. "Still nothing out there," he tells them. "I'm about to give up," he sighs, walks over to the aperture, and once more scans the horizon for any signs of activity. No, nothing. Empty sea. Not one. He stops his sweep and gazes hard through the glasses at the center of the bay, tensing up. Something there. A vessel? He peers hard through the glasses. No, not just one. Several. He lowers the binoculars and steps back in amazement. Pausing, he raises them again, his heart pounding. The dim, dark grey horizon is starting to fill with all sorts of vaporous vessels. A ghostly armada materializing out of the mist, moving in slow, steady, precise formations towards the coast, towards him. He hands the glasses to Thien and says in wonder, "It's the invasion. Take a look." Thien raises the glasses, observes the massive ethereal fleet of ships coming closer, and says in shock, "Mein Gott, it's the invasion." He gives them in turn to Wilkening, and the captain confirms it. Pluskat quickly grabs the phone and calls Bloch at division headquarters and tells him, "There must be 10,000 ships out there," he adds. "It's unbelievable. It's fantastic. This must be the invasion." Block is calm on the other end. "No. Look, Pluscat, are you really sure there are that many ships? The Americans and the British together don't have that many ships." Angrily, Pluscat snaps, "For Christ's sakes, come and see for yourself." Block, still skeptical, and asks calmly, "Which way are these ships heading?" Pluscat, staring at the enemy vessels slowly closing in, yells, "Auf mich zu direkt!" But Block still remains dubious. Pluscat, disgusted with him, growls, "Oh, the hell with you," and throws down the receiver. Some 10 minutes later, hundreds of Allied warships begin their bombardment of the Normandy coast. Scores of projectiles of all calibers start slamming into the beaches and the bluffs, raining down from different distances and angles, shelling the 5 major beach areas: Sword, Gold, Juno, Omaha, and Utah. Swarms of Allied aircraft fly over the shore, headed for coastal targets, unworried about any interdiction from the Luftwaffe. The firing of the mighty battleships is distinct, and the massive thuds from their large guns can be felt a few miles away and heard for many more. The recoils from the gun turrets slam the warships sideways, setting up small tidal waves that drench the troops standing in the nearby small craft as they head in towards the beaches. A silent enemy battery on Pointe du Hoc takes a terrific beating, and portions of the point collapse and fall into the sea. Inland, and far away from the shelling, the 3 panzer divisions closest to the Normandy area have been on alert status for hours, biding their time, and still in or near the same areas they have occupied since midnight. They have performed a number of innocuous and relatively unimportant duties as they await orders from above to march, supposedly towards the Calvados coast. Fritz Witt's 12th SS Panzer Division is scouting out the local areas. One regiment is reconnoitering up the road towards Cannes. Another is moving into and around Lisieux to the southeast, looking for reported paratroopers near there. The massive Panzer Lehr is spread out all around near the town of Chartres, ready to move. Bayerlein and his men have been standing around for hours now, impatient. The story is not much different for the 21st Panzer, closest to the beaches. Many of its units had finally been given marching orders by their now returned, frustrated commanding officer, and are technically on the move, although slowly. Most of the division is experiencing traffic problems as it approaches the outskirts of Cannes from the south. Those elements along the eastern bank of the Orne River have sent forward a few patrols and are poised to attack, expecting the go-ahead to start a major assault to recapture the 2 bridges over the river and the parallel canal. Couriers are sent to divisional headquarters with requests to advance. The answers are the same: get in position on the road, be ready to move out, and hold until further orders. Over the next 5 hours, Marx's headquarters in Saint-Lô receives many airborne landing reports. As a few groups of prisoners taken east of Cannes identify the 3rd Parachute Brigade of the 6th British Airborne Division. Reports from the 709th Infantry Sector in the Cotentin Peninsula have identified prisoners taken from the 501st and 505th Parachute Regiments, part of the American 101st Airborne Division. The 84th Corps staff continues feverishly. Hine later writes, humming like a beehive, to plot the report positions and issue orders. But in their minds they have no doubts about what is happening, and that a landing is coming. The wait is finally over. The months of agonizing suspense ended. The many false alerts, the seemingly endless, mentally and often physically numbing hours of tensely manning their posts, the training, the many analytical hours of theorizing and discussions, the hours of preparing defenses, and the agonizing wait for an enemy who never showed up. Over. One thing is sure. General Marx's men have no illusions at all about where the landing is going to be. By now the Allied fleet and air forces have pummeled the target beaches, and thousands of Allied troops are hitting the shores of Normandy. D-Day, has come. Tuesday, June 6th, Part 2. It is quiet at the Rommel home in Herlingen. Dawn has broken. A few birds chirp in the distance. Otherwise, it is the peaceful silence of another day. There are a number of people staying in or near the villa besides Rommel and his wife Lucy. There are the servants, Carolina and Private Leutzel. There is also Mrs. Hildegard Kirkheim and Daniel, his driver. And Manfred is home, on leave from his Luftwaffe anti-aircraft defense unit in nearby Ulm. Lucy is still asleep, as is Manfred in his room. But the field marshal is up early, still in his dressing gown. This is a special day, Lucy's 50th birthday. Rommel has made arrangements with the servants to have bouquets of sweet-smelling flowers from the fields in each of the rooms. The field marshal is in the drawing-room, enjoying a small breakfast. His wife's presents are gathered on the table. Later that morning he will carefully lay them out, putting last-minute touches here and there. Naturally, the handmade Parisian shoes that he had bought her will be the centerpiece of the gift array. They are a special edition of platform-style grey suede pumps with black heels, and as a layer in the sole there is a suede strip that runs around the shoe. And, of course, they are her size, 5.5. He smiles in anticipation of how she will react when she sees them. This should be a good day. Sometime around 6 a.m., the phone rings. Surprised, Rommel walks over to answer it. Maybe it is General Schmundt calling about his appointment with the Führer. Yes, he says, Rommel here. Instead of Schmundt, though, he is mildly surprised to find his chief of staff on the line. Rommel greets Speidel amiably. Well, Speidel, what's up? He feels himself go numb as Speidel reports that some sort of an attack has been made. There have been a number of airborne drops in the Normandy area, and some as far northeast as across the Somme River. The reports are confusing. Rommel listens in stunned silence. An invasion? In lousy weather? Did the enemy know he was home? Speidel tells him that there is as yet no sense of scale about the airborne assaults, and concludes that he is not sure whether or not this is just a Dieppe type of attack, possibly to divert their attention, or the prelude to the actual invasion. Rommel replies tersely, Well, find out, and fast. Speidel acknowledges the order and reports to him what steps he has taken so far. Rommel indicates his approval and adds, I'm returning as fast as I can make it. Speidel has thought about this. He believes that Rommel should hold off leaving in light of the importance of his trip home, both personally and officially, the upcoming meeting with Hitler. Speidel decides that Rommel should wait a bit until they better assess the situation. He conveys this to Rommel. I do not think you should leave right away, Herr Field Marschall, he suggests, but I think that you should wait before making any decision until I ring you back. Speidel could get some more information and better determine what was going on, and if this was an actual invasion or just a diversion. After all, there had been no reports as yet of naval task forces. Rommel is persuaded by Speidel's logic, and grudgingly agrees to consider it. His mind racing, he slowly climbs the stairs to his bedroom. Just in case, he is going to pack. Lucy, now awake, can tell that he is quite upset about the phone call, but she wisely decides not to ask him about it. He does not tell her what has happened, but merely starts packing. Staff members at Rommel's headquarters are at this time optimistic about this whole landing thing. Many of the staff, up most of the night, have gone to bed. After all, things seem to be going well. O.B. West has ordered the reserve panzer divisions towards the coast. No one at La Roche-Guyon knows that OKW has countermanded the order. The 21st Panzer Division, alerted since midnight, is now moving towards their jump-off points against the enemy. One target, the British paratroopers on the east bank of the Orne, holding the two bridges near Bernville. Von Oppelen's panzers are awaiting Feuchtinger's word to advance north, and in addition to the infantry units mobilized and ready on the coast, 3 full panzer divisions are thought to be on their way into the troubled area. Unfortunately, no one remembers General Pickett and his 3rd Flak Corps located on the other side of the Seine. He is not informed about the invasion that morning, so he goes on an inspection tour. He gets the news when he returns. He immediately drives to Paris. The flak units will not get the word until mid-afternoon. Speidel's own complacency is shaken a short time later when, at 6:15 a.m., almost an hour after daybreak and a quarter of an hour past sunrise, he gets a call from Max Pemsel. Pemsel tersely lets him have it. Word has come from the 21st Panzer headquarters. An Allied naval bombardment off Normandy started at about 05:30. There, that ought to jolt him. Speidel is indeed surprised by the information, but he still stubbornly persists that this is a ruse, and that the main effort will be somewhere else. Pemsel tells him he has received sporadic reports from units telling him that they have heard sounds of combat, and can see ships out on the bay, but they have no clear description of what is going on. Pemsel comments, "I'm fighting the sort of battle that William the Conqueror must have fought, by ear and sight only." Speidel argues his case to Pemsel. He is nothing if not intelligent, and his points this morning, despite his fatigue, are no doubt effective to Pemsel, who is surprised that Speidel still refuses to believe that the invasion has come. By the time Speidel finishes, though, he has Pemsel again convinced that he is probably right. So much so, in fact, that Pemsel later writes in his own war diary, against his better instincts, that the purpose of the bombardment is as yet unknown at this time, and quite possibly a diversionary tactic. It is 6:28 a.m., about an hour and a quarter after low tide. A light mist combined with dust and the acrid smells of cordite smoke created by the naval bombardment fills the air. American troops begin to land among the obstacles at the water's edge and assault 2 stretches of shore that they have designated Utah and Omaha beaches. The landing craft at Utah carry the advance elements of the U.S. 4th Infantry Division, while to Omaha go the U.S. 1st and the 29th Infantry. It is H hour for the Americans. Tensely awaiting the 4th Infantry along Utah's 9-mile beach are several scattered strongpoints, covered by several machine gun positions along the shore. In addition, there are a dozen batteries in the area in various conditions capable of ranging in on the beach. One of the strongest positions remains the Saint-Marcouf battery, manned by 300 men. 3 of the 210mm guns have been installed, although only 2 are casemated. Allied air raids had slowed down the process considerably since April, and the bombings of the night before took a heavy toll on the battery. Some 600 tons of bombs knocked out all of the anti-aircraft guns, including the 675mm guns, and a couple of uncoordinated ground attacks in the early morning by scattered elements of the 101st Airborne have kept the battery crews off balance as they try to repair the guns. Some 2 kilometers southwest of the Marcouf battery is the Aizville battery. Its field of fire is not as good as the one at Marcouf. The Americans are not opposed as they near the shore. Fortunately for them, there are few enemy batteries still operational, and any firing quickly becomes the target of Allied counter-battery fire, plentiful and accurate. Also, many bombs and shells miss the coast and explode in the sand, at the water's edge, and out to the incoming breakers. These misses have detonated many planted German mines, obstacles that the Germans had counted on to take out a number of the landing craft. The American landing craft hit the beach, and the troops of the 8th Infantry Regiment scramble ashore with little opposition. They discover that they have landed over a mile south of their intended spot, a navigational error caused partly by the hazy air and partly by the lateral cross-current moving southeast. Unknown to them, it is a lucky error, since the area that they drift into is considerably less fortified than the beaches a mile up the coast, and they are that much further from the Marcouf battery. They decide to let the error go and bring in the successive waves to the same area. At Omaha Beach to the east, it is quite a different story. The worst fears of the assaulting troops are about to be realized. The battle-hardened 916th and 726th Grenadier Regiments are waiting for the enemy landing craft to come into range. Their main batteries are better concealed and mostly still intact, because the 1,285 tons of bombs that were supposed to hit them have fallen mostly inland. This is due to the heavy clouds and the inaccuracy of the overcompensating Allied bombers. The beach defenders hold their fire until the assault craft are close. They then open up with a terrific tumult, pouring a devastating fusillade into the boats struggling to make it to the beach. The surviving craft, sometimes coming in abreast with only a foot between them, finally reach the water's edge, and their bow ramps flop down into the surf. The men inside, poised to jump out, are now exposed to murderous machine-gun fire. As they surge forward into the chest-high swirling waters, many are mowed down like wheat. The bullets cut into their numbers as they desperately try to make it out of the water and onto the sand. They have to get out of the open immediately, mostly because it is lethal out there, but also to make room, because the next wave will be landing in 20 minutes. But soldiers are falling everywhere, hit by incoming fire. Death awaits the Americans. One primary target is a German heavy-caliber battery atop Pointe du Hoc, a spit of cliff jutting out into the bay a couple miles from the western end of Omaha Beach. Some 225 men of the American 2nd Ranger Battalion approach the point in 10 British landing craft, ploughing through the rough waves and strong crosswind. They will have a good deal of trouble taking the position, only to realize that the guns are not in the bunkers and have somehow been moved to another location. Although the British and Canadians are scheduled to hit Gold, Juno, and Sword beaches between 6 a.m. and 6:30, they have decided to go in later than the Americans, and thereby catch the tide going back in. This will help them avoid many of the relatively few low-tide obstacles, while giving the ships more time to bombard the shore. Unfortunately, the seas are too rough for any more delays, so they begin heading towards the beaches. They immediately run into problems, making headway in the choppy waters. The British finally hit Gold Beach at 6:25 a.m., and Sword Beach 5 minutes later. The first wave of Canadians land at Juno Beach from 6:45 to 6:55 a.m. One of the greatest threats to the Germans is on Gold Beach, where elements of the 50th Northumbrian Infantry Division are splashing ashore. Among them are a significant number of tanks and motorized vehicles, elements of the British 8th Armoured Brigade. General Montgomery wants to be sure that he waits the punch of his first waves with armour. He wants them to be ready for the panzers that he fears will soon come tearing over the bluffs and crashing down upon his men. At 6:45 a.m., 15th Army Headquarters receives a call from Max Pemsel, updating them on the situation. He acknowledges that there has been a naval bombardment, but no actual invasion has yet been reported. He also states that 7th Army will be able to cope with the situation themselves. General von Salmuth, hearing the news, comments with glee that the invasion must have already failed. He then promptly goes back to bed. Around 7 a.m., Obergruppenführer Sepp Dietrich at his 1st SS Panzer Corps headquarters calls the command center of the 12th SS Panzer Division. Based on the reports he has been given, he places them under the command of General Kunzen's 81st Corps. They are to contact Corps headquarters in Rouen. In the meantime, the entire division will soon be ordered to move up, assemble around Lisieux, and stay there to await further orders. The puzzled regimental commanders just shake their heads. 7:30 a.m. Jodl telephones OB West to get a situation update for the Führer when he wakes up. This time von Rundstedt himself picks up the receiver. Taking up the cause his staff members have fruitlessly pursued for the last few hours, the old man bluntly gets to the point. The panzers must be released immediately to deal with the landing. As von Rundstedt strains with his bad hearing to catch every word coming from the receiver, and with Blumentritt listening in on an extension, Jodl again turns him down. He insists again that even if there is a landing, and that has not been confirmed, the panzers must not be released without orders from the Führer. The 12th SS, already in the process of moving some elements northwest of its bivouac, must be halted at Lisieux. Panzer Lehr, still on standby and ready to move out, is to remain where it is. Von Rundstedt slams the phone down and clenches his teeth in rage. Stupid, self-righteous Clark. Jodl can be such an ass. Von Rundstedt stares at his two senior officers. Like him, they realize the consequences of this delay. The old man sighs, shrugs his shoulders, and grumbles that he is going to get some breakfast. He stops at his office door and adds bitterly, without turning around, "If anybody needs me, I'll be out pruning my roses." He leaves to walk back up the hill to his villa. 8 a.m. General Feuchtinger is getting upset. He is again on the phone with General Marx, who has just told him that he has spoken to Berlin and that the 21st Panzer is now a part of Marx's corps and his command. That being the case, Feuchtinger is now to turn his entire division around and to go back south to Cannes, which is probably a traffic madhouse by now, because the city is being threatened by the British landing at the beaches. From there he is to cross the Orne, advance north towards the British landing area, and crush them. The beachhead, Marx tells him, is the highest priority. Engaging the paratroopers will just have to wait. When Feuchtinger, trying to hold his temper, snidely points out that somebody has to keep the airborne troops at bay, Marx agrees. Reconsidering, he allows him to leave behind one Panzer Recon Company from the 22nd Panzer Regiment. Feuchtinger hangs up the phone, mad as hell. After hours of maneuvering into position, he and his men have just begun to engage the British paratroopers on the east bank of the Orne. Now it is all for nothing. Feuchtinger orders the Panzer Recon Company to stay behind to deal with the British paratroopers, but he also decides to leave von Luck's 125th Panzer Grenadier Regiment behind as well. No matter what, a lot of time will be wasted as the rest of the division moves back southwest to Cannes, where it will cross the river and the canal and then move up along the west bank towards the beachhead. 8:30 a.m. General Marx is talking to General Kreis, commanding the beleaguered 352nd Division. Kreis is nearly frantic. His units are taking heavy casualties and are starting to run low on ammunition. Yes, the enemy is still well pinned down on the beaches, but he does not think that he can keep them there for long. The Americans have taken severe casualties, but they just keep landing, jamming themselves at the base of the cliffs. Sooner or later they will wear Kreis's troops down and break out. He tells Marx with disgust that Meyer's reserve task force is lost, and Meyer's radio must not be working. Kreis has scouts out looking for them. Marx shakes his head and orders Kreis to keep him posted. The enemy has apparently landed in 5 main areas. The 2 beachheads on the left are American, 2 on the right are British, and the third between them is probably Canadian. The assault troops are supported by an enormous fleet, whose size has dumbfounded his observers. The hundreds of aircraft flying overhead gave testimony to the air support that the enemy has committed, and there are the enemy Fallschirmjäger. On the left, the American 82nd and 101st Airborne have been identified. On the right flank is the British 6th Airborne, stubbornly holding on to the Orne River crossings. At 9 a.m., Baron von der Heydte, commanding the 6th Parachute Regiment, calls Marx. His men are moving towards Sainte-Mère-Église. He has seen the invasion fleet, and he too is stunned by its panorama. This is the invasion, he tells Marx. Activity on the Obersalzberg is increasing. Goebbels at 4 a.m. had brought reports of parachute and glider landings in northern France, and one report of ship engines heard offshore. Reports from OB West and another from 2nd Fliegerkorps coming in at 8 a.m. state strong enemy landings between Dieppe and Cherbourg. Konteradmiral von Puttkamer is definitely worried. His staff have picked up on the radio Allied broadcasts of an invasion in northern France. Something is definitely afoot. What to do? Should he wake the Führer? Reports are sketchy. After some deliberation, he goes to the phone and calls General Jodl at the Little Chancellery. The Admiral tells him that there are definite indications that an invasion is underway, and he tells Jodl about the Allied broadcast. It looks like it is time to wake up the Führer. Jodl agrees and tells him that he will be in his office if needed. Puttkamer hangs up and takes a deep breath. Nervous, he finds Schmundt, Hitler's army adjutant. The news will be better coming from him. The adjutant agrees, and a few minutes later walks into the Führer's bedroom and wakes him up. They walk out, the Führer having donned a robe. Armed only with a marked-up map of the area, Schmundt gives him a short synopsis of what has been reported. Hitler calmly listens, and then serenely sends for Keitel and Jodl. By the time they arrive an hour later, he is dressed, but not so pleasant. They talk about the little information that has come in. Between Le Havre and Cherbourg, some large enemy landings have occurred in the early morning. Jodl adds that more are expected, but OB West does not know where. Jodl also tells him of von Rundstedt's order to move the reserve panzers forward, and that he personally has countermanded the order until they have a better overall picture of what is happening, and the Führer can decide himself where to move them. Hitler approves of that, and Jodl is relieved to hear it. The Führer at this point is not sure if this is the primary landing. Twice he has said this is not the main invasion. Now, though, he starts to wonder. This might indeed be the beginning of the invasion, he says, but the enemy's intentions in Normandy are only diversionary. I'm sure that the main landing will come somewhere else. He repeats that point again. The briefing quickly over, he suddenly looks up at them. "Well," he barks, "is it or isn't it the invasion?" Before they reply, he turns and walks out. At 9:10, Pemsel at 7th Army calls Speidel. He has been calling all night with reports trying to get Speidel to understand what is happening. Finally, he stirs the man out of his complacency by tensely reporting that a massive landing had taken place on the Normandy beaches, and that the beach defense zone has been breached in several areas. They discuss what to do for a good half hour. A few minutes later, Blumentritt calls to tell them that Jodl has again forbidden movement of the reserve panzers until Hitler releases them. Still, Rommel's headquarters stays optimistic. About 10:12 a.m., Speidel decides that it is time to call Rommel back and tell him the news. At Herrlingen, the hours go by slowly. Rommel is packed now and ready to leave if need be. Trying to kill some time between pacing, Rommel fusses with the gift arrangements on the table. The more he tries to act normally, though, the more concerned he gets. He talks a bit with Manfred, trying to explain to the boy what might be going on. A knock on the door of the drawing-room startles him out of his reverie. It is the housemaid, Carolina. Coming into the room, she exclaims, "Herr Feldmarschall Rommel is wanted on the telephone." It is 10:15 a.m. Rommel walks out to the phone. It is Speidel. He confirms Rommel's worst fears as the blood drains from his face. The invasion has begun. It is in Normandy. As the Chief of Staff adds some early details, Rommel listens in silence. He must return at once and tells Speidel that he will do so. Tersely, he gives orders to hold the beaches. Lucy, having come into the room while he was on the phone, can tell immediately that the call has changed him. Her husband is now once again terribly upset, and there seems to be a thick layer of tension in the room. He stands there for a moment, after having talked to Speidel, staring at the wall in front of him, lost in a jumble of thoughts. He tells Lucy the shocking news. The invasion has begun. I must return immediately. Standing there, still stunned, he finally adds softly, Wie dumm von mir. Wie dumm von mir. How stupid of me. Quickly regaining his composure, he yanks the receiver up again. When an operator comes on the line, he thunders, A Führungsblitz call to the Führer's headquarters at once. The operator hesitates. Such an order has tremendous ramifications for her. It carries absolute top priority in the telephone system. Not just anybody could order such a thing, and its misuse would carry the harshest of reprisals. The poor girl hesitates, not knowing whether to really clear the line for him or not. Damn it, girl, he snaps impatiently. This is Rommel speaking. Give me a line at once. That does it. His call finally goes through, and he reports to OKW what he knows of the situation and that he is returning to his headquarters immediately. When the call is finished, he stomps upstairs to change into his uniform. Confronting his male servant, Private Rudolf Leustel, he orders, Get my Daniel up here with the car at once, and get Lang to meet me at Freudenstadt. As Rommel hurriedly packs to leave, Leustel gets on the phone and calls Lang's home. Fortunately, Lang answers the phone. Leustel fills him in and tells him that the Field Marshal wants to meet up with him in Freudenstadt. Leustel then informs the Field Marshal that he has Lang on the phone. Rommel comes downstairs and gets on. He speaks briefly to Lang, telling him of his intentions to return and the need for haste. He tells Lang to meet him in Freudenstadt at noon. After he is hung up, Rommel realizes that Lang cannot possibly get there by noon. Grumbling irritably, he calls Lang back and changes the rendezvous time to 1 p.m. Von Tempelhof will just have to manage to somehow return on his own. Rommel is ready to leave in 15 minutes. With the others outside, he and Lucy, as usual, say their goodbyes privately behind the closed front door. Daniel drives his car around front. Manfred comes in and tells them. Hearing this, Rommel kisses Lucy and puts his hand on his son's head. Well, Manfred, he says, you and I will try to win the war. Manfred replies, Auf Wiedersehen, Papa. They all walk out to the Horch. Rommel gets in the front, and the car takes off down the driveway. Obviously, Lucy's birthday party is ruined. Lucy walks back into the living room. Seeing Frau Kirchheim, she tells her in an excited voice that Rommel has already left for France. Mrs. Kirchheim can see that Lucy is worried, both for her husband and for Germany itself. The two ladies talk for a while about the phone call. Finally, resigned to another birthday without Erwin, and disheartened by her husband's abrupt departure, she reluctantly tries on her husband's gift. Perhaps the saddest irony to befall the German hero that day is the fact that the fancy, stylish, grey Parisian suede shoes that he had prided himself on getting his wife for her birthday do not fit her. Lang slowly hangs up the phone, shocked by the two phone calls. Clearly the Field Marshal is deeply upset. Lang heard it in his voice. And on top of that, the Field Marshal is never indecisive about anything. Lang snaps out of the daze. He tells his mother what he is doing, then goes to his room and begins packing feverishly for the return trip. Why did Rommel change the meeting time? Probably so that Lang could get there in time. Then what? Return to France? Or maybe to still see the Führer. Lang leaves his mother about 10 minutes later. In a late-morning conference at the Berghof, Hitler unrolls a large map across a marble table. He points to the Seine Bay and updates Göring on the situation. He says jubilantly, they're landing here and here, pointing to the Calvados coast, just where we expected. Göring grins back and agrees. Now his squadrons should be able to fly west, storm in over the landing areas, and wreak havoc in the enemy rear areas. The reputation of the Luftwaffe, which has suffered so badly this last year, will finally be restored. By late afternoon, the mood at German Supreme Command has reached a strange pinnacle as optimism reigns. The enemy is now going to pay dearly for daring to step ashore on occupied Europe. In Göring's jubilation over now being able to act, he sends his staff a congratulatory message, thanking them for the great preparatory work they did in the months before the invasion. At Hitler's formal noontime conference, his military staff, anxious, agitated, and worried over the news, is surprised when he walks in with a confident smile and pleasant demeanor. He tells them that this invasion is just a ruse, and the real one will come some time later at another location. This opinion has been reinforced by von Rundstedt's report to them late that morning. Still no clear picture whether we are seeing a diversion or the real attack. He adds that what he has wanted for a while now has finally come to pass. Referring to the Western Allies, he says with a grin, "I am face to face with my real enemies." Today's schedule calls for a reception at nearby Klesheim Castle, which is too important to cancel. He is to meet with Hungarian Prime Minister Horthy, Czechoslovakian leader Joseph Tito, and Romania's Marshal Antonescu about improving their war-industrial effort. So, after the conference, he is driven to the castle in Salzburg at noontime. When he enters the reception room, he beams at his guests. "It's begun at last," he says. "Now we can give them a nice little packet." 2 hours after greeting the Eastern European dignitaries, he has another meeting. In it, he goes into a short rant about Göring's Luftwaffe being absent over the invasion area, and how they only have a meager 327 aircraft to oppose the entire invasion. Still happy, though, that the enemy have committed themselves, he mulls over O.B. West's plea to release the reserve panzers, and finally agrees at 3:30 p.m. Then he returns to the Berghof and has a late meal with a few Nazi Party senior officials, their wives, and his mistress, Eva Braun. Now, though, he starts to worry, sipping tea, quietly sitting with his guests. He takes a nap for an hour in the evening, and finally has another conference at 11 p.m. to get updates on the situation. Even though the reports of the enemy landings show a strong effort, he remains convinced that this invasion is only a diversion. By late afternoon, the crisis on Omaha Beach is over. The sun has come out. The light winds blowing in from the channel have thinned the haze and smoky fog created by the explosions, carrying the murky smog inland. Allied bombers and fighters have renewed their attacks on the fixed German positions atop the bluffs and on key artillery positions inland. Several aircraft are coordinating their attacks with the infantrymen. Ammunition for the surviving German coastal batteries has now nearly run out. With no supplies forthcoming, they are forced to slacken or cease their fire. Allied sappers have finally blasted holes in the anti-tank dike just below the bluffs and facing the beach. The surviving Germans are now retreating. The Americans at Utah Beach, not having had nearly as much trouble as their buddies on Omaha, are exiting the coast area in substantial numbers as they move inland to join the fighting there. Most of the batteries on Utah have either been overrun or are out of shells and must be destroyed. British and Canadian troops have been moving forward since noon. A couple small inland towns have already been captured. The British 3rd Infantry Division is moving on to Bénouville, while the Canadian push past Vers-sur-Mer some 2.5 miles inland. The British 6th Airborne troops defending the Caen Canal Bridge have been relieved by Lord Lovett's commandos. This links the assault troops from the beach with the paratroopers. Meanwhile, von Luch's Panzer Grenadiers on the east bank of the Yonne have fallen back. Rommel, having met up with Lang, is racing hell for leather across the countryside, Freudenstadt now a couple of hours behind them. As the minutes tick by, Rommel stares glumly at the road ahead, crazy with impatience and concern. The critical battle upon which so much depends, the struggle that his people know he has to win, has started over 13 hours ago in his absence. Every minute another drop of blood in the life of Germany falling to the ground. He has to get back soon. At the Calvados beaches, his men are fighting the most important battle of their lives, while their leader, the great desert fox, is taking a joyride across France. In the past, they had followed him, and fought and died for him, because he was always right next to them, usually in the worst sector, sharing their dangers, joking with them, encouraging them, coordinating them, as he commanded often desperate situations right from their midst. He had learned that when they talked about following him anywhere, their favorite expression was, hat die Strapazen mitgemacht. Well, he has certainly missed the boat this time. They had been hit, and he was at home, lounging around. His Fingerspitzengefühl, that had worked so well in North Africa, has failed him. It isn't fair. He had sacrificed so much for so long, and now at the most critical time he has erred in going home. The Führer will be furious, and probably not care for his motives or listen to his reasons. He will just scream at him. The Field Marshal will permanently lose his mentor. Worse, Hitler will take it out on the German people, and they will end up fighting to the end, as their country is reduced to ruins. Glancing at Daniel, he impatiently urges his driver on, saying, "Tempo, tempo, tempo." The Horch surges ahead, as Daniel gives it more gas. Rommel stares ahead at the road rushing at them. Lang has never seen Rommel so despondent. Around 4:30 p.m., Rommel tells Daniel that he wants to stop in the next city and phone in for an update on what is going on. Ahead of them is Rheims. Daniel replies that they will get there in about a half hour. This is, of course, not good enough for Rommel, but he cannot lash out at Daniel. He is doing his best. About 25 minutes later, the Horch rolls into town, still 140 kilometers east-northeast of Paris and 220 kilometers from headquarters. They pull up to the commandant's headquarters. Lang immediately gets out and goes inside to secure a phone to call La Roche-Guyon, Rommel close behind. The field marshal is given a phone in an office, and after a small delay, finally gets hold of Speidel. Rommel spends the next 15 minutes getting updated. Lang walks back outside to the car again to make sure it is getting refueled and serviced. Speidel fills Rommel in on the situation. Summarizing, he admits that Normandy is indeed a large Allied operation. However, he also adds that this does not discount the possibility of future major operations somewhere else. The Chief of Staff still feels that this is not the main invasion effort. Rommel does not pursue that at the moment. He does not want to waste time arguing with Speidel about that. Impatiently he drops the subject and asks about the German panzer counterattack. "There has been none as yet, Herr Feldmarschall," Speidel replies. "The closest division to the assault area is the 21st Panzer. The division itself is ready, but it is awaiting further reinforcements before it advances." Rommel is aghast. What had happened to his counter-attack at once instructions? "Get the division moving into the attack right now," he rasps. "Don't await further reinforcements. Attack at once." The conversation ends, and Rommel dashes back outside. The call has lasted less than 15 minutes. Lang can see immediately by the look on Rommel's face that the news is bad. They pile back into the car, and Daniel starts off again, no one saying a word. The three of them travel on in silence. Daniel is busy driving, and Lang does not dare intrude on the field marshal's thoughts. Rommel suddenly slams one gloved fist into the other and bitterly quips, "My friendly enemy, Montgomery." A while later, Rommel tries to recover his hope. Perhaps it is not too late to change the outcome. If they can muster their forces quickly enough and reinforce the 21st Panzers when they eventually go in with some assaulting infantry battalions, they still might stop the enemy long enough to let the big panzer divisions arrive and finish the job. My God, he says aloud, if the 21st Panzer can make it, we might just be able to drive them back in 3 days. Rommel is clearly trying to think positive. He is also clearly having a hard time about it. It is at 4 p.m. at the front. Without realizing it, the Germans are playing their last card to destroy the beachhead. The 21st Panzer Division, finally in place to attack the British late in the afternoon, prepares to begin its long-awaited counterattack. Marx's orders to the commanders are clear. Fight through to the coast. Stop for nothing or no one. Forget retreat. Gottberg and his force of 35 tanks will take Perrier's Ridge, about 5 kilometers from the coast. Oppeln himself will lead the other group of 25 tanks to take the Biville Ridge on the right. The 192nd Panzer Grenadier Regiment will then push through the middle and go on to reach the coast. General Marx himself arrives at the scene. Walking up to Oppeln, he says simply, "Oppeln, the future of Germany may very well rest on your shoulders." Marx's tired eyes stare at him through his wire-rimmed glasses. "If you don't push the British back into the sea, we shall have lost the war." Oppeln hesitates to say anything in return. Taking a deep breath, he salutes and replies, "General, I intend to do my best." What the hell? If he dies, he dies. Marx returns his salute, then turns and hobbles over to General Feuchtinger and exchanges a few words with him. Oppeln takes a last look at them, and then walks over to where his unit commanders are. Marx and Feuchtinger turn around and climb into Marx's command car. They drive over to the lead armored scout car of Rauch's 192nd Panzer Grenadiers. Marx slowly gets out and looks at the anxious faces of the men around him, loaded up and ready to move out against the enemy. Solemnly, pointing forward with his cane, he says loudly, "Press on to the coast." Oppeln, meanwhile, apprehensive and worried, climbs into his command tank. As he checks the skies for aircraft once more, he spots a small command vehicle approaching from the coast. The driver must have seen Oppeln's command pennant, because he drives over to his tank. Sitting in the back of the vehicle is a dusty, smudged General Richter, commander of the 716th Division. Oppeln climbs out of his PZKW-4 and greets him. Richter is full of anguish, tears making trails in the dirt on his face. "General, are you all right?" asks Oppeln. Richter takes a deep breath and wipes his eyes. His voice trembling, he dismally replies, "My troops are lost. My whole division is finished." Oppeln is surprised. Surely some elements are left. Someone has to still be fighting, or else the enemy would have advanced much further by now. Finally, he said, "Well, what can I do, sir?" Richter says nothing. After a short pause, he just dejectedly shrugs his shoulders. Oppeln feels compelled to say something more, something encouraging. He replies softly, "We'll help as best we can." He pulls out his map and shows it to the grief-stricken general. "Where are their positions, sir?" Richter glanced over at Oppeln's map and stays silent, his hands at his sides. Oppeln presses him. "Sir, will you point them out?" Richter seems not just distressed, but also disoriented. He finally looks up and gazes past Oppeln. Slowly he shakes his head. "I don't know," he murmurs. "I don't know." Oppeln glances at his watching subordinates. They are clearly worried. At 4:30 a.m. the advance begins. From Le Bussy, Oppeln's panzer attack on the right, and Rauch's 192nd Panzer Grenadiers fan out to his left. But the advance of Panzergruppe Oppeln is stopped cold by deadly fire from what seems to be a few enemy tanks and anti-tank guns along the well-protected, well-camouflaged Bierville Ridge ahead of them. 4 panzers are picked off in succession by the dug-in, hidden, longer-range guns of the British. The enemy continues firing, and as has occasionally happened in the past, von Oppelen's own tank is again shot out from under him, along with almost a dozen other new but antiquated short-barreled PZKW-4s. Von Gottberg's panzer battalion on his left spreads out to the west and manages to make it to the hills around Perrières before dug-in British anti-tank guns and nearby tanks destroy 6 units. However, von Gottberg is determined to break through and continues on resolutely, changing his attack direction again and going further to his left. Near Matteo, he gets ambushed again by a few British tanks, and another 3 PZKW-4s are knocked out. The 192nd Regiment, though, moving forward on his left, gets lucky, smashing through between the Canadians to their left and the British on their right. They break through the still-forming enemy lines and press forward, onward, all the way down to the sea. Reaching the shore, they relieve a few beleaguered units, but as they try to consolidate their position, they realize that no help is going to come to support their advance. Sitting out there on the beaches, with the psychological impact of the huge naval armada in front of them and enemy units closing in from both sides, they quickly realize how exposed and cut off they are. As they contemplate withdrawing, von Oppelen, although he has been stopped on their right, has not given up. He learns about the 192nd's breakthrough to the coast. With part of his regiment now dug in and ordered to hold, the rest get ready to follow the 192nd up the middle and exploit the breach. Oppelen begins to brief the other group of 4 dozen panzers on where to follow the panzer grenadiers to the shore. General Feuchtinger drives up and agrees with this plan, and the men begin to move out. But Feuchtinger's confidence drains away at about 8 p.m. when, looking up, he sees the unmistakable sight of hundreds of parachutes descending in front of and possibly even behind the dug-in forward positions of his other panzers. He panics, thinking that this is a British airborne reaction to his counterattack, and that the landing paratroopers intend to cut his men off. Concerned about his rear, Feuchtinger calls off the entire attack on the beachhead and orders von Oppelen to withdraw all elements of these 2 advanced regiments to a new position behind the present line. Von Oppelen reluctantly gives the orders. Marx's men, in the end, cannot stop the advancing enemy coming ashore. Even at Omaha, the crisis begins to end in the early afternoon, as the Americans start getting off the beach. The clearing weather makes it worse, as the Allied Air Force and now closer Navy both pitch in to support the men beneath the cliffs. The Germans, low on ammo, shocked by the day's fighting, taking heavy casualties, and seeing little relief, slowly begin to fall back. Von Rundstedt, infuriated over the Panzer episode, is in bad temper all day as he struggles to get a hold of the situation. Rommel's Horch continues on its speedy trek to La Roche-Guyon. Daniel, as ever, is silent as he drives them at breakneck speeds down the various roads. Lang, alone in the back, suffers the bumps silently. He is glad that the field marshal has now apparently partly recovered from his self-recrimination. Rommel at one point turns halfway around and says fervently, "I hope there isn't a second landing right now from the Mediterranean." He pauses briefly. How spectacular it would be to lead the mighty forces that the Allies possess. Deep into this image he says slowly, "Do you know, Lang, if I was commander of the Allied forces right now, I could finish off the war in 14 days. Having said that, and in deep thought, he turns back around and once again stares at the road ahead. Lang feels terribly upset and helpless. He remains silent as the car speeds on. Evening is approaching. Allied tactical aircraft continue to swarm over the invasion area. Cannes is bombed again, and Veer will be hit at 8 p.m. German vehicles moving up towards the front along inland roads are repeatedly strafed. American and British medium and heavy bombers continue to pound the defensive positions as darkness approaches. The Allies have now landed the staggering figure of over 155,000 troops onto French soil. They control an area about 15 miles long and almost 6 miles deep, over 80 square miles. On the negative side, casualties just on Omaha Beach are terrible. Bodies are strewn everywhere, and those units surviving have lost about 50% of their men and vehicles, as well as about 3/4 of their heavy weapons and supplies, including tanks. The disorganized beachhead will not be able to withstand a determined panzer counterattack. The British are doing better, and before dawn comes, they will have landed a total of 4 divisions. The Allied fleet is relatively safe from naval attack, although 36 U-boats will put to sea from the Bay of Biscay in the next 24 hours. None will reach the Allied shipping lanes for at least a week. Pitifully few German aircraft, maybe 50 or so of various types, have been available to scramble against the enemy landing. They have been thwarted by its formidable air cover. Several aircraft attempting to pierce the umbrella are shot down. The evening report at 84th Corps is not good, and Marx's staff is in a dejected mood. Between the American airborne assaults and the landings at Utah Beach, the left flank of the developing front has all but collapsed. The Germans hold the center, but have made some major concessions to the British and Canadians on their right flank. Bayeux, held by the 915th Grenadier Regiment and supported indirectly by elements of the 21st Panzer, is about to fall. The mighty guns at the Pointe du Hoc had been moved back beneath camouflage under Rommel's orders, so that they would not be bombed. A daring American commando raid in mid-morning had captured the guns where they sat, ready and waiting to deliver devastating fire onto Utah Beach, stacks of shells next to them. The Americans had simply spiked the guns. The one small glimmer of sunshine is the 21st Panzer's continued assault west of the Orne River. Elements of the 192nd Panzer Grenadiers have broken through the enemy lines and have reached the coast at Luc-sur-Mer, but the panzers on their right, trying to widen the attack corridor, have been stopped, picked off by enemy anti-tank guns. And on the other side of the Orne, more bad news. Von Luch's 125th Panzer Grenadiers have run up against a heavy barrage, and have been forced to fall back through Esquiville. He will have to be reinforced by the 4th Panzer Company before he tries again. No attacks by the Kriegsmarine have been reported, and only a few dozen German aircraft have been sighted in the invasion area all day. So much for Göring's promise of 1,000 aircraft. The status portion of the briefing concluded, Major Hines stands. It is his turn now. The IC starts out by flatly stating that this is the main invasion. Marx, normally easy-going but thorough, is in a foul mood. Rommel is on his way back from Germany, and so is incommunicado. One hell of a time to leave France. The Führer had slept undisturbed until the late morning, and then had still held off making a decision. Those damned panzers had been frozen in reserve for hours, with everyone in the Supreme Command sitting on their thumbs. Von Rundstedt's had tried to get them to act, but had failed. Many at OKW probably are still wondering if the real invasion has actually come. Hell, the Allies had even announced the landing on the BBC. What do they need? A written invitation? Where are the replacements? Where are the supplies? The reinforcements? Who the hell is running logistics? Marx's men are fighting desperately against an overwhelming enemy, using up their ammo and dying as they give ground. Damn! Marx finally snarls aloud, startling his staff. He forces his attention back to Hein. 3 parachute divisions, Hein is stating, have been identified so far in the assault. the American 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions on the left flank, and major elements of the British 6th Airborne on their right. That is over half of the Anglo-American airborne force that is known to be based in England. Hine checks his notes and continues. The American 1st and 4th Infantry Divisions have been identified ashore, so why, Hine argues, would the Allies commit these first-line units, not to mention most of their airborne force, to a diversionary attack? Would they use their second-line divisions for the main assault? Hardly. Hine looks at his audience and holds up a paper. Just take a look at Major Wiegmann's report from the Cannes area. This is what it says. He glances at the paper. The 3rd British and 3rd Canadian Divisions were identified before noon. Now we also know that the 50th Northumbrian and the 7th Armoured Divisions are present. That leaves only the 51st Highlanders and the 1st Armoured Division to make up Montgomery's entire old 8th Army from North Africa. Hine knows that he is right and makes his conclusion. If this isn't the invasion, then what units are they going to use for it? Hine's argument makes sense. Marx agrees with Hine and orders that the report be sent up the chain of command. The intelligence officer at 7th Army, Vorwerk, and the one at OB West, Meyer Dettring, later will agree with Hine and endorse his report, but they will still have trouble convincing von Rundstedt that this is the real invasion. At about 10 p.m., Rommel finally reaches the village of La Roche-Guyon. Daniel slows down as they roll through the outskirts. As they move quietly through the main street, the town seems deserted. The Black Horch finally pulls off the main road, turning down the entrance driveway, and enters the well-guarded courtyard. As the car screeches to a stop next to the main steps, Lang jumps out and runs ahead to inform General Speidel that they have returned. Hustling into the main hall, Lang slows down, puzzled. Incredibly, he is hearing, yes, that is music. Baffled, he listens intently and recognizes a Wagnerian opera. It is definitely coming from the Chief of Staff's office. Stunned for a moment, he starts to get angry. The future of Germany is being desperately fought for out there, perhaps has even been lost by now, on the very beaches that this headquarters was assigned to protect. The Field Marshal is feeling miserable, but the Chief of Staff is playing records. Suddenly the music grows louder as the door opens. Speidel comes strolling out, a serene look on his face. Lang looks him straight in the eyes, laying aside for a moment that he is only a captain speaking to a general as he snarls, "How can you possibly play opera at a time like this?" Speidel, ever cool, smiles graciously in return and replies, "My dear Lang, you don't think that my playing a little music is going to stop the invasion now, do you?" Lang is too shocked to reply. Speidel sees the field marshal striding down the hallway in his long grey field coat, grim-faced, his baton gripped tightly in his right hand. Glancing briefly at Speidel, Rommel walks directly into his office and, clasping his hands behind him, begins studying the map. Speidel closes the door to begin their private conference. It is going to be a long one. Naturally, the aide is not invited. Lang stands there a moment, fatigued and dejected. It has been a terribly long drive, and the day seems to be going horribly. Still, there is nothing that he can do right now, at least nothing that would help the field marshal. Lang finds his way into the dining room and collapses at one of the tables. Tired, he gets up, pours himself a cup of coffee, and then sits down again. Gazing over, he spies another officer reading a newspaper. The other officer looks up affably and asks with a smile, "How was the trip?" Lang cannot say anything. He can only stare at the man. Rommel, now in the chief's office, begins studying the situation map. He shakes his head and grumbles. "That's one hell of a mess." Speidel begins telling him the measures that he has taken. As the field marshal listens to Speidel's briefing, he finds himself even more concerned. On the right flank, the British have secured a beachhead 20 miles wide and 3 to 6 miles deep. They threaten Bayeux in the centre, which is barely holding on, defended by the remnants of the shattered 915th Grenadiers. On the left flank, the Americans have broken through on the southeastern part of the Cotentin Peninsula and are driving hard inland. To the right of the Vire River, the enemy has taken horrific losses in trying to get ashore. However, the onslaught of enemy assault troops on the beach has ended. The Americans have somehow broken through the defense of the cliffs and are now slowly moving inland. All in all, the Allies have landed at least 6 divisions, with elements of others arriving even now. 3 airborne divisions have been so far identified, 2 American and 1 British. They have secured the exits to the beaches in many places along both flanks. The enemy beach areas have been more or less sealed off by the Germans, but all the local reserves have been committed. Ammo is at a low level, and the men are doing without a lot of support all along the front. Very few supplies are getting to the front. Morale is down, Rommel personally blames himself for that, and everyone is probably wondering where the hell the panzers are. The 21st Panzer have made a desperate limited thrust between the Canadians and the British, and some Panzer Grenadiers had actually reached the coast in 1 or 2 points, but the lack of reinforcements and an unexpected Allied airdrop in their rear forced them to pull back. Rommel questions that decision, but since it is already a fait accompli, there is no use in creating a stink over it. On the positive side, Rommel is thankful that there is one, Panzer Lehr and 12th SS Panzer are slowly moving up for a counter-attack, although reports indicate that they are struggling under repeated air attacks. Rommel grimaces at that. How many times had he told them? 2nd Panzer Division can be moved from the Somme, and 2nd SS Panzer down in southern France getting ready to trek northward. In addition, the 17th SS Panzer Grenadier Division in mid-west France is also getting ready to move towards the invasion area. Thus, Rommel will gain at least 4 panzer divisions and 1 panzer grenadier over the next few days to move against the invasion site. But will it be enough? Or is it already too late? Rommel had preached all of these months that unless the Allies could be pushed back into the sea in the first few hours, now highly unlikely, Germany would lose the war. He hopes that he is wrong in this case, but he usually is not. Still, he had miscalculated the invasion date. With a successful enemy invasion launched, and possibly another to come soon, as well as a number of key officers absent at this time, Rommel is sure that there will be repercussions from the Führer. Looking at his anxious chief of staff, Rommel finds the need to reassure him. He says, "Good work, Speidel. If I had been here, I could not have done anything else than what you have done and the actions you have initiated." The Field Marshal spends the next 2 hours getting updated on what has happened, working past midnight. One of the first items is to contact OKW and request that all the first-rate combat regiments from the 15th Army be sent to Normandy, to be followed by the second-rate units at the Pas de Calais. OKW, still figuring that the main thrust is yet to come, turns him down. They do, though, allow him the use of the 346th Infantry northeast of Le Havre. Calling them back later, he asks that the 35,000-man garrison stuck on the Channel Islands be moved to the front. Again he is turned down. If the Channel Islands were evacuated, the Allies could march right in and use them as a staging point for further smaller amphibious landings, not to mention create airstrips there. He also asks for the 2 panzer divisions stationed in southern France, the 9th and the 10th, to be released. Again, patiently, OKW refuses his request. The 17th SS and 2nd SS, though, are already getting ready to move. Rommel then tries contacting a few 7th Army units, but most radio communications are being jammed, and many of the landlines are still out because of bombings and marquee activities. He does, though, at one point get through to Max Pemsel at 7th Army headquarters. "You've got to stop the enemy from getting a foothold. Whatever happens," he yells into the phone. Rommel also gets through to 21st Panzer and orders them to attack at 8 a.m., along with the 12th SS Panzer, which is supposed to have arrived by then. Bayerlein's Panzer Lehr, hounded by the enemy Jebos, will take some time to get to the front. Rommel looks again at the map. The 21st Panzer is dug in on the eastern flank and south of Caen. The 716th Division, reduced to the size of a few battalions and 12 pieces of artillery, is grimly hanging on. The 352nd is holding its own, but its supplies are running critically low, and no relief is getting through. The division's engineer battalion, the last of the reserves, has moved from Saint-Martin-de-Blagny and joined the 916th Regiment, waiting for another attack in the Colville area. The 30th Schnellbrigade, commanded by Oberstleutnant Freiherr von und zu Aufsess, has left Coutances and is on its way to the front. But given the fact that they can only travel by bicycle, and considering the heavy enemy air power, they will probably not reach the invasion area until mid-morning. A couple hours later, those still awake at the chateau are exhausted, ready to call it a night. As the minutes wear on, everything along the front has wound down, except, of course, the Allied build-up along the beaches, but even that is reported as slacking off some. A lot has happened, and tomorrow is going to be a very busy day indeed. Sometime past midnight, Rommel finds himself with his aide again. By now, Lang, too, has heard of the failure of the 21st Panzer's attack the day before. Naturally, he is crushed. The invasion seems to have succeeded. According to Rommel's own theories, the first day would be the most crucial. Have they already lost? Looking at the field marshal sadly, he asks, "Sir, do you think we can drive them back?" Rommel glances over at him, wearily, and shrugs. He slowly spreads his hands. "Lang, I hope we can. I've nearly always succeeded up to now." It is quiet in the villa. The field marshal suddenly realizes that it is late. They have both had a long trip. Now he reaches over and pats his aide on the shoulder. "You look tired," he says, almost paternally. "Why don't you go to bed? It's been a long day." It had been a long day. The longest day, he had once called it. Well, that was certainly true for Lang and him. The exhausted field marshal turns away and, already lost in thought, slowly walks down the oak-panelled hall to his office. He gently closes the door behind. On the coast, the Allies, far from being in a celebratory mood, move at breakneck speed to consolidate their bloody beachheads. They are pretty sure that they are there to stay, but you just never know. The wise ones keep looking over their shoulders for swarms of German tanks to descend upon them. Besides, there is not much to celebrate at this point. There is a long road ahead of them. The fight has just begun in France, and thousands of their comrades already lie dead or dying at their feet. Epilogue. Field Marshal Rommel stayed up that whole night, getting updated on the military situation. He spent the next couple days trying to organize some type of counterattack against the beaches. He did not succeed. Aerial supremacy, as he had feared, became a crucial factor in the first 48 hours after the landing. Around the infuriating time of 4 p.m. on the afternoon of the 6th, Fritz Bayerlein's Panzer Lehr Division was finally released through General Dollmann to move out. His men, having waited next to their vehicles now for over 14 hours, were finally directed to move towards the invasion area. Unfortunately for them, the cloudy skies had cleared, and that afternoon Allied fighters and fighter-bombers swarmed down upon Bayerlein's columns. They became disrupted, and he lost 20 to 30 vehicles before dusk, with more damaged. Nor did it end there. Moving through the darkness, he was continually harassed by night attacks. The enemy aircraft dropped flares to see the moving columns below before they pounced. Rommel's grim predictions were coming to pass. And this was just the beginning. On the morning of the 7th, as their relentless march continued towards the beaches, the panzer troops suffered even more. They struggled through cratered road junctions patrolled by fighters, delays in front of damaged bridges that made them sitting ducks for the Yabos. Moving along narrow roads with trees or hedgerows on each side hindered quick dispersal, and the column struggled moving along routes that would have been free of enemy air interdiction those first dark early morning hours of the 6th. By the end of the 7th, Bayerlein's division had lost 40 refueling tank trucks, 70 trucks carrying men or supplies, 5 tanks, and over 7 dozen half-tracts, prime movers, and self-propelled guns. The 12th SS fared no better. Although a few components did arrive at the front, they did so piecemeal, and the line units for the most part had either been disrupted or disorganized from incessant aerial poundings. They would not be nearly enough to make any kind of dent against the rapidly solidifying beachheads. Neither panzer division was ready for any kind of a counterattack until the 8th, and even then they still had units on the road as they tried to regroup for a counterattack. The after-story revolved around 4 critical factors: total Allied aerial supremacy overhead, and naval supremacy from the sea supporting the beachhead, a vicious, meat-grinding Materialschlacht, brilliant enemy deception as to if and when another, presumably the main, invasion would come, and last, the ultimate failure of the German Supreme Military Command structure to successfully deal with the situation. Allied air power, though, was perhaps the deciding factor. All over France, supplies and men trying to get to the front were stymied and waylaid by Allied aircraft. The air war against supply depots, bridges, road centers, and railroad marshalling yards continued. The Loire River bridges, which unlike the Seine River bridges had been relatively untouched up until now, for fear that it would tip the Allies' hand on the landing location, were now hit full force. The air war expanded to other parts of France, Holland, and Belgium. Priority targets were any and all German units moving in columns, especially if headed towards Normandy. The Luftwaffe, trying to keep its word, sent squadrons of aircraft west towards the front, but many of the pilots were new, and they were thrown against the masses of enemy formations piecemeal. They achieved little. Out in the English Channel, the Kriegsmarine fared no better. All attempts to attack the amphibious force met with grave results. Torpedo boats approaching the fleet were sunk. S-boats were either turned back by aircraft, damaged, or sunk by surface craft. U-boats were hunted mercilessly as they struggled to reach the landing area, and most that survived were depth-charged several times before they could get close enough to attack. German movement to the front continued. Some mobile units, like the 2nd Panzer and the 1st SS in Belgium, took far too long to reach the fighting area. The 17th SS Panzer Grenadier had to move up from the Loire Valley. The 2nd SS Panzer had to take a long trek from southern France to reach the landing area, while the relatively close 116th Panzer was not even committed before the first week in July. Eventually, most of the panzer divisions in France ended up at the front where they were slowly ground up on a static defense line. The ground war would drag on for weeks, turning into the material slugfest that Rommel feared might happen. On the other hand, 4 factors worked against the Allies: the fierce determination of the panzers, the natural defense of those maddening cross-sections of hedgerows, Field Marshal Montgomery's failure to take Caen on D-Day, and Rommel's personal direction. The Allies had established a bridgehead, but could not go further. The events at Normandy quickly became enmeshed with the other distant war front issues. Rome had been liberated, and the Allies were moving up the Italian boot, and the Russian summer offensive, which started as expected in late June, rolled forward, and in the end all but destroyed an entire army group. And Rommel's relationship with the Führer was about to become toxic. The Allies, led by General Patton's fiery August offensive, finally did break out of the beachhead. Defeat in the West was now a foregone conclusion. Appendix A. Rommel's headquarters at La Roche-Guyon. The chateau of La Roche-Guyon, which became Rommel's headquarters on March 9, 1944, is located about 64 kilometers northwest of Paris, roughly halfway between the capital and Rouen, and just 165 kilometers from Le Havre on the coast. The large estate had been the home of the Duc de Rochefoucauld since the 17th century. The chateau is located above the sloping northern bank of the Seine at a large U-shaped river bend. Behind it is a steep chalk cliff. The first castle here was dug entirely into the cliff, hard to spot with a casual glance. In the 12th century, a new main building protected by a wall was built at the foot of the cliff, while above it rose a solid circular tower of stone built by the Normans around the 10th century. A protective double stone enclosure shaped like a spur was also built around the rising keep, which was connected to the manor by a secret passageway dug into the rock. Next to the chateau and to its left is the small village of La Roche-Guyon, with about 540 inhabitants in 1944. The complex was administratively taken over on March 17, 1943 by the German forces, who installed a flak battery on the hill above the chateau. Just down the main street was the town's commandant's office. Near the town centre is the 15th century church of Saint-Sampson on the Rue de Frères Russes. Because the bridge next to the chateau was destroyed in June 1940, anyone wishing to cross the Seine had to take the local ferry. There were also road bridges at the nearby towns of Mantes and Vernon. All in all, the chateau's location was off the main routes, but within easy access of them, and importantly for Rommel, close to the coast. The chateau is elegant and spacious, although there was much work to be done to prepare it for Rommel and his staff. Because of the building's age and solid construction, utilities were somewhat challenging, and creating enough living and working space for an entire army group headquarters was a problem. Engineers dug out more tunnels in the cliffs for such things as extra offices, storage, a makeshift movie theater, and, of course, safe air raid shelters. The chateau itself had lavish rooms, not overly spacious or luxurious, but comfortable and well furnished. The solid walls were a few meters thick and stayed cool even in the summer. In the late winter of 1944, though, the building was downright cold. Rommel chose as his quarters an unpretentious ground-floor stateroom, as simple as his uniforms. His study, also on the ground floor, was a tall room entered through a large door from a corridor richly panelled in oak. The room, decorated by the Duchess d'Anville in the early 18th century, was a long, high-ceilinged, wooden-floored chamber. The south wall opened through two high, beautifully designed French windows onto a lovely rose garden and terrace. Next to the French windows was a priceless, inlaid, Renaissance desk catty-corner in one corner of the room. Rommel had been told that Louvois himself had signed the revocation order for the Edict of Nantes on that desk in 1685, so he made sure that the top was kept clean and simple. He only allowed himself one telephone on it. His neat piles of papers were limited to the latest messages and any report he might be writing, along with one simple black pencil. There were no photos of Manfred or Lucy, and he kept his letters from home discreetly put away in the drawers. On one occasion, Gauser inadvertently came into the room as Rommel was admiring a picture of Lucy that had been enclosed in her latest letter. Embarrassed, he hurriedly put the photo down and spread some maps over it. Rommel was pretty sure his chief of staff had seen the photo, but never said anything about it. Gauser, embarrassed over the incident, discreetly decided not to either. The wooden floor was well polished, with one or two valuable carpets on it. The oak-panelled walls had priceless 18th-century Gobelin tapestries hang on them, with ancient porcelain vases and lamps arranged below. On one wall hung a portrait of a hooded Duke Francois de la Rochefoucauld, 17th-century ancestor of the present holder of the title and writer of French maxims. Adjoining the study was a lavish library with priceless volumes, many of which date back over 200 years. The Army engineers did a remarkable job adding rooms to the cliffside. They installed a communications room, a theatre, administrative offices, storage rooms, and a couple adequate shelters deep in the chalk cliff, so that the staff of some 20 officers and 80 enlisted need not worry about air raids. The stables on the left, which had once housed some of the most magnificent horses in France, were renovated into offices for Rommel's intelligence officers. The wine cellars were consolidated considerably, and a large part of the freed space reinforced with concrete and turned into air raid shelters for the staff. Rommel and his senior staff, of course, got to stay at the chateau. Junior staff officers and senior enlisted men stayed in a large adjacent building where the Naval Advisory Staff also worked. The remainder of the headquarters personnel had to find quarters in town. More anti-aircraft protection in the form of several batteries rose up from the valley floor, like tall organ pipes, as one observer solemnly put it. The bridge over the Seine, Le Pont de la Roche-Guillaume, had once been a splendid structure, heralded at its dedication on July 7, 1935, as the longest bridge in France. The structure had an unfortunately short lifespan. Less than 5 years later, on June 9, 1940, to slow down the Blitz advance of the oncoming Germans, the French blew it up with 400 kilograms of explosives placed at the base of the bridge's abutments, and according to a few local inhabitants, the demolition was badly executed, a testimony to the confusion war often creates. The local populace, according to the story, had been forewarned on Friday, June 7th, of the demolition plan, but no definite time was specified by the authorities. Nevertheless, the Army engineers, Jean-Yi, had reassured the civilians, promising to stop refugee traffic across the bridge an hour or two before the charges were set off, an assertion supported after the war by statements made by members of the city council. By Sunday, civil authorities had moved their offices across river to the southern bank, as had the military units in the area. That afternoon, just before 2 p.m., the local military commander received a report of German mobile advance units approaching the area. The military unit, at the bridge, perhaps with an element of panic, suddenly began blocking off traffic to the bridge. A scant 5 minutes after that, the demolition charges were detonated. Only the people near the bridge had been given any final warning, brief as it was, and many were unaware that the bridge was even going to be destroyed, especially the unsuspecting refugees that were moving through the area. Many fleeing over the bridge had barely made it across when the barricades had gone up. So, understandably, when the charges were set off and the bridge collapsed, chaos also erupted. The tremendous detonations destroyed the bridge, but explosive concussions, as well as flying splinters and fragments, did considerable nearby damage as well. The demolition prompted an immediate panic among both the local villagers and the throngs of refugees moving into the area, many homeless, that had planned on crossing the river here to flee from the advancing enemy. Making matters worse, all the government officials and workers had already evacuated across the river, so no authority was left to take charge of the refugee traffic. Many soldiers, cut off from their units, and now a part of the fleeing civilian crowds, angrily threw down their weapons and ripped off their shirts and tunics, shouting, "Treason!" The truly sad note to this was that the Germans did not approach the area for another 24 hours, finally rolling into the town around 4 p.m. on Monday afternoon. That had been nearly 4 years ago, and ever since then, to cross the river at this point, one had to take a small ferry, or go out of one's way upstream to Mantes, or downstream to Vernon. This would be a minor but decidedly irritating drawback to requisitioning the chateau for Rommel's headquarters. Appendix B. Von Rundstedt's headquarters at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. On the night of March 4th, 1942, just before von Rundstedt was reappointed OB West, an RAF air raid attacked the Renault factory at Boulogne-Billancourt, a nearby western Parisian suburb. A few stray bombs hit the area of Saint-Germain. One stray all but destroyed the house across the street from the Pavillon Henri IV, von Rundstedt's base, as well as damaging the hotel itself. His staff at that point decided that a protected building was needed for the command staff. When Hitler was told of the air raid early the next year, concerned for the Prussians' safety, he immediately ordered a location to be chosen for a bunker complex to be built for his strategic headquarters command. So the Field Marshal and his staff had chosen a beautiful, discreet, secluded location nearby. The picturesque area included a rolling hill, a nice terrace, a breathtaking little forest, a nearby castle, and several large villas, all which could be requisitioned, if necessary, for the headquarters staff. On an old limestone quarry below a hill crest, at 20 to 24 Boulevard Victor Hugo, OT laborers divided into 3 400-man teams started working in shifts around the clock for 7 months to build a 3-floor concrete command bunker. The solid, thick concrete structure was finished in late 1943. The 2,000-square-meter blockhouse headquarters at first only included several offices, a large map room, eating and restroom facilities, and an infirmary. It was about 100 meters long and 50 meters tall, with some 5 meters or so underground. The bunker complex had vine-covered concrete walls up to 60 centimeters thick, and a good part of it was constructed deep into the hill, almost under the boulevard and part of the nearby school grounds. There were no windows, just 2 deeply set portholes in front, from which guards could peer out at visitors. Slides covered the ports in case of an attack. Several apertures were built into the walls, mainly for air venting and circulation. There were only 2 entrances, a set of reinforced double doors at each end. Those around the corner from the Field Marshal's path down the hill were the main entrance. They were accessed from an iron staircase of 13 steps and then through a small iron gate. Inside the front door was a marble-floored foyer. Just off this vestibule, a circular staircase with brass banisters wound its way upward to the bedrooms above. The second entrance, at the other end of the front, was designated for workers and supplies. Adjoining the back end of the blockhouse, deep under the hill, were several natural cave areas. The engineers made use of them to build enlisted quarters. The men were packed into small rooms, with hooks affixed to the walls to hold the bunks. Fortunately, toilets and other restroom facilities were numerous. Additional was been made of these small underground caverns to construct several air raid shelters. The entire building was completely air-conditioned and centrally heated. The floors were red and white ceramic tile, and the beige ceiling was acoustic. The ground floor housed the generator room and the other utility rooms, including the kitchen. Inside the generator room was a special escape passage that the staff officers could use in case of an emergency. It ran underground for about 1.5 kilometers, before coming out into a private home overlooking the Rue Félicien David. The walls between offices were over a meter wide, and a thick steel door to each office slid to open or close. Each door, except those to the offices of von Rundstedt and Blumentritt, had a small glass inspection port in the center, so that visitors could be visually identified before being allowed entry. Each door also had affixed instructions for occupants. Each office had a metal barrel inside carrying a charcoal gas filtering agent, through which the air was cleansed before entering the room. However, the door must be shut completely and levers engaged for the room to be able to withstand a gas attack. Of course, being the strategic headquarters for the Western Theatre, the offices were well furnished. The interiors were generally decorated with beautiful draperies, plush furniture, and elegant walnut paneling. Just off the front entrance on the main floor was the hallway. Von Rundstedt's office, although he seldom went there, was off that hallway and in front of the dining room. It was not very large, 4.5 meters wide by 7.33 meters long, and about 2.33 meters high. It had 2 radiators for warmth in the winter, and an adjoining small restroom. The main feature in the office was an heirloom Louis XV desk. Von Rundstedt often enjoyed sitting behind it and reading a novel. Near his office was a map room, and he often updated the maps himself. Next to his office was that of his adjutant, the room about half as large as his. Blumentritt's office was across the hall, about the same size as the field marshal's, but divided up into 2 areas, one for the chief of staff and one for a secretary or aide. The bunker normally held over 100 people, although it could accommodate up to 3 times that number. Staff included various administrative and communications personnel, including a number of Kriegshelferinnen, army volunteers. All in all, it was an excellent and safe location for the strategic staff charged with overseeing the defense of Western Europe. Overlooking the bunker at the top of the hill was a French girls' school, today the Lycée d'Albret. Its 4 3-story buildings, built in 1911, have dormer windows below peaked grey slate roofs, a common design in Europe. The buildings are laid out in a U-shape, with a playground at the mouth of the partially enclosed area. Next to the playground was a small house, once occupied by the school headmistress. This structure was turned into a complex telephone exchange, linking OB West with the major commands in Europe, Germany, and, of course, the supreme headquarters, wherever it happened to be at that moment. Near the bunker was built a communications center. For air protection, the surrounding area included a number of anti-aircraft positions, as well as several fire stations. The school had to be partially requisitioned by headquarters for additional personnel to work in the command blockhouse down the hill. Half of the school became a garrison for German troops, and the mixing of German uniforms and girls in pink overalls around the buildings evoked concern from the locals. Other staff members had quarters in homes on the Rue Thiers and the Rue de la Reine. For von Rundstedt's personal quarters, the Villa David, located behind the girls' école at number 28 Rue Alexandre Dumas, was chosen. It was a petite 3-story 12-room villa on a well-landscaped half-acre lot. It sat atop the gentle hill in which the block headquarters building, some 300 yards away, was partially buried. Few people knew that he lived there. A high wall and permanently secured stout iron gates kept things that way. There were only 2 ways in, through a special walkway cutting through the school, or by an inconspicuous door in the wall next to the Rue Alexandre Dumas. In the villa there was a mirror in every room. The old man's bedroom was on the 1st floor, with a large window that overlooked the girls' school at the top of the hill. His room was adorned with 2 paintings built into the wall. They were not particularly good works of art and depicted French provincial scenery. The dining room had a large, cosy fireplace, with yet another mirror above it. Blumentritt lived with him in the villa. His bedroom was upstairs. The villa, of course, was guarded by sentries. One stood at a sentry box in the front garden area next to the main gate, which, of course, was always closed. Another endlessly walked a careful perimeter around the well-tended grounds, although von Rundstedt strictly forbade any guard from stepping on the grass. His staff had worried that despite the two guards, the villa could be easily accessed. Anyone could just walk in and start trouble. Von Rundstedt had argued that, although the residence was not closed off from the city, he had never been bothered. His officers had not been happy with that. Well, too damned bad. The old man liked the way he lived, because he could enjoy a private life there that was quite comfortable, very simple, yet ostentatious. The field marshal usually worked at the villa. He avoided going down to the blockhouse unless there is a pressing situation, conference, or whenever he has to use the communications complex to make a long-distance phone call. He also entertained VIPs at the villa, although the hapless Blumentritt disliked breaking the news to him about any guests coming. Von Rundstedt always made sure any formal repast was set for 1 p.m. That way, he could always make an excuse to his guests that he had work to do or another engagement to attend. And though he never ate much, he ate even less at these engagements to encourage his visitors to finish faster. Even so, they easily bored him, and he often looked for some pretext to excuse himself from the monotonous monologue, all to the amusement of his staff. Usually he stopped working around 4:30, at which time he entertained a few of his officers over tea. Whenever he went to the command bunker, he left his villa through the back door. He walked across the roomy courtyard, headed for the gate in the railed fence. Next to that back gate was his modest rose garden, tended for him by his gardener, Monsieur Ernest Gavory. The old servant faithfully tended to all flowers there, and von Rundstedt, who loved gardening, spent many hours of his spare time talking to the old Frenchman and fussing with his roses. The field marshal strolled through the back gate, and then through a specially built passageway in one of the buildings to enter the school recreational area. He then walked down a gentle, winding path that not only provided a beautiful view of Paris in the distance — he could see the Eiffel Tower on a clear day — but was elegantly landscaped as well. The manicured lawn on each side was interspersed with all kinds of bushes, small flower beds, sycamores, poplars, and birch trees scattered around the grounds. Going down the path, he passed a small knoll on his right, similarly landscaped with trees and bushes. At the bottom of the hill he turned right and approached the nearby bluish-green blockhouse built into the base of the knoll. The front of the blockhouse, covered with ivy, was also camouflaged, so that it was difficult to spot from either the Boulevard Victor Hugo or the Rue Alexandre Dumas. The complex was later expanded, with several more rooms and offices being added to the basement of the command bunker, expanding it to 40 rooms. At the same time, the nearby communications network was improved and an air raid shelter added, in the beautiful garden, to von Rundstedt's disgust.